hearty welcome to pool fans around the world, wherever you might be watching us. It is a brand new month, and it's day 3 of the 2023 UK Open, the second year of this tournament, the second year at the wonderful Copperbox Arena in the Olympic Park in the Stratford district of East London. Today we're going to see so much vital action. At the end of it, the 256 players who started out will be trimmed down to just a quarter of that, 64 into the single elimination phase. Now this is what we've got in line for you on table 1. These are the 3 matches we know so far. Coming up a little later, Joshua Filler, the defending champion, against Nguyen An Tuan of Vietnam. What a match third. Fedor Gorsht against James Arenas. And our first offering on the losers side in the third losers round, it is Albin Aushin against Ko Ping Han. That should be really interesting. The Austrian against the youngster from Chinese Taipei. Now over on table 2 you can see all of the action live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Aloysius Yap takes on the only snooker player left on the winner's side, Gary Wilson. That's in match 2. Jason Shaw, he's played Francesco Candela before, and they renew their rivalry. And first up it is from Vietnam, Luong Doc Tian against Abdullah Al-Shamari from Saudi Arabia. The TBCs on the last 3 matches on both tables. Of course, we'll let you know what's going to give away as soon as we know. Right now, though, it is Aushin against Ko. Aushin confined to the one-loss side of the draw by arguably the biggest upset of the event thus far, when he lost 9-7 to Phil Wildman. And while we were running through our order of play there, Ko Ping Han won the lag, so he breaks off in the first rack of a race to 8. Now, joining me, I'm delighted to say, is someone who, what he doesn't know about Nineball pool, you can write on the back of a very small postage stamp. Jeremy Jones.
Good morning, Phil, and thank you for the compliments. And of course, you and these players make it easy, even though it's a brutally tough game of 9-ball, and we're going to see a lot of drama today. This is the day to make the final 64, which will start tomorrow, the single elimination rounds of the event. And we're going to see a ton of quality matches, both on the one-loss side. These players, I believe, have to get 2 match wins today to make that final 64. And then again, we'll have some of those undefeated matches here shortly, which will send some players to the one-loss side. Difficult little play here, crossing the 3. And it's going to need a little fortune, I think, and it looks like he'll get it.
At 24 years of age, Ko Ping Han is the younger of the 3 Ko brothers. And he's not played his best here. He struggled to beat a Brit, Kevin May, in his first match, 9-8. Then he lost heavily, 9-2, against Tolian Han of Singapore, I should say, in the next round. But he bounced back on the loser's side yesterday, beating Oliver Lawrence 8-6.
Well, Han of Singapore, a super solid player, and I would say that was probably a pretty close match. Of course, the name of Ko makes you think definitely a favorite, but you can say the youngest of the 3 Ko brothers, still a little behind the other 2. Now, Albin can see a piece of the red 3, but really no future there, so he's going to play the 2-rail kick, which anytime we're going rail first, Albin Aushin is certainly one of the best in the game.
Because of its shock value, Jeremy, we've concentrated and mentioned already the fact that Aushin lost his first match 9-7 to Phil Wildman. I think for balance we have to say how well he's played in his next 2 matches, beating Graham Hamilton 8-0, and then I thought he was superb on table 2 in beating Tobias Bolt 8-1.
Yeah, and he trailed heavily in that match against Phil in the first round and really started to get things going and missed an 8-ball that wasn't easy. Fell short in position at 8-7, conceded the last 2 balls, and has played pretty flawless since. But you know how this game is, Phil. It's just one of those games where it's why the guys wake up and practice every day, because it can change so easily. And of course, the first match of the day here in a pressure situation, playing another great player. And just like we talk about with most players, it's all about the start. Now Albin wants to go aggressive here on a very difficult 3-ball, and the cue ball near the rail has to play short position on the pink 4. And I'll tell you, if he goes at this, that scratch in the upper right corner coming across is definitely there. Wouldn't be surprised if he played the safety, trying to chip the 3, maybe run the cue ball a couple rails between the 5 and 6. Normally when they're down this long, though, that means they're attacking. Oh, sweet stroke.
Of course he wanted to win that first match against Phil Wildman. Goes without saying, but I think in many respects it woke him up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw FSR, you know, be the story of the first UK Open last year with an early loss and then almost an early exit behind that, and made a serious run at the title into the finals. You know, you kind of figure at some time Albin's going to improve, right? Between the ears, sometimes he can get a little negative, and you know, maybe he had a little talk with himself after that loss, recognizing a few things. Played really well since.
I watched from the balcony here the last few racks against Wildman because it was such a potentially big story. And the thing I observed was the fact that Ausham was taking a great amount of time on each shot and maybe interrupting his own rhythm and momentum. Now, of course, he doesn't have the 30-second shot clock yet. That's going to be brought in for the last couple of days. And I think playing at this pace, as he did against Hamilton and then Bolt, is definitely in his own favour. If he gets too slow, then problems can be created. No problems in the first rack, though. Albin Ausham ties his up very efficiently indeed.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. I feel that on the way over walking, I was thinking about, you know, a player that really knows how to use the clock, but also when the clock's not there, can change it up a little bit. And it leads me kind of back to what I've talked about this entire event, and I've seen it from many players, is kind of stressing over every shot. And that's, you know, the basis of the game is playing the game. And when you're stressing out there over every ball, it's really hard to get in that playing mode.
Now, we've only been on air 9 minutes, and I believe we do have a result. Kim Sue Garmack on our score is an 8-0 winner over Rafi Gonzalez from the Philippines, who might not have turned up. I'll let you know for sure whether that's the case.
Yeah, well, that's a pretty solid bet. And we occasionally like to gamble, but I think you're right there as far as probably an early forfeit. And that's unfortunate. Haven't heard of any so far in the event. A great break off here from Albin Ausham.
Yeah, that Gonzalez situation most certainly is not confirmed. That's just what's on the website, but we'll let you know as soon as we know. What I can tell you is that Elliot Sanderson has taken the first rack from Hassan Shahid of Saudi Arabia. Sean Hill, who played Ralph Suke first, he's 1-0 up on James Jack, and JJ Fall from South Africa 1-0 up on Aris Damoulakis. All of those matches are in losers round 2. This is in losers round 3.
Oh, a nice opener there, real free swing of the cue. Could have rolled it, went a little more aggressive with the stroke, which you got to like. Killing the cue ball with a little tip position. And now in a great spot to back up that first rack with a break and run. I went in the practice room this morning, Phil, and hit a few balls, and I tell you, those pockets are small. Not forgiving, not 1 inch.
When you won the US Open, Jeremy, what were the pocket sizes then?
We played pretty tough. The U.S. Open was always, you know, it wasn't 4 inches, but it was like 4 1/8, 4 1/4. But we played right there in Virginia. It was very sticky. You know, by day 2 or 3, the tables toughened up big time. Yeah, and I was just going to say that type of shot exposes any flaw, especially with the pockets tight. Now, that one didn't really get as close as we anticipated. And maybe a little let up on the swing there, Phil?
Normally when you decelerate, you overcut, and he caught the near jaw there, so I'm not quite sure. What I am sure about is that Auschen, after a very good start, will be annoyed by that.
Yeah, and that'll fool you sometimes. That's mostly the case when you're putting outside spin, you'll overcut. But also what happens on certain shots when it's a heavier hit and you let up, the right spin doesn't really do its job. It's not really effective. It's, you know, the throw on the ball just doesn't work like you expect. I think an important shot here early for Hahn. One of America's finest in action this morning, trying to survive, that being Sky Woodward. We'll definitely keep you updated with the scores.
He's won the first from Gareth Esprit. And Auschen's mistake has been fully punished. So Ko Ping Han is back on level terms. Auschen hates to fall below the standard he sets himself, and he will despise missing that shot, even though it's very early on and it's not exactly critical just yet. 1-1 in this race to 8. Now in the losers' third round, which this is part of, on table 23, very interesting character. We talked about him yesterday. Flavian Glont. He won Romania's Got Talent because he's brilliant with a Rubik's Cube. He's 2-0 up on Tom Staveley. Sanyan Pilavanovic and Jonas Kornmesser 1-1. So Shaw and Marcos Sanz also 1-1. Arfan Dad from here in the UK 1-0 up on Angelo Salzano, and another American going nicely early on, Hunter Lombardo 2-0 up on Tashunka Vitko.
Yeah, Hunter, a very steady player, kind of can fool you how good he plays, just not too extravagant, but gets the job done quite often. Another interesting match later on. I think Jason Shaw's got to play a little better pool. I don't think he's played bad by any means, but he's had some nice draws. But Candela's going to be a tough match for him later. And was it the World Nineball Championships when Candela missed the 9-ball at Hill against Shaw? And that was to get to the final 64, maybe the final 32 even.
I remember that well, and more to the point, Candela and Shaw will remember it. Now, this is the worst possible dry break imaginable for Ko Ping Han. Breaking dry is bad enough, but leaving the 1 and then straightforward position on the 2 with a 3 and the 4 in the open as well. Ooh,
Yeah, possible 5-9 winner, and even more so after a big mistake. Albin doesn't have to sit there and stew so much. You know, that mistake in game 2, if Hahn gets this shot to make, you know, what looks like maybe, you know, a slow out, you might say, take your time doing so and maybe put Albin on the cooker a little more. Now sizing up that 5-9 combination. And I really think that's, you know, you could easily get over for the 5, I guess, but the 6 is a little funny. The 7's not too tough. I'd seriously consider that combination here in a couple shots. Looks like he's going to go forward for the pink in the side. Interested to see that Yap Wilson match later on. I think that'll be a doozy.
Well, as you know, I watch Gary Wilson play an awful lot in other Q sports, and I was watching his match against Thomas Kaplan as best as I could, and I thought he played very nicely. He's using a snooker cue. Yeah,
well, I think he's playing last week at the Scottish Open didn't hurt, right? Get a little feel for it, and he's watched a ton of matches as well, so he's here to compete.
Dry break from Ko Ping Han. Albin Auschen did the rest. So the hurt from missing an easy ball in the previous rack, well, that's lessened somewhat by the fact he's gone back in front with this 5-9 combination. Albin Auschen leads 2-1. Talking about Thomas Kaplan, the reason he's on the one-loss side of the draw is Gary Wilson, and Kaplan hasn't made the best of starts against another British rival. On table 16, he's 2-0 down to Craig Brown. Jake Newlove and Mikhail Olek are 1-1. All Romanian battle between Babkan Melkonian and Ionan Ladanyi. That's 1-0 to Melkonian. Over on table 2, just a reminder, you can see all of the action over there as the day progresses on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Abdullah Al-Shamari has taken the opening rack from Luong Duk Tian, and Benji Buckley leads David Hopkin 2-0. Finally, news that Skylar Woodward has just gone 2-1 up, and Hunter Lombardo making a very sweet start against Tashunka Vitko, leading 3-0. By the way, Neil Svine, who we saw lose a heartbreaker yesterday against Anthony Brabin, very surprisingly, he's 1-0 down to Tayfun Tabor.
Yeah, so many good cueists, and with the tougher pockets and the tougher break rule, we'll see some separation just because we see more of the game. But when the balls lay nicely and, you know, you get some confidence, I think the field opens up quite a bit.
Now then, let's see how this break works out.
And it's interesting to me, I've seen quite a few players on the break. It actually looks like they're putting a hint of inside spin on the cue ball. So if you're breaking from the right side of the box, which he was here, his right side, normally, you know, if you're going to play a cut break, it may be a hint of outside English, that being right spin. But I've seen a lot of players, it looks like they're putting a hint of inside spin on the break shot. I think that maybe that has something to do with what FSR's done the last year.
Of course, both of these two have pool in the family, don't they? We've talked about the three co-brothers. Albin Auschen's sister, Jasmine Auschen, one of the leading lady players in pool for many a year now.
Yeah, it seems like probably a dozen years maybe, or something like that. Exceptional player. And Billiards Digest had a cover this month of the couples in pool, and how there's some couples out there that have, you know, two top players both on the men and women's side. Of course, keeping it in the family a lot in the pool period. And I guess the sport, the way it's set up, right, you don't have to have a certain physique, right? So it's a little easier maybe for families to play as a group. I'd like to hear the story, what got Albin and Jasmine kind of started. Was it a family thing prior? The parents, maybe?
Not quite sure.
Well, they hit the scene at a young age, doing very, very well. So you got to suspect they started very young. You can see very left-eye dominant player.
Well, so much spin on that. Extreme.
Yeah, he was trying to crawl it a couple rails past the pink four, but understood that there wasn't a lot of jeopardy there. If he did collide into the pink four, really nothing to get snookered with. Maybe didn't expect this good a shot, but now the man that sent Albin to the one-loss side, Phil Wildman, he'll be back at 11:30 trying to qualify and get into that final 64. He's got 2 bullets. Anyone that goes into those winter side matches today, they have to win 1 out of 2 matches to qualify. A little slow roll here on this combination.
And of course, making it into the last 64, yes, you're giving yourself the chance of collecting the $30,000 jackpot, but also significant 9-ball ranking points. And in the case of Albin Ouschen, significant Mosconi Cup qualifying points. Now, look, let's be realistic. If he doesn't make the top 3, he's got a great chance of being given a wild card. But you want to qualify as of right, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And he knows that, you know, on the European side, there's going to be a lot of players that are trying to take that spot, whether it be from Albin or maybe a Mario He or someone like that. But yeah, a lot of question marks still early here in this 2023 for what was going to be the 30th anniversary of the Mosconi, and one incredible event.
Pretty good start from Albin Ouschen. Since he lost that match to Phil Wildman, he's only lost 2 racks. He leads here 3-1. The missed simple ball to the top corner, the only mistake he's made so far. Some scores for you in the second losers round, which is coming to a conclusion. Elliot Sanderson in control against Hassan Shahid at 4-0. Harriet Haynes and Alexander Kazakis 1-1. Haynes won the first. Kazakis has equalised. And Abdullah Al-Yusuf, who's had some deep runs in matchroom events, he's 2-1 up on Robert Parrish.
Now you can see there what I was talking about. Looks like the tip's just a little on the left side of the cue ball. He's made the 7, the brown 7 up in the corner. Difficult shot on the 1, but he'll certainly attack here with a very available blue 2.
Got an interesting theory, you know, about Albin Ouschen. He hates when opponents have good luck against him. And I think when he has good luck himself, he feels a little guilty because he empathises with the guy he's playing, and he always acknowledges that the fact he's been a little fortunate. He did there.
Yeah. Yeah, such a psychological game and very easy to get involved away from, you know, just knocking balls in, and gonna get to see a nice one here on the yellow one. Long time down on this ball. Center cut though.
Just spoken to Matt Lynch from Matchroom, who is indefatigable. One of the most industrious people you'll ever meet. He's here, there and everywhere, and he has told me that Rafi Gonzalez did withdraw this morning, and so Kim Soo Garmark from Norway is through.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it does happen. A little tricky here. Just got to kill the cue ball between the 3-9, maybe off a couple rails. Stay away from the 9. Don't get elevated. Okay, he did that very nicely, and he seems very in tune with the table. When it comes to percentage pool, I don't know if there's a better player on the planet, really. We talk about tactically and position-wise and push-out situations, and I think that's also why we see Albin just one of the most consistent, because he can make occasional mistakes, but he overcomes it in so many situations.
One of the tennis greats, John McEnroe, he was fueled to win because he hated losing, and I think Auschen's like that. His big motivation for winning is the fact he knows how horrible he's going to feel if he's defeated.
Yeah, and I think most of us are like that, but maybe as time goes, we kind of, you know, chalk it up to just playing well, I think. I know when I played, if I played a poor match and won, I wasn't necessarily scared to play another match, but it worried me a little bit. But if I played well, win or lose, I was pretty eager to play that next match. And again, past that first round, Albin Ocean's been pretty perfect ever since.
To such an extent, he's won, since that first match defeat, he's won 20 racks for the loss of only 2. In this contest, he's halfway to victory already. He leads Ko Ping Han 4-1. Niels Fein on table 5 lost the opener against Tayfun Tabor from Germany, but now Fein is in front at 2-1. Our Rubik's Cube man, Glont, 4-0 up on Tom Staveley. Craig Brown of GB, 3-1 up on Thomas Kaplan. These are all in losers round 3. The youngster from Finland, Riku Rompainen, 2-2 with Adam Lewis. Arfan Dad, 3-0 up on Angelo Salzano of Italy. So Shaw and Marcus Sands, 2-2. Same score, Sanyan Pilovanovic and Jonas Kornmesser. And Chris Alexander's made a good start against Jonathan Ballard in the all-British clash on table 15. Alexander leads 3-0. Now going back to losers round 2. A few matches still to be completed in that one. And I can tell you, Harriet Haynes has taken a 2-1 lead over the former World Masters champion, Alexander Kazakis. We'll keep an eye on that. So much Greek interest in the matches this morning. So many of them playing around this arena. 16 Greek players turned up.
Yeah, I saw Nick Malai this morning for the first time this week, and suspecting he's playing here at 10 o'clock as well.
Well, he's not going well. He's playing on table 8 against a fellow countryman, Nikolaos Chatoupas. And Malai trails 3-0. There's a match on table 21 I'm frightened to give you the score of, because the two players concerned, it's quite a mouthful. I'm going to go for it because I'm feeling guilty. Panagiotis Zipoliatis Yes, nailed it. He's 2-0 down to Antonius Kakaris.
Well, the second one was easy compared to the first one, but that's why you get the big bucks, Phil. What we've seen so far is why Albin Ocean seems to take down so many titles. Really tuned in early. Really no mistakes. I think that missed 5 ball maybe in the second round. That was it. A dry break, and I'll tell you, he seemed like he hit those how he wanted. Really not the results with the rack now. A very difficult situation for Ko entering here in game number 6.
Yeah, just when I was thinking, a very different dry break to the one that Ko made in the third rack when he stuck Ocean right in.
Yeah, and the problem here is, you know, if he wasn't elevated with awkward cueing over the pink, he could certainly take this on in one manner or another, that being a safety or a very difficult cut shot. But now both, you know, situations are very difficult and really nowhere to push out. So many ways to play safe. I really don't know what he's doing here. I kind of felt like he would try to clip the right side of the 1, but that's so difficult. Maybe just bump the 1 down below the 7. Yeah, I thought that was a scary shot.
This year, not too much activity for Ko Ping Han. He did play in the World Championship in Kielce, Poland. Didn't quite make the last 64 there. And now he's back to the wall in terms of making the last 64 here.
Well, it's been out of his hands pretty much. I wonder if we're going to see him really unload coming back and forth with the cue ball here, if he's going to play on the light side. I kind of like the stun back and forth myself, but he's going to slow roll it. And I don't know if that kind of petered away from the pocket a little bit.
Well, for me, it definitely did.
Yeah. And the tables, from what I've seen, have been very, very good, but just like anything else, perfection's pretty hard to attain.
Yeah, I think he was hitting the far jaw anyway, and the slight inaccuracy was exacerbated by the roll-off.
Right. No, not very happy with it, but I think what he's done so far in this match, easier to stay calm after something like that for Albin at the moment. Yeah, all this time he's taken on this 1 ball, and you can see about right there is where it's just a little bit of a roll off. And again, hard to get him perfect. These tables, though, I pay attention to that field just watching the matches, and really have heard no complaints from the players and really haven't seen much of any flaws so far.
Oh no, the conditions have been absolutely excellent, as they always are at matchroom events. But you do occasionally get a little discrepancy, and we saw one there.
Yeah, and a really light with the draw stroke. Not saying he wanted to draw it a whole lot further back, but definitely wanted to be off the rail. Hadn't been to the table in a while, so very important out here for Ko Ping Han. This ball's going to get a little funny. Should be okay. I think he can hit a high ball and hit before the side on the long rail, come across for the pink. But then you can see the work with the 6, 7, 8 up the table. I'll tell you, of course, there's a lot of pressure. You know, there's so many things involved now with the game, which makes sense. And but it does add pressure with the rankings. You know, getting into, you know, we saw the Whirlpool Masters, what a great event because it went off the rankings, I think. And but one thing that's special is in years past we had some great events, of course, but you know, it'd be like few and far between. So there would be extra pressure to the players because they'd have to wait another 4 months before another event. And now we're going to Spain in a couple of weeks for another great event. So,
yeah, double header in Spain. It's going to be the Spanish Open, the inaugural event. Again, 256 players, the same template as this. And also the World Cup of Pool. 32 teams, 2 from the host nation and 30 other countries represented. Spain, of course, the defending champions, thanks to 2 players left in this tournament, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and David Alcady.
Uh-oh. Probably didn't expect that much draw on the ball. And Hans really got to get out here. He's got to make no more mistakes. A couple of unfortunate things for Alvin here in rack number 6.
Potting a ball and screwing back directly into a pocket. Never nice. I think he thought he might just about flick the 5, but there was no contact made. Of course, at the Scottish Open, we saw a shot not quite like that, but it was the most crucial shot of the entire event. Victor Zielinski, it was 9-9 Hill in the final against Jason Shaw. Zielinski potted the 1, screwed back, length of the table diagonally into the bottom right as we're looking. And of course, with the balls open, Shaw stepped in and captured the title.
Yeah, all kinds of thriller and thrilling matches there at the Scottish Open. I'll tell you, that World Cup has really turned into one of my favorite events. I don't think I'm alone in that at all. The Scotch doubles, that variable, that dynamic really offers a lot. Of course, Albin will be there next month with Mario He, who he's won the event twice with. Twice a runner-up as well.
Yeah, they've done so well, those 2. I always think it's a little unfair on Max Lechner, because if he was another nationality, he'd walk into a team.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night. I think you're gonna start to have a lot of countries be more involved with that problem, to where you could have, you know, a rotation of maybe 3 or 4 or 5 players. You know, you think about Chinese Taipei, you think about the Philippines, Poland. You know, America really should be in that situation as well, and I think that will happen. Such a small country of Austria, though.
And with the World Cup, you know what they say, Jeremy? 2's company, 3's a crowd. Well, the scratch from Auschen has cost him. Cost him rack 6. Have we seen a pivotal moment here? Looking impassive, but inside he'll be very annoyed. It should have been 5-1. It is, in fact, 4-2. Now looking at some losers round 2 matches. One Direction on table 20. Elliot Sanderson 6-0 up on Hassan Shahid. Harriet Haynes and Alexander Kazakis 2-2. I'm afraid Nick Malai 5-1 down to Nikolaos Chatupis. Abdullah Al-Yusuf, good cue action, good player, real gentleman. 5-1 up on Robert Parrish. Sean Hill leads James Jack 3-2. JJ Fall from South Africa, but a club owner in Manchester. He's 4-1 up on Aris Damolakakis. Aris Damolakis.
All right, another dry break, it appears. Pretty good effort there, but with the tighter pockets, you're going to see the 1 ball catch both jaws on the side. We'll see it here on the replay. Saw that quite a bit at the Whirlpool Masters as well. Nothing easy for Albin, unlike the last drive break from Coe. I'll tell you, this is a difficult safety at first glance anyways. I don't see anything too easy. In a perfect world, he'd like to be able to bank the one to the bottom cushion, kind of back up between the 3-7 and kind of float the cue ball behind the 2, the blue 2 and the brown 7. But from that distance, it's very easy to get a miss hit on the 1 and near the rail with the cue ball. I think that shot's there, though. I'm really surprised if Albin's not looking in that direction again. Kind of bank the 1 off the bottom cushion towards the 6 and kind of just float through the 1 to the right side rail. Key to this is getting the speed right. It's not, don't baby it too much. Of course, don't overhit it. Oh, it sounded like he miscued. Maybe going after the 9. Understanding he was in a bad situation, but again, hard to push out. Probably shaves the left side of the 1 here, trying to drop by the 8. Not easy, though. I just carry the 1 into the blue 2 a little bit. Oh, he did really nice there and doesn't want to give up a piece of this 1, and that may have leaked out. Not saying it's anything easy for Albin, but it is an option. Not sure Albin can do a whole lot here. He may just have to kind of buy his time in this rack. Just clip the 1, maybe try and drop below the 3. I think if he gets involved really trying to work the rock, he may sell out an easier safety or even an open shot. And you don't want to just lay up to where you know you're going to get snookered, but Albin's so good at kicking at the ball, and again, if he tries to do too much, I think he may sell out more of a shot and maybe not get back to the table. Again, I think it's got to be a roll on the ball and just try and use your skills to drop below the 3 with the cue ball. That's what I was about to say as well. Very hard to pull the trigger on a soft shot from distance when you had a ball kind of roll off on you earlier. And you could see the hands go up in the air about halfway down the table with the cue ball. And now things could get a little funny between the ears for Albin, especially if a few things don't go his way, Phil.
Well, hard to tell from that overhead shot whether the ball ran off there, but he hit it at a reasonable pace. It wasn't trickled, was it?
Yeah, it was pretty soft overall, and I thought it was always going to be a bit of a gamble. And I think personally, you know, I've had situations like that to where I know the table was very good, and I just kind of feel like at the soft speed sometimes you just kind of lose your mark, your accuracy. Now, is he going to push into the 7 here? I would suspect so, just into the edge of the 7 with the cue ball. The 2 does squeeze by the 8 in the upper right.
I thought he'd possibly missed that. The pace facilitated the 3-ball dropping though. Off the jaw, a hefty segment of the jaw.
Yeah, you could see concern in the eyes from Ko as soon as the cue ball left his tip, using all the pocket there on the 3. Should be okay here to cut our score line down to 1 game.
The junior of the 3 Ko brothers on the international pool scene. Ko Ping Chung is in the middle, and the older one, the most successful, Ko Ping Yi, still basking in the glory of that World Pool Masters win. He's 24, is Ko Ping Han.
I was wondering, looked like he was coming back with the cue ball, and not that it should have been a problem, but had some options there, and now in a very bad spot. Just maybe the tip came up a little bit on the cue ball, didn't get quite the grip, you might say, to get past the side. Going with the jump cue, and I think either is okay. A lot would play the bank here, because the bank gives you options of getting safe, maybe banging the black 8 around the table back to this bottom cushion if you do miss the cross corner bank.
Oh dear, against someone of Albin Ocean's stature in the game, when you get chances, you have to exploit them.
Yeah, and really Albin's only mistakes in the match, could have been a little bit more of a technical issue with the table, you could say. So he's in a good spot. Tough shot here though. Looking at it on your TV screen, it doesn't look that tough, but if you're at the table, you could see it's quite a bit of angle on the 8 into a very small side pocket. And I'm not so sure he really has natural position coming across. He may have to play from underneath the 9. Yeah, confident stroke there.
But didn't he give that due care and attention? Just underlining how brutal these centre pockets are.
Yeah, and you could see he wanted to stay away from side spin, taking a little more difficult position play on the 9 just to make sure the 8 was a little more, complete and easy.
Is that going to be difficult for Ko Ping Han to overcome? He was on course for 4-3. It is 5-2. Ocean needing 3 more racks to advance. Now, what about these losers round 3 matches? Well, I can tell you, Hunter Lombardo 5-2 up on Tashunka Vidko. Another American going nicely. Skylar Woodward 4-2 up on Gareth Esprit. Thomas Kaplan fighting back against Craig Brown. 4-3 now to Brown. Jake Newlove 3-2 up on Michael Olak. Quite a slow match on table 12 involving the 2 Romanians, Ladani and Melkonian. 2-1 to Ladani. And on table 2, you can see all of the action over there on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Luong Duc Tian leads Abdullah Al-Shamari 4-3.
That's a scary break off if you're looking at Albin Ocean to make some damage or do some damage here at the UK Open. Really what he needs and what any player needs if they're going to win this event is to break the ball solid. Tricky little shot here going around the pink four. Don't think it's quite natural with some right spin. It may be. It's close. The red three does slide by the green six, but a very missable ball there. The more right spin he's willing to add to this shot makes it easier to get by the pink four, unless he's going to stun the ball, which I think is more difficult. Yeah, he was wanting to spin. He kind of spun it and stun it, which is a combination that I kind of stay away from, but you could see a little unsettled.
First result of the day, apart from the walkover on table 20, Elliot Sanderson sprinted to an 8-1 win over Hassan Shahid.
Phil, what's the score in the Sanjin match? Looks like he's stressing quite a bit over there.
Well, he's 4-3 down to Jonas Kornmesser.
Yeah, Sanjin, a young man that really wears his emotions on his sleeve. And ooh, I was going to say it's got to be now for Han, and a miss there. If he gets down 6-2, looks pretty bad.
News of one of the game's greats, Niels Fine, 5-2 up on Tayfun Tabor. So although his defeat by Anthony Brabin centre stage yesterday came as a shock to everyone, I think he's in the process of recovering fine.
Yeah, and Brabin, though, he's a good player. I mean, very good cueist and very solid. Looked like really the moment of beating such a great player and a future Hall of Famer, in my opinion. And Niels Fan didn't really phase him at all.
Well, when he started out, it was obvious he was technically very proficient, Brabin. So I did some research during the match, actually, and discovered that he'd beaten an Indian called Pankaj Advani in the World Amateur Snooker Championship in 2009. Now, Advani is a really good player, I can tell you, so I knew then he was capable of holding a cue and knocking them in, and he broke and ran in the deciding rack. It was very impressive.
Yeah, and what I liked watching from him, very confident stroke as well. Oh my. A very rare error. Look how much space he had left of the black 8 to get in position on the purple 5, and something you just don't see from Albin. May see a missed ball, of course, but one of the best with the cue ball.
He has committed errors, though, that have come out of the blue, or in this case, not on the purple.
Yeah, it's quite odd, to be honest with you. And he almost knew it as soon as he shot it. He was really looking at it in a concerned way at the cue ball, so kind of like him kicking to the side rail here, our right side rail as a viewer. Getting some action on the purple 5, maybe send it towards the brown 7. Easy hit both ways off the side rail or the bottom cushion. He's looking at the bottom cushion. And both are fine. I'm just thinking of percentage-wise what may come away with not leaving as much of a shot for Ko. Of course, maybe trying to fluke this in as well, so this will probably have some speed on it. He's going to surrender a nice one and a very important one for Ko Ping Han to stay in this match.
Yes, he'll be seething. No excuses there whatsoever. As we said, there have been excuses for two of his mistakes, but that was entirely pilot error.
Yeah, and a very odd one. And this got a little funny. Trying to draw past the 9. Looks not so easy. Coming with inside. Doesn't agree just like 100%. Kind of running the cue ball. So looks like that's what he's going to do. He's got to get some spin on this to avoid the 7. And I just always thought there was an issue going forward, even though it looked fairly routine. The way the 5 sat just kind of sent you towards the brown 7.
When it comes to 9-ball pool, let me tell you folks, Jeremy Jones has got a crystal ball.
Well, I probably think about it more than I did when I played. I'll tell you, Albin, a couple of mistakes he's made. Really, Hans let the door back open. And the man playing Skylar Woodward's been spending a lot of time at the table. That match looks like it may be tightening up a bit.
You're right, it's 4-3. Gareth Esprit. He's from GB, but he's representing Dominica, small island in the Caribbean.
Well, from what I can see, looks like he's got pretty good cue action. And I really haven't seen a ton of mistakes by either player. Playing that with a little inside spin to come 2 rails at the 9. Perfect speed, and now a 4-game lead.
Without being harsh, purely objectively, you have to say Ko Ping Han is proving to be the architect of his own potential downfall here. It is 6-2, and quite easily, after the last couple of racks, the way they've gone, it could be 4-4. Arfan Dad on the hill against Angelo Salzano at 7-2. Niels Fine 5-2 up, make that 6-2 up as the scores change while I'm speaking against Tayfun Tabor. So Shaw 6-3 upon Marcus Sanz. Sanyan Pulovanovic in a spot of bother against Jonas Kornmester. Kornmester 5-3 up. Flavian Glont from Romania 5-2 up on Tom Staveley. Chris Alexander 5-1 up on Jonathan Ballard. Farhad Ziad 4-1 up in his match against Theodore Bitsakakis. Benji Buckley 6-3 against David Hopkin. Adam Lewis 5-3 against the youngster Riku Rompainen. And let's just take a quick look at table 2 while Albin Auschen has taken his permitted timeout. It is Gartian on the 5-3 up on Abdullah Al-Shamari. At the table, jumping.
And I'll tell you, Tien, he showed some brilliance at times at the PLP. But then again, showed a little nerves, of course. Such a big event. But, you could see the talent. Of course, another player from Vietnam that seems to surprise us every time we see a new one. Abdullah, who's played a ton in the States, or at least he used to come for the U.S. Open quite often. He made some little runs at that as well. Really good player from Saudi Arabia.
very early in the days of the World Cup at pool, Vietnam, who as a pool nation then weren't what they are now, played a match against Croatia. It was extraordinary. It was wonderful drama, but it was terrible, terrible standard, and that's what made it so enthralling. You wouldn't see that from them now.
No, not at all. And they used to get a couple spots in the World Nineball back in the day, and you know, you just kind of learn certain countries are stronger than others, and it was somewhat of a new thing for Vietnam, I think, to really hit the professional pool scene. And well, they've kind of come a long ways in just some 10 or 12 years.
Anyway, back to the main feature. If you want to see the match on Table 2, it is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, as indeed every match on Table 2 as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, it looks like he can run off the right side of the yellow one. I know it looks a little dicey between the 6-9 with the cue ball and back around table, but it looks fairly natural. Oh, he played the soft side. It's going to be pretty good. I'm not so sure he really cut off the kick, and not bad. And he didn't cut off the kick, but he did cut off like all the options on the kick, to where Alvin maybe can't control everything that's going on. Really important against Alvin Ocean. I believe Sky Woodward's tied up at 4 games apiece now, so a lot of drama mid-match there for both those players' tournament life. All right, you can see he's playing a Massey, so sometimes you won't get a rail here in this situation. Maybe the one goes into the pink or into the 3. We'll see what kind of speed he plays. He got it by the red. He's going to get it somewhat tied up on the pink 4 and the black 8. And very awkward cueing for Ko Ping Han. So nothing easy. And trails 6-2 here. And again, these two are fighting for their tournament life. Now they're on into, I believe, the 3rd round of the losers, these players. So again, whoever wins this match is going to have to win one more to get to that final 64. Well, I tell you what, getting the snooker here is so important. Otherwise, you got to figure you're going to give up an easy safety to Alvin, and even worse, an offensive shot. And I believe the blue 2 does play by the black 8.
If Ocean can win this match, he will play the loser of the winners' qualification match between Nguyen Antoine and Joshua Filler to get into the last 64. If Filler were to lose that, Ocean and Filler battling away for a place in the last 64, that would be astounding. And missing the 1 ball was pretty astounding as well. He's not been flawless in this match, far from it.
Yeah, and I think it's the same thing. Both times he's missed an easy ball. He never really paused at the cue ball, which is something that Alvin is very, very much a fundamental part of his process before he pulls the trigger. It's amazing to me that one little fundamental part of your technique is so important. I think there is a gap to get at this 1 ball. Anytime the ball's deep, especially on the 4-inch pocket, it's kind of hard to determine how the cue ball wants to come out. Oh, he got a lot out of that. Really nice shot. Anytime you're shooting to a tight pocket, it's nice to be close to it and straight in.
I think you'll agree, Jeremy, if Houchen does convert here and wins this match, yes, he'll be relieved, but I don't think he'll be in any way satisfied, overjoyed.
No, not at all. And, you know, he sets that bar very high, right? That standard's, you know. But the good thing about Albin, though, he's not going to be satisfied, but he takes it to another level and learns from it. And that's why we saw that improvement in match 2 and 3 from that early loss. A whole lot of work here. Let's see, nice on the pink 4, the purple 5 and green 6 near each other, the 7 near the upper right corner. Got to work the cue ball a little bit, but nothing too difficult. Now, nothing can be taken for granted on the difficult equipment we're playing on, the 4-inch pockets. And the main thing about that is the deep shelves. You know, it's one thing to have the tight facings on the pocket and the size of the pocket, but when you add the deep shelves to it as well, that's when it really, really becomes difficult.
Didn't take advantage of opportunities in racks 7 or 8. I think 9 is looking different.
He wants a decent draw stroke here. Kind of hard to overdraw it, but it certainly could happen. And it looks like really nice control.
Maybe a lifeline. The one ball was missed by Albin Houchen, and on this occasion, Ko Ping Han did the rest. It is 6-3. Now talking about losers round 2, the matches in that round dwindling down. Alexander Kazakis 6-4 up on Harriet Haynes. Abdullah Al Yusuf also 6-4 up on Robert Parrish. Same score, Sean Hill over James Jack. As I'm speaking, I can tell you that JJ Fall, the South African, has defeated Aris Damolakis 8-2. Juan Carlos Exposito on the hill against Boyana Sarak at 7-2. And Kostas Kukiadakis, he leads Bash Maksud 6-3. Moving on to round 3 losers. Chris Alexander dominant against Jonathan Ballard at 6-1. Flavian Glant 6-2 up on Tom Stavely. Jonas Kornmesser 6-4 up on Sanyan Pilovanovic. And 2 players on the hill. So Shaw 7-4 up on Marcus Sands. And Neil Svein 7-2 up on Tayfun Tabor. Hunter Lombardo 6-4 on Tashunka Vidgo. And as Jeremy said, Skylar Woodward and Gareth Esprit locked together at 4-4.
And Gareth at the table again. Well, I'll tell you, a great break off here. Very reasonable shot at the blue 2. Made the one in the side. I think he did get another down. Yes, the green 6. Gonna have to play into the red 3 with some control off of a little bit of a thin 2 ball. Looks like to me he'll just cannon and kind of move the 3 towards that upper right corner. This type of shot, I don't know if you really want to roll it, though. You may end up with the 3 on the end rail. You may have to kind of soft draw this ball. That way he kind of sends the 3 more towards that pocket. Now, he doesn't want to make them both, which is possible. Nice control. Sometimes that soft draw stroke on a thin hit can kind of get the best of you and kind of fool you. So here the only problem could be short with the cue ball coming off of 2 cushions.
Neil Svian is victorious. He's beaten Tayfun Tabor 8-2.
Yeah, and Sanjan Pelovanovic is in real trouble in that match over there. Not only is his opponent playing pretty solid, but Sanjan just can't get out of his own way at the moment. Another player that really doesn't like to lose and kind of maybe lets the emotions get the best of him at times, but he's young. He'll learn.
And Ko Ping Han is learning that this match is retrievable. At 6-2 down, and with Auschen having the first chance in the 9th rack, it looked as though the Austrian would get to the hill, but he missed the 1 ball, and now it's 6-4, game on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really a step away from 5-5, right? That's the next one down is 6-4, and is breaking, and had his best break off in his last, so things kind of trending for Han at the moment.
A win for Benji Buckley, beating fellow Brit David Hopkin 8-4. A few quite slow matches on the loser's side. The 2 players involved battling for everything. Antonios Kakaris and Panagiotis Zipoliatis have only played 6 racks in an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, sometimes the balls don't agree. Of course, the players are, this is the day to survive and maybe qualify. So a lot of pressure out there. And a name you said, Benji Buckley, I mean, a very dangerous player in my opinion. You know, maybe not dangerous to win the event, but could make a nice run and certainly spoil a lot of dreams.
Yeah, he's on the 1-loss side of the draw because he was beaten yesterday by a Mosconi Cup contender, Shane Walford.
Yeah, well, I was looking forward to that match, both playing a very good opening match. And Shane, who has put some confidence together back in the States this year and looking to improve off a pretty decent year last year. Started off pretty well, but then kind of didn't have the results he wanted as the year went on.
And I think thinking about the Mosconi Cup must come into the equation. It's certainly the case, and it has been over the years, with the Ryder Cup, where golfers have been on the verge of being in the team and didn't quite perform in the last few events because their minds are just on being on that side. There was a classic example many years ago on the European Tour of a gentleman called Dennis Dernian, who was a really good player. He actually shot 28 on 9 holes at the Open Championship. That's how good he was. And he looked as though he might make the team, and over the last few events just faded because the pressure of being involved in the Ryder Cup was so great.
Yeah, and then you look at it as a captain in that position, you're like, well, the pressure is going to be even higher in the Ryder Cup, and they couldn't get it done the last couple of events to make it automatically, so it's hard to pick that person as well, or harder, you might say. I think Shane, you know, I think he'd tell you the same, just got to get better and mature a little bit. And one thing that you can't overlook, or you shouldn't anyways, is really paying attention to what the better players are doing out here. And, you know, internet's good and all, but I mean, when you have the chance to be around the best and really get next to them and maybe pick their brain, whether it be visually watching them or actually verbally talking to them, you got to take advantage.
Here, things are turning around. When Auschen missed the one ball at the start of rack 9, it was definitely annoying, but we didn't know what the implications were. Now they seem quite serious.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the way we felt, or the match made you feel, it looked like it wouldn't be so punishing, right? But Albin knows that a little better than we do, and Hans certainly is displaying that at the moment. And halfway through that match, Sky Woodward has surrendered the lead at 5-4. A lot of pressure on the American. He and I messaged a lot here and talked this morning, and just mainly, you know, told him get back to what's you and don't stress so much. Because these days it makes you feel like you're just trying to survive, and that's a good way to think, I guess. But some of these players are here to win, so you got to forget about just surviving.
And Ko Ping Han is surviving very nicely, thank you. That's 3 racks in succession. What was comfortable for Albin Auschen at 6-2, well, it's now a source of concern, this contest. Anything could happen. Looking glum, isn't he? Results are coming in thick and fast now. On table 9, Abdullah Al Yusuf has defeated Robert Parrish 8-4. Juan Carlos Exposito 8-2 over Boyana Sarak. Kostas Kukiadakis beating Bash Maksoud 8-3. Alexander Kazakis now on the hill against Harriet Haynes at 7-4. Same thing with Nikolaos Chatoupas, who's 7-4 upon Nick Malai. That's all in losers round 2. In losers round 3, Flavian Glont on the hill against Tom Staveley at 7-3. Same thing, Jonas Kornmesser against Sanyan Polovanovic, 7-4.
Yeah, it looks like Sanjan in good position on the 9 is going to put one back on the board, and the breaks keep getting better for Ko. A 1 down, great shot on the blue 2. Looks like a little congestion with the purple 5 and the 9, but from that overhead it does play, so odds are we're going to have a tied match here soon. It's got some work, of course.
And you look at Albin Auschen's season, and by his standards, the word disappointment cannot be avoided. Quarter-finalist at the World Pool Championship. He finished 10th, defending his title at Premier League Pool. And first round defeat at the World Pool Masters. Went to the Scottish Open last week, didn't make that great an impact.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, the match that may have really started that, you know, trend that we really never hardly see from Albin, and the game's just like that, is remember that match against Sufi? And, you know, it was being such a big favorite and such a big moment. I don't know if you remember the first game where he pushed out to an open shot. It was almost like, you know, kind of got lost in being the big favorite there, and things got away, and really hasn't recovered since.
Well, that match was a combination of Sufi playing some inspirational pool, but he was also extremely fortunate on several occasions. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, so many photos of that same look from Albin. Really doesn't get that in the doubles, right? I mean, you don't see that kind of mannerisms from Albin in the doubles, whether it be the Mosconi Cup or the World Cup. When he gets in the singles, though, he can get a little down at times. Decent position here now. When he goes into the 9, if he has to, have a little concern at where the 9's going near the black 8. I don't think he has to move it much. Just, you know, clear it nicely. Kind of get it away from the cue ball. Yeah, he moved it easily, not too far. A little bit of awkward cueing, though.
One well-known name of European pool is out of the event. Thomas Kaplan beaten by snooker player Gary Wilson a little earlier on in the week. Now suffering an 8-6 defeat at the hands of Craig Brown.
Now this is a little off angle, and he doesn't want to fall on the rail behind the 7. I think this makes a ball you could jaw, just the way it sits, and again a little awkward cueing. It's not the type of shot he's going to roll, so this has to be hit pure.
Albin Ouschen waiting to exhale. He can do so now. He will be ecstatic with that, jumping from his seat.
Yeah, he's asking the referee something. I'm not sure, maybe getting the cue ball cleaned. Yeah, and it's been a couple shots for Ko when he needed a little power that has really cost him. Carries a really nice touch for a tall man, much taller than his brothers. Looks like Sky Woodward has tied the match at 5 apiece. Lots of Americans trying to make some noise today. Tyler Steyer is trying to advance. From that one-loss side, Billy Thorpe. Both Shane Wolford won their first 2. Hunter Lombardo, did he get the victory already, Phil?
Not yet, no. Far from it. It's now 6-6 with Dashunka Vitko.
Oh, some turns of events in these matches.
He's still got to put the cherry on top of the cake, but at least there's some form of breathing space for Albin Ouschen. The missed 6-ball deprived Ko Ping Han of the chance to draw level. Ouschen 2 in front at 7-5 on the hill and breaking. It's not been the highest quality match, Jeremy. There have been plenty of mistakes thrown in from both players, but it's been really captivating stuff because you don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, and Albin started off so strong and really looked like it was going to be a mistake-free match from him, and really opened the door for Ko, and then Ko coming with some nice outs. Unfortunate there on the 6.
Into losers qualification, as it were. So Shaw beating Marcus Sands 8-6. Also through Arfan Dad, an 8-4 winner over Angelo Salzano. Abdullah Al Yusuf has beaten Robert Parrish 8-4. Alexander Kazakis 8-4 over Harriet Haynes. And still 4-2 Antonios Kakaris against Panagiotis Zipoliatis. 6 racks in an hour and 26 minutes.
You've got the names down though, Phil.
Yeah, showing off now.
Yeah.
Like a basket catch in the outfield. Can of corn.
Oh, wow. Really thin hit on the 1, and he's going to get 3 down, but not very happy at all. Kind of throwing his hands up in the air and wondering, watch how thin he got the 1 here. Comes some 3 rails with the cue ball, and that again tells me that the players are intentionally putting a little inside spin on these breaks, some of them anyways. I think I saw Shaw doing that. You can see when they're off with the timing a little bit, the cue ball deflects with that left spin and gets a little thin on the one. You could see it race around the table.
While he's contemplating, choosing another result, Sean Hill beat fellow Brit James Jack 8-6. That's in losers round 2.
Heck of a match on table 2 here with Abdullah and Long Duck Tien, 6 apiece. I'm wondering if he may push out here. I thought he had all the pink, but wasn't going to be easy, and I think you got to take this on if you're Han. It's not an easy safety, but got to kind of play the pink 4 up the right side rail and just use your skills to come behind the purple 5 and the 9. Sanjan Pelovanovic hanging in that match with his opponent on the heel. Skylar Woodward at the table. I think it's 5 apiece there, so really nice effort it looks like.
The experience when you come to finals day at one of these big 9-ball pool events is simply terrific. But also when you've got so many tables in operation, 26 here, it's almost an embarrassment of riches. You don't know where to look first.
Yeah, luckily for us, I mean, we can't see all of them just as great as we would like, but we can see most of them, I'll tell you that. Really nice venue here at the Copper Box Arena. This is what I was saying. I don't think that gets any better when it comes to hitting rail first than Albin Ocean. At least in our game today, of course, Efren Reyes probably the greatest ever with the rail first shot. When it comes to the safety side of things, I don't know if Efren was really any better than Albin. I think Efren was really amazing at making the kick shots at the crucial moments. Looks like he's got a dig on this cue ball with a little low right spin, just getting by the green 6. Going to see him elevate the back end of the cue a little bit. I was going to say very easy not to get the spin on the ball. Nice hit, crucial hit. He didn't get the reward I think he deserved, but a really nice play there from Ko.
Yeah, wasn't it just?
I bumped the 6 in the way of the pocket for the purple 5. Don't think the combination on the 9 off the purple 5 is so easy. And he's long and straight on this pink 4, so may see a really big draw stroke here. This is a super crucial game, so I'll tell you what, trying to draw back to a very short side in a small area on the purple 5 could get the best of him. He may just lay up for the safety on the purple 5 here. This is 7-5, and makes a mistake, he may not get back to the table. And this is what I was talking about. You know, you want to stay aggressive, right? I mean, that's what makes you great, but going for something that maybe saw a small percentage of getting position and now trapping yourself behind the 9. And we're at 7-5 here, Phil. I mean, it doesn't take much for Albin to be out of this event from this position.
Indeed not. This is the crucial stage, isn't it? This is the business end. The one where nerves are at their most raw.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but Sanjin may have tied that match up at 7 apiece.
Your suspicions are correct. 7-7 for Pilovanovic and Kornmesser. A win for Chris Alexander, comfortably over fellow Brit Jonathan Ballard, 8-1. And Hunter Lombardo back in front against Tashunka Vidko at 7-6 on the hill.
I guess he's got a piece of this purple 5. Can he dodge the left side pocket with the cue ball? I don't know if there's much future even trying to do anything off the left edge of the purple 5. We'll see. Yeah, I don't think there's much future shooting at that little edge on the purple 5. I think the kick shot, offers a little action on the 9. Maybe banks the 5 cross side off the kick. Maybe just makes it straight in the right middle. Again, this should have some speed. Could kick to separate, but that's asking a little much. Did get the action on the 9. Got the cue ball down. Not going to leave an easy offensive shot, but probably a safety coming. And I think Skyler may trail by 2 games now at 6-4. Kind of keeping an eye on a few tables.
A few Americans.
Yeah.
Well, my scoreboard says 5-5.
Okay. Could be 5-5 then. May have missed a game there. Keeping an eye on Sanjin trying to get a break and run here to finish that match and a big comeback. Okay, a touchy shot here, trying to come behind the 9. You got to, I think, ignore the speed on the 5. You try to control the speed on the 5 is whenever you don't get the cue ball correct. So not his best, but not terrible.
So often in a pressurised situation, Jeremy, when a player plays that kind of shot where they're trying to get in behind one specific ball, in this case the 9, so often you see them under-hitting the cue ball.
Yeah, I can't explain it. When the nerves are high, they always talk about the better players, the professionals in sports tend to under-hit the ball, where amateurs tend to over-hit the ball in sports. Kind of like in the majors getting the putts to the hole. We see that a lot. And it's just the tendency for some reason. All right, he's going for this, it looks like. Oh, wow. Big time miss hit there.
He seemed to top that cue ball as though the tip of the cue hit the cushion.
Yeah, it kind of went over the cue ball a little bit.
He made a right mess of that, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to give him a, not an excuse, but like what he was trying to do is what I was trying to figure out. And just a blatant miss hit there. I got to believe he was trying to pocket that ball. It's been anything with distance or power has been the problem for Hahn. And this one did land a little funny, but could be the last time we see him stroke the ball here at the UK Open.
He's done Aushin so many favors.
Now this landed right on the 50, so again, nothing easy, and we may see Albin play a safety from here? I think he can cut it in the upper left and get to the top rail with the cue ball. Not easy, but I think doable. It looks like Pelibanovic has escaped that match and will play here later on. Looks like he's attacking with low inside spin, trying to run the cue ball some 3 rails.
Let's put it this way, that was a distinctly better effort than his previous attempt to pot the 5.
Yeah, and the greats, what makes them so great is when they do make some mistakes, even some really kind of glaring poor shots, kind of remind themselves the best way to get back to it is don't be shy, right? Don't back down. Albin's going to be happy to get this match behind him, get a little break, and be back in action probably an hour and a half or 2 hours. We're going to unfortunately lose one of the Coe brothers, but 2 still remaining.
He will want to eradicate the mistakes. He knows that he could easily have lost that match, Albin Ouchen. Now he's looking to see whether the table rolls off, because I think he was a victim to 2 roll-offs potentially, funnily enough, on the 1 ball, which he's taken onto the table to test this out right now. But the sum and substance of this is that despite his errors, Albin Ouchen, one of the giants of the game, is through by a score of 8 racks to 5. Ko Ping Han is eliminated from the tournament. Now next up on table 1, coming up shortly, it's the start of our centre stage winners qualification action. We will see Nguyen An Tuan of Vietnam with a formidable task of trying to defeat the defending UK Open champion Joshua Filler. Michael McMullen and Box Office Carl Boys will be with you for that one.
Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Day 3 of the UK Open at the Copper Box in London. We've just seen Alban Ocean grind it out to continue his campaign. He's on the loser's side, been there since that defeat to Phil Wildman. Seems a long time ago now, but he lives to fight another day in this tournament, and he'll now take on
in losers qualification, the loser of the match we're going to be watching in just a moment. Before we get to that, more results for you. Riku Rompainen, the Finnish teenager, has beaten Adam Lewis 8-7, and Hunter Lombardo also threw in a hill finish against Tashunka Witko. So that's the Table 1 lineup. What a treat we've got coming up for match 3. Fedor Gorst, former world champion, against James Aranis, who did so well at the World Masters just a few weeks ago. But before that, it'll be Joshua Filler against Nguyen An Toan. Let's look in on Table 2. Long Duc Tien, one of the 3 Vietnamese players in this tournament, all of whom are still in it. 7-6 in front against Abdullah Al-Shamari of Saudi Arabia. Lucius Yap, the former US Open runner-up, will be facing snooker star Gary Wilson very shortly now on Table 2. And then Jason Shaw, always entertaining to watch, former US Open winner, Mosconi Cup legend. He'll be playing Francesco Candela of Italy. So here is the scene on the main table. Action will be starting in a few minutes' time. Joshua Filler against Nguyen An Toan. While we're waiting for that, plenty other scores to update you on. On the losers' side, Skylar Woodward and Gareth Esprit level at 6-all. Michael Olech of Poland on the hill at 7-6 against Jake Newlove. Alex Pagalayan trailing 2-1 to Wessam Hamam. So all of those matches are in round 3 on the losers' side. If you win in that round, you're through to the losers' qualification. And this is the last day of the 2 separate sides of the draw operating. By tonight, we'll be down to the 64 players who will contest the single elimination stage. As I've said, Nguyen An Toan, one of 3 Vietnamese players in the field. Duong Quoc Hoang is in this winners qualification round and will be playing Torsten Homan. In fact, that one has just got underway and Homan has won the first couple of racks in that. And I've spoken to you about Long Duc Tien and his match against Al-Shamari, which is heading for a conclusion at the moment. Joshua Filler there, part of a much bigger German contingent, 15 players in all. Only Britain and Greece have more representatives in the field. And in winners qualification, Dmitry Yungo has won the opening rack against Carlo Biado. Mieszko Fortunski is leading Petri Makinen 3-0. Mario He 2-0 up on Dimitris Lukatos. Ko Pin-Yi, World Masters winner a few weeks ago, has won the first 2 racks of his match against Nikos Economopoulos. Alexa Peixels, quarter-finalist in this event last year, has won the opener against Jani Uski, the steadily improving Finnish player. And also worth keeping an eye on, events on Table 3 where Shane Van Boning, former world champion, is just getting underway against To Lian Han. There is still one match going on in losers round 2. It's an all-Greek affair. Antonios Kakaris 6-2 ahead of Panagiotis Zipolitius. So it looks like we're just about ready to get things started here. And if you're watching the last match, that was race to 8, but this is back on the winner's side now, so 9 racks required for a place in single elimination. And whoever loses this will get one more chance later today.
That is a very powerful break to start this match off. Absolute crunched them. Always been a big fan of the players breaking at full speed. It just looks better, doesn't it? Sounds better.
And in this case, produces an outcome which is better.
I think he's tempted to have a go at this. Rail first, pot the 2 and try and keep the cue ball on that side of the table, really. Yeah, needs this to slow down. And that's a good shot. That's all he could really do, to be honest. Leave the cue ball where he can just see the 3 ball. Cue ball's on the rail. That's the main issue here. But the 3's near the pocket. Near-ish the pocket, should I say.
Antoine, someone who's actually been around the scene for some time now, started having good showings at events like the China Open and All Japan Championship around a decade ago now.
Crunched the break, then played a little 1 rail kick, then played a long 3, now another tester jacked up. Well, I'll tell you what, Michael, he's not run the rack out yet, but this has been an impressive start.
We'll talk about making a positive statement.
Now he's got to spin this one. He's got to be careful with this 7. The cue ball looks like it's going to run towards that ball. Don't want to fall in behind it. This type of rack as well, if he does go on to clear the table, Joshua Filler will know how difficult the layout was. Sends a little message to the defending champion.
Yeah, for sure. Making a statement. This is what I've got. What can you bring to the table? Well, even if all the balls are over the pocket, it's nothing like running out from the break in the opening rack. But to do it in this style really shows that when Antoine has got the capability to make things very difficult here for Joshua Filler. What a start that is. One of the most accomplished run-outs we've seen in the tournament so far, and it's come in the very first rack, which has gone the way of Win Antoine. He leads Joshua Filler 1-0. Skylar Woodward has come through that match on the loser's side, finishing strongly to beat Gareth Esprit of Dominica 8-6. And in winners qualification, which is the round we're watching here, it's now 1-1 between Carlo Biado and Switzerland's Dimitri Jungo. Mario He 3-0 up against Dimitris Lukatos. Torsten Homan, double world champion, has a 3-0 lead over Duong Quoc Huang. And back here, it's 1-0 to the man from Vietnam. And now it's 2.
Yeah, you do see that golden break. We've seen it before. We've seen it at the Masters. We've not seen many golden breaks this week. Well, I've certainly not seen many. I think just the 2. That might be my second, Michael. What about you?
You're absolutely right. It's only the 3rd one I can remember in the whole tournament. At the World Masters, of course, it was such a theme. Even with only one table there, we were seeing so many.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, isn't it? So I can't get me head around that. Why at the Masters they seem to be a lot more. I mean, we've had a lot of pool matches on, but one thing I will say is he's not holding back on this break.
I think the second break was even more powerful and effective than the first.
Needs this 3-ball to hold up. Yeah, you can see the potting angle of this 2. Very loose on the cue. Just having a look at his cue action. Cue's a nice ball, lefty as well, like his opponent. This has been impressive. This.
He's number 112 in the world rankings. I think even before this match you would have said he's someone who you would expect to rise much higher than that. But then again, we seem to be saying that about a lot of players. So much talent out there. But very positive signs at the start of this match, and in no time at all it could be 3-0.
Yeah, the rankings, they're not that old, are they? This is all still very early days for the world of 9-ball. I would say the only thing about the rankings is that the very top players that are ranked on the rankings you couldn't really argue with. And here comes the mistake. This is what Phil has been waiting for. He's been a spectator in the opening 2. This is his chance to get off the board.
Yeah, what an opportunity Nguyen's missed there. Chance to just keep Filler sitting there watching, stewing over it for as long as possible. Okay if he broke down on something a bit more difficult, but he's let himself down there.
Nice shot rail first. It was an easy shot, but it's where the cue ball's finished. You wouldn't put that anywhere else if you had ball in hand. Just a nice little angle here for Josh. Lacked a little bit of pace this shot. Now he's left himself a tester. This should have been way over to the right hand side of the table. This is what can happen though, because this is his first real visit in this match. So you're not quite feeling 100% yet. So early test for Filler. Needs this to bounce. Oh, that is just a naughty, naughty positional shot.
Well, all the good vibes that when Antoine had have ebbed away a bit there. He knows he should have been leading 3-0. Instead, Joshua Filler has opened his account, closing it to 2-1. Carlo Beato has won the 3rd rack to lead Dmitry Yongo 2-1. 2-all between Karol Skaversky and world finalist Mohamed Soufi. Nikos Economopoulos has got his first rack on the board against Ko Pin-Yi, now trailing 2-1. And interesting news coming from the Shane Van Boening match. He's lost the first couple of racks to Tolian Han of Singapore. And speaking of Singapore, Lucius Yap is at the table in the first rack of his match against the former World Snooker Championship semi-finalist Gary Wilson.
Yeah, that match on table 2 is going to be a real test for Wilson.
He's already beaten one pretty established player in Thomas Kaplan, but obviously taking on Yap is moving up to a whole different level of opposition altogether. And news of a hill-hill finish going on table 23 in losers round 3. Flavian Ionut-Glont of Romania against Britain's Tom Staveley. That one is 7-all. Filler 2-1 down, his first break of the match.
Yeah, this is going to work out okay, meaning that he's got a shot at the 2, but after impact it all looked like it was going to be a bit of a mess. Watch the balls here at the bottom. Look, the cue ball gets kicked wild back up, and he has a shot. Player will always want the magic rack, the template, taken off the table if they can. It's a bit weird really. If you're practicing on your own, you just leave it on, but something about being in that match environment where you just want it off the table never takes too long with these referees. Just whip it straight off over the balls. Needs to get on this red 3 straight though, doesn't he? Well, this is no good. Now he's going to have to play a cannon. He was trying to get on that straight so he could just put the 4 in the corner. Well, maybe the 4 didn't go. Yeah, it looks like it goes past the 9. Anyway, he's going to have to play the cue ball into this now. This can go wrong. Whenever you're bumping into balls, speed is key on this shot and all. Doesn't want to lose the 4 on the bottom rail. Just plays the game different, doesn't he? He just sees it, gets down, aims, fires them in. He's got such a big power game as Phil.
It's been comfortable progress for him through the first couple of rounds. Played Yaspal Bamotra of India in round 1. Wasn't at his best, but really didn't need to be. Bamotra really couldn't handle the conditions and the occasion at all. Filler won 9-2. And then cruised past Kostas Koukiadakis of Greece in his second match without losing a rack. So he's already lost as many racks in this match as he did in his first 2 matches put together.
Phil's got his running shoes on here. He's not hanging about. Cast your mind back 2-0. He was down the missed 4 or 5 ball, I believe it was.
Yeah, missed the 4. Well, it was only about 5 minutes or so ago. He had that chance for 3-0. How quickly things can change in this game, because probably going to be level in a couple of moments.
This is the beauty of Nineball. You're always very edgy. Any little mistake can be punished severely.
And Joshua Filler, having trailed 2-0, does indeed level at 2 apiece. Still that one match going on in losers round 2. Antonius Kakaris 6-4 up against Panagiotis Zapolitius. No result yet from that hill finish in losers round 3. Flavian Jonat Glont and Tom Stavely. And in this winners qualification round, Mieszko Fortunski has just won rack 6 against Petri Makinen to go 4-2 in front. Mario He cruising along against Dimitris Lukatos. It's 4-0 now in that one to the Austrian. Nikos Economopoulos was 2-0 down to Copigny. He's levelled now at 2 each. And Aloysius Yap has won the first rack against snooker star Gary Wilson. 2-2 here.
Phil's been working on this break. You can tell he's making that one in the side fairly consistent now. He's getting the arc on the cue ball. You still never know where the cue ball's going to end up. This is why this has been brought in, to give the players less consistency on the break. And this is a perfect example why you can't set the cue ball up in the centre of the table and some of the other balls like you could in the older break. So now Phil is faced with a dicey shot on the 2. He can pot it. Very difficult to hold the cue ball. It's a very touchy shot. May have to play that though. He may be able to go 1-2. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking, can he go 4 rails? I don't think he can. Boy, this is a touchy one. Slow drag with a bit of right hand spin. Miss it, you lose the rack. Make it, you win the rack. It's that simple. I think if he tries to go 4 rails, he may hit the green 6. People watching, amateurs watching, don't really understand this type of shot. They don't understand the dangers of this shot. Here comes the slow roll. Look at that. That's why he's one of the greatest we've ever seen. Made that look very, very easy.
ranked number 3 in the world at the moment. Knowing his personality and his outlook, he would love to claim that number 1 ranking, currently held by his Mosconi Cup teammate, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. If he retains the title, he'll be a step closer, because he would definitely, in that case, go above Shane Van Boning and become world number 2. FSR will still be top of the rankings at the end of this week, whatever happens here in London.
Wasn't that long ago Filler switched from a wood shaft to carbon. Carbon fibre shafts are the modern age of pool, and a lot of people felt his game had dropped a little bit. It does take a little bit of time, but the shot on the 2-ball tells me he's used to this cue. Don't worry about that.
So what would be the reasons for making that switch? What benefits does a player get from it?
More cash, Michael. Sponsors will be pecking his head. Please use carbon, Josh.
So simple as that? It's not for any technical reason?
No, it will be as simple as that, yeah. I've got to be honest with you. I mean, obviously they're very good as well. The beauty of these carbon shafts is, now I'm not advising this, but you could literally whack that shaft on the side of the table and it will not dint.
I think you're looking for an advertising contract yourself with a sell like that. Anyway, Joshua Filler will get plenty of cash on the table if he keeps playing the way he has for the last few racks. When Antoine had the chance to lead 3-0, missed the 4. Basically, he's been sitting it out ever since. Joshua Filler already starting to look really good in this match, and he leads it for the first time now at 3-2. Tom Staveley of Britain has won that hill-hill finish in losers round 3 against Flavian Ionut Glont of Romania. Petri Makinen has closed a 4-3 down in winners qualification against Poland's Mieszko Fortunski. Max Lechner has won the opener against Luke Rollison. Mohamed Soufi is now edged in front of Karol Skawerski of Poland at 3-2. Tolian Han, some way to go yet, but giving himself a chance of a big result. He leads SVB 3-0.
Okay, what's the table layout this time for Filler? This is a lot easier. A lot easier. The previous rack, he had a tester. No tester here. Breaking very good as well.
Well, between the two of them, they've produced an absolute breaking masterclass over these first 6 racks.
It's amazing, isn't it? He was at the table, 2-0 down. He will have been sat in his chair rather, thinking I'm about to go 3 down. In the blink of an eye, he's turned this match on its head.
Yeah, come here looking for his first big showing in a matchroom event this year. Wasn't able to play in the Premier League, which he had almost won the year before for travel reasons. Couldn't get there in time, he felt. The World Championship, he was beaten by Alex Pagalayan at this winners qualification stage. Had to go to the loser side, got through very easily against Daniel Corriere, and then found himself playing Pagalayan again in the last 64 and was beaten by him again. And then defending his title at the World Masters just a few weeks ago, 5-1 up the opening round against Niels Fyen. Didn't win another rack. Well, this layout was never likely to present much in the way of problems for Joshua Filler. How he has turned this around. Another break and run for him. He needs 4-2 in this winners qualification match against Wen Antoine. In the same round, Mieszko Fortunski is edged further ahead of Petri Makinen at 5-3. Max Lechner has gone 2-0 up now against Britain's Luke Rollison. Dimitris Loukatos has opened his account against Mario He. Still some way behind at 4-1. It's also 4-1 in favour of Torsten Homan against Duong Kwok Hwang. And Lucius Yap has now made it 2-0 against Gary Wilson. Janiuski edging back in front at 3-2 against Alexa Pei-Schelsch. And still, Shane Van Boning trails To Lian Han 3-0.
Yeah, SVB, he's playing just to the left of this table. From the table we're watching, I've got a really good view. He's actually at the table. Where's the two ball going to end up? Oh, this is, looks like he's going to end up okay. He's got a shot. He can play the combo onto the pink 4 ball. I think that's the shot he's got to play. The previous match between Albin Ocean and Ko Pin Han seemed to be a struggle. The balls were clustered, it was all a bit messy. This match, complete opposite. And the legend Alex Laley, I remember this year, Michael, at the Premier League pool, he said the break shot in pool is basically a little bit like the game of poker, where you never know what you're going to get dealt after the break. All you can do is get up, hit the break as solid as you can, try and put the one in the side. Some days you're going to land on the ball, it's going to be easy. Other days you're going to have to play safety shots and grind it out. Whoever wins this tournament come Sunday night will have played all aspects of 9-ball pool. SVB did win that rack, so I presume that's his first rack on the board.
Yeah, whilst trailing 3-0 to To Lian Han. You really can't play better than this. Everything going absolutely to plan for Joshua Filler here. And that missed 4 from his opponent in rack 3 looks more and more expensive as this contest progresses. And Filler is threatening to kill it off as a contest. No wonder he's getting the balls out of the pockets. Wants to get on with it. Absolutely flying here in no time at all, really. He's made it 5-2. As I was saying, Nguyen An Tuan, one of 3 Vietnamese players in the field, and they're all still in the tournament. Long Duc Tien earlier on the loser side beat Abdullah Al-Shamari of Saudi Arabia by 8 racks to 6. And completing the trio is Duong Kwok Hwang. Well, he's still involved on the winner's side, but maybe not for much longer, because he now trails Torsten Homan by 5 racks to 1. And finally, when An Tuan gets back to the table.
Yeah, you thought this game was easy. The way Filler was making this look. Where did the 1 ball go? Yeah, went a little high. That's how difficult it is to keep potting that ball in the side pocket. A little touchy one here. I think he can just avoid the cannon on the blue too with a bit of spin. Oh, he's done well there. That was a little touchy one. Now, can he get past that red 3 with a bit of left spin? I think he can. He can just miss the 3 ball and play the combo. Yeah, that's what he's playing. Does look unmissable. Even Michael might pot this one.
Maybe 20 years ago, Carl. Well, he hasn't played many shots, has he, to get these 3 racks on the board. Early win there with the 3-9 combination. He had the golden break earlier. The key thing is he has halted Filler's progress. It had been 5 racks in a row for the German star, but when Antoine has kept himself in this now at 5-3 off Filler's dry break. Losers round 2 is now complete. The last remaining match has gone the way of Antonius Kakaris, beating Panagiotis Zapolitius by 8 racks to 4. Best thing about that is I don't have to say either of those names for a little while now. 5-3.
There's the example of his break that we've seen. Absolutely ripping the pack to parts. Very much like a Shane break. That's how Shane breaks. That's how Catchy broke at the Masters. Everyone else probably around 70%.
It's hard to think of any higher praise you could give to someone's break than that.
Needs to thread the needle here though. Yeah, get through that gap. How's his pace? It's good.
That win for Kakaris, by the way, means he'll play Kim Sugarmark of Norway in the 3rd round on the loser's side.
Yeah, Joshua's playing winners qualification, so the loser of this match will go straight over to losers qualification. All sounds very complicated, but it isn't. We started with 256. It's all about getting from 256 players in a double elimination format. That's what we call it. Until we get 64 players left, then it is single elimination all the way through. So what we have after 256 is 32 winners, undefeated, 32 players with 1 loss. Michael, the loser of this plays
Alban Ocean. Yeah.
Doesn't get any tougher. It's a must-win match.
Well, obviously, Filler won't see it this way, but for the rest of us, I think we'd quite happily see it go that way. Filler against Ocean so early in the tournament. Yeah, we'll be down to that final 64 by tonight. Bit of a change in format from last year. The inaugural UK Open, we had a 16-player single elimination stage, but this has now fallen into line with the other big field matchroom events. You have to say, overall, apart from that missed 4-ball from Wen Antoine in the 3rd rack, this match has been about as high quality as you could ever hope to see. And it's still very much alive as a contest, because the Vietnamese player has pulled back to only 1 behind now at 5-4.
Yeah, we'll just be waiting for the referees on table 2 just racking the balls. We have referees racking every single table here.
And while we're waiting, let's check some scores now in this round. Dimitri Jungo looking good against Carlo Biado, the former World and US Open champion. Jungo is now leading them 4-2. Welshman Marcel Price has won the opener against Hubert Lepotko. Petri Makinen holding on against Mieszko Fortunski. He's behind, but only by 1 now at 5-4. Ko Pin-Yi has a 5-2 lead over Nikos Economopoulos. And Moritz Neuhausen, who'll be playing with Filler at the World Cup of Pool later this month. 5-4 up on Talal Ablushi. Shane Van Bonen, as we said, has broken his duck against Tolian Han. 3-1 to the player from Singapore there. And the other Singapore star, Lucius Yap, leading 3-0 against snooker star Gary Wilson. All those matches in winners qualification.
Yeah, I was just looking at the Shane table. I've got a really good view while we're waiting for this break here. Tolian Han missed the 7-ball up the rail. Shane's back at the table. Well, this has just been... everything's worked out well for both players on the break. That's quite rare. Usually one player has a bit of a mare, and it all kind of goes one way, but both players having success on the break, and this is why we find ourselves at 5-4, possibly 5-5 coming up. Needs to get past this little hurdle though. Needs to get on the red 3. He's overrun this. He was playing for the side. Luckily for him, it goes in the top left. Shane did win that rack, so Tolian Han has missed a trick there, missing that 7 up the rail.
When Antoine will also be at the World Cup of Pool. He has played in it before. 5 years ago in Shanghai with Duan Kwa Huang. They went down to Spain in the first round, and the same pairing will be together in Spain in a few weeks' time.
It's a good team, very good team. I think the thing I've noticed this year with just the teams that have been announced, Michael, is you can really sense the strength in depth now. A few years ago when me and Darren was playing pretty much every year in that event, you know, when we used to draw the likes of Spain and Greece, we felt like we couldn't lose, to be honest. Now it's just, it's got a different vibe about it now, it really has.
Feels like every year there's one country that moves up a level in terms of its pool reputation on the back of how it does in the World Cup. Singapore last year, Slovakia of course a couple of years back. Maybe it's going to be Vietnam this time. Well, what really has Joshua Filler done wrong in this match? All he had was a dry break, and yet he's in real danger here of being sent to the loser's side, because it's back-to-back break and runs now for Wen Antoine, and he's levelled at 5-all. Dimitri Jungo looking good, 4-2 up on Carlo Biado. He, of course, was part of the Switzerland team that got to the quarter-finals of that World Cup last year. Phil Wildman, who had that already famous win over Alban Ocean on the opening day, still right in the match against Georgi Georgiev at 4-3 down. Alexa Pechelge, quarter-finalist last year, 4-3 ahead of Yanni Uski. On the loser's side, they're playing for places in the loser's qualification round. Alex Pagulayan is looking good to get there. He has a 5-2 advantage against Wessam Hamam. 5-all here. What a classic.
Boy, does he get these balls moving. He really does. Filler needs help with a 7 and he's got it. We've had break and runs, golden breaks. Everything's worked out for both players on the break up until now. No shot on the red 3. Doesn't look to be anything too obvious at first glance for a safety. Spoke to quite a few players over the last couple of days. A lot of the players are saying this has been the best setup regarding the pockets in a multi-table event. 26 tables. Every table has been made 4-inch. That's the first time in history at a multi-table event. The players like this. Well, a player who's not liking his time at the minute is snooker player Gary Wilson. He's down 3-1 to Yap on table 2.
Yeah, was trailing 3-0, so he's just won rack 4. He's, I think, come up dry on his break at the start of rack 5. When Antoine, like Filler, won 9-2 in the first round against James Oyengoran. But while Filler then won his second match without losing a rack, it was the complete opposite for this player. He was taken to 9-8 by Juan Carlos Exposito.
That was a classy shot there. Been impressed with him so far. Can he hold himself together to get what would be a fantastic win? Defending champion, Phil, let's not forget. Oh, that is nice. May have left the pot. If he hasn't, well, he hasn't. Overhead camera was deceiving. Maybe not even be able to see an edge. If you can, it's a slight one.
This is more tactical play than we'd seen in the whole match up until now.
Couple of options here for Josh. Doesn't seem to have much else. He could bank the 3 back up. Doesn't look like he would get the hook though, so he'd have to get a good 3 ball. He could also try and get the cue ball over towards the brown 7 and split the red over to the left. And that's the shot he's played. Never easy. You know, when you're rolling balls along the full distance of a pool table and you've only got 1 ball to hide behind, you're never really going to keep getting there, so he's left a little edge. Needs this to run behind the 5. I think it's going to. He's put his hand up, he didn't play that. I mean, if I were playing, I want to put my hand up. Just pretend you played it. You look like a genius. Going off the top rail, he could hit this ball. But he don't want to just get down and play that. He's trying to think of a way, percentage-wise, how he could sort of get away with this one. And if he goes off the top rail, you feel like he's got to hit the right-hand side of this ball. That's what he's playing. Interested to see what pace he plays this at. Yeah, he's trying to hit the right-hand side. Must hit a rail, let's not forget. Yep, 3 ball caught the rail. He was in a bad spot there. Boy, this is a test of cueing. The only good thing he's got in his favour, he can only hit the top of the cue ball because the white is on the top rail. So he knows the cue ball's coming over into the direction of the purple 5. Probably doesn't 100% know where it's going. He thinks it's going to go into it. It may go just below it and shoot the 5 up into the top right. Main thing is try and pot the ball. This is a tester.
But a big test could set up a big reward. And he has a chance now to lead for the first time since that great start he made.
Yeah, it looked like the cue ball hit the rail first. Well, look at that. He's twitched at the wrong time. And the wheels just starting to fall off.
That has all the look of potentially being the most significant shot of this whole match.
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky for Filler. It was quite steep. And he's not took advantage, he's not punished the mistake.
Just feels like such an important rack. It's the only one that's been in any way fragmented like this. It's just been a feast of wonderful breaking and relentless potting up until now.
Seems to slow down a bit. Wow. Yeah, Michael, I was just in a bit of a daze there, and I don't want to keep harping on about the pockets because I'm sure viewers who have, you know, followed the tour have heard me speak about it a lot, but both shots that players have missed in this rack would not have missed on a 4.5-inch pocket. Believe me, they will not have missed them 2 shots. The fact that these are 4 inches are making players think.
When Antoine missed the 5, but wasn't made to pay for it. And now he's back in the lead. That's 6-5. And once again, in a hurry to get on with it. Let's look at some other scores in winners' qualification. And Dimitri Jungo is heading perhaps for a really good win over Carlo Beato, leading 5-2 there. Mieszko Fortunski has a good chance of being the first player to go through. 7-4 up now against Petri Mäkinen. Moritz Neuhausen has also reached 7 against Talal Al-Blushi. That one's 7-4 as well. And Lucius Jaap has regained his 3-rack advantage over Gary Wilson at 4-1. And Shane Van Boning has now got himself all the way back to level terms at 3 apiece against Singapore's To Lian Han. Max Lechner now 4-1 up on Luke Rollison. Dimitris Lukatos battling back really well against Mario He, 4-all in that one. And Duan Kwa Kwang is getting right back into contention against Torsten Homan, still trailing, but now it's only 5-3. You might be able to spot there Walter Lakra, the young Swedish player, sitting on the front row. He's in winners' qualification. Will be playing shortly against no less a figure than Wu Kun Lin. Big chance for Wen Antoine to get one of the best wins of his career, maybe even the best so far. He's leading 6-5.
Crunch in the break again, no shot on the 2. Filler will be delighted to see that 2-ball go safe. Do love the power break, I really do. I'm sure people watching, you know, pool players, amateur pool players around the world enjoy the power break as well. What's he got here? What shot have we got here? Because he can see the ball, it's very rare a player would play a push out. Don't know if the cue ball can slide in behind the pink 4. The angle doesn't quite look like it's there. But he could get a safe 2-ball on the left, so it might not be the worst option. It's like a bide your time shot.
When Antoine reached the last 32 of the World Championship for the first time earlier in the year. Beat Konrad Yasushin to get there and was then eliminated by Dennis Graber. Been to the last 64 a couple of times prior to that.
Just seen SVB breaking. Is that match all tied now, Michael?
He's actually leading now against To Lian Han at 4-3. Moritz Neuhausen now leading the race to be first man through to single elimination on the hill at 8-4 against Talal Al-Blushi of Kuwait.
Yeah, Moritz, he's a young gun from Germany, practices with Filler as Filler banks the 2. Beautiful shot. I think Moritz Neuhausen is going to be a star for the future. I think he's going to be the young player this season who breaks onto the scene, gets himself to the latter stages of these tournaments. He was up at the Scottish Open and he had some good wins up there. He went fairly deep in that event. And when you're practicing with Filler, it's not going to do you any harm whatsoever. Actually playing with Josh in the World Cup is Moritz.
Yeah, Filler's won that before with Christoph Ronches a couple of years ago. Germany's second win, 10 years after Ralf Suke and Torsten Homan had clinched the first. If they win it this year, of course, they'll equal the record of 3 World Cup of Pool wins, shared by China and the Philippines.
Yeah, the angle there, he could never really get perfect on the 7, even if he went forward off 3 rails. So he took his medicine, left a little thin one. Got to control the cue ball though. See how he played that with a bit of right check. Didn't get the cue ball high enough up the table, it slowed down. This is a big shot. Missed the 5 ball in the previous rack at 5-5. Cannot afford to be missing balls at this stage of the match now.
Well, he's produced at a couple of big moments in this rack. Good bank shot on the 2. Got him off and running. Test of nerve on the 8. He came through that as well. And in what's arguably turning into the best match of this UK Open so far, Joshua Filler has levelled once again at 6 each. Now the race to be first player through to single elimination has been won by Poland's Mieszko Fortunski. He's beaten Finland's Petri Mäkinen by 9 racks to 4. Dmitry Yongo 5-2 up on Carlo Beato. Chang Yong-lin has won the first rack against Lo Ho Sum, World Masters finalist from last year. Dimitris Lukatos has really turned things around now against Mario He. He's in the lead at 5-4. Torsten Homan 6-3 up now against Duan Kwa Kwang. Uri Teng has a 6-3 lead over Fong Mint Kyo. Ko Pinyi closing in on victory at 7-2 against Nikos Economopoulos.
Phil's a fast player, but I don't know what it is today. He just seems to have gone up a notch, even though he's walking around the table. As soon as the 9's potted, he's out of his chair helping get the balls out as well. He must have something booked in later this afternoon. What's the next ball after this? The pink 4? Yeah, the 3's not on the table. Didn't play the pot. Don't be getting giddy. Oh, the cue ball just comes and rolls behind the purple 5. What a shot. Playing the 1 rail. If you miss it, well, you could play 3 rails actually. No, he played 1. Good hit. That's all he could do as he fluked the 7. He has. Now, that's an interesting one because there is a chance of a combo, but there's distance. So, I wonder if Phil's happy about the fluke, or is he not happy about the fluke? Is this the type of shot you want to be taking on? Probably is. He's got all the shots, hasn't he, Michael? It's been impressive, this. I know this match is not over, but whatever happens, either way, the result, you know, if he loses this match, he's going to be a handful for Albin.
Yeah, and given that Ocean hasn't exactly been on his best game this week, he'll go into that with every chance. But, of course, at the moment, let's not forget, he's got as much chance in terms of how it sits at the moment of winning this match as Filler does. He's been his equal throughout.
Yeah, win Antoine. This has been a very good performance in these 12 racks. He's got Phil locked up in jail in all kinds of trouble. Josh can't even tie the 9 up onto the pink 4 as some sort of insurance. He's looking at going 2 rails. Well, he was looking at going 2 rails.
I recognise that's Stuart Bingham there, the 2015 World Snooker Champion. Sitting with Chris Melling, Jason Shaw and his wife. Was that Elliot trying to make some deep point to Stuart there?
Yeah, I'm sure Stuart's ignoring Elliot like we all do. Needs the two to keep rolling past the side. It was a good hit, but he's had no friends with that kick shot.
We've seen 3 members of the World Snooker Tour in the field this week. If you're looking for the next snooker player to try his hand at pool, it may well be Stuart Bingham. I remember him saying once he's so addicted to having a cue in his hand that even when he goes on holiday abroad, the first thing he does is look for a pool table.
Sounds like a barrel of laughs.
Sure, he has to negotiate that with his wife when they go abroad, and he still wants to chalk the cue. And this is anything but a barrel of laughs here. This is very serious business when Antoine has got a really good chance here to pull off arguably the biggest win of his career so far. He's looking here to regain the lead over Joshua Filler.
Yeah, he's having a good look at this, isn't he? I don't really know why, but he's the man at the table. Just making sure maybe he pulls the cue ball back far enough away from the 9, yeah. I think he'll swing the cue ball round the 2 rails. He'd love to land back exactly where the cue ball is now. How's the pace? A little bit of distance, which should be fine. Can just play the stop shot. It was the fluke early on. It looks like it's going to help him go 1 rack in front.
Very much so, and he won't be in the least bit bothered how he got there. He's back into the lead, as you say, Carl, and only 2 racks away now from a famous win. We spoke there about the 2015 World Snooker Champion. Well, the 2015 World Champion of Nineball, Ko Pin-Yi, is on the hill now against Nikos Economopoulos at 8-2. Moritz Neuhausen also still looking for one more. 8-6 he leads Talal Al-Blouchi. Lucius Yap now 5-1 up against Gary Wilson, and Shane Van Boning continuing to take control against Tolian Han, leading there 5-3. Dimitri Youngo now leading 5-4 over Carlo Beato. And it's 5-all between Mario He and Dimitris Lukatos. 7-6 here.
The 9 ball was moving. The cue ball looked like it was heading towards a pocket. Here's another look. Watch the 9 ball. Yeah, that bump on the 2 would have had Josh worried. But as the ball's laid to rest, you can't see the 2, so push out will be called. I've always enjoyed the push outside of 9 ball. You can really exploit your opponent's weakness. I'm not saying Phil's got any weaknesses, by the way, just in general. You can, if you know someone's weak with a jump cue or maybe a weak long potter, you can often just roll out into them situations, sort of tease them, wind them up.
Alex Pagaline 1 rack away from a place in the losers qualification, leading 7-2 against Wessam Hammam.
I can see Shane lining up to break, so he's clearly won another rack. That was played to perfection from Josh. That's the shot Win Antoine would have played as well. Wasn't the most difficult of shots, still had to play it right. Obviously, he rolled out into that position. Full table swerve coming up. Where's this 3-ball going to end up? Saying that because after Josh pots the 2, he's got to get the cue ball on the 3. So moving it up there has made it a little bit more difficult. Yeah, he's not playing that right now. He's just trying to envision where he wants to put this cue ball. It has landed a little bit funny. The 5 is he's sort of over that pocket, so he could play a combination, but he wants to try and get as close to his work to play that combination. And he's hit this all wrong. He had ball in hand. He was trying to miss the 9, go a little higher up the rail, and then play the 3 into the top left.
If we're trying to script an entertaining match, I think this is along the lines you'd have it. Early on, everything happening, combinations, golden breaks, wonderful play going on, and then as we move towards the finish line, it's all slowing down a little. We're seeing a few mistakes creeping in and a lot more tension being added. Joshua Filler was absolutely cruising in this match. Ran out from the break 4 racks in a row, led 5-2, then just had a dry break in the next rack, and suddenly it became much more of a contest again. Really, since then, it's been impossible to pick a winner. They were level at 2-all, at 5-all, at 6-all. And again now, that's 7 each. What a wonderful match this has turned into in the winner's qualification round of the UK Open. Now, Ko Pin-Yi has already won 1 tournament in the south of England this year. He's still got every chance of winning another one because he's through. He's beaten Nikos Economopoulos 9-2. And Joshua Filler's forthcoming World Cup partner, Moritz Neuhausen, has completed victory at 9-6 against Talal Al-Blushi. Shane Van Boning, 6 in a row now to lead To Lian Han 6-3. And while To trails there, it's going much better for the other half of the Singapore team that got to the World Cup final last year. And Lucius Yap has a 6-1 advantage now over Gary Wilson. Dimitri Youngo just ahead of Carlo Beato at 5-4. So you can see some of the scores going through. Chang Yong-lin has got a 3-0 lead over Loho Sum. Luke Rollison is putting it up to Max Lechner. The Austrian leading only 5-3 there. Back here, 7-all. Carl Boys has been called away, so Jeremy Jones is stepping in for the conclusion of this match. And really, Jeremy, I can't think of a better match I've seen so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's been pretty exceptional pull from what I've seen, and now difficult push-out situation at 7-7. And whoever wins this match gets through that final 64, but whoever doesn't faces Albin Ocean on the one-loss side. So, of course, could be some big drama with Filler coming if he goes to that match on the one-loss side. But You got to think the same thing if Tuan goes there, right? I mean, that's going to be a difficult match for Albin, no matter who he faces. Looking to tie up the 6, 7, 8 here in such a bad position after the break.
Yeah, we're just picking up on that point. And the evidence of what I saw from Albin Ocean earlier today, I would say of the two of them, when Antoine has played the better so far. And of course, there's still every possibility it'll be Filler going through to face the illustrious Austrian.
Oh, what a sweet stroke that was, and very nice shot off the end rail, and really took no time accepting that shot and knocking it in with some pace. And man, so impressive what the Vietnamese players have done in some 8 or 10 years.
The game is becoming enormously popular there. It's actually quite a big country, but they've never really made that much impact on the international sporting stage. So you see it happen so often with countries like that, that once they start to do well at a sport, it only fuels further interest in it.
Yeah, always looking for their heroes in some type of sporting world. Can he go forward here? He's trying to kill the cue ball. Man, nice shot. Using every bit of the pocket, but somewhat necessary. You can see a very difficult position with the 6, 7, 8 here. Just a few shots away, but a couple nice starters here at 7, 7. Hard pressed to believe he could get position on that 6 ball for some type of easy shot, so it may be a safety on the 6. Could get to a thin cut, maybe run the cue ball up and down the table, but it looks pretty dicey as well. So I think here just kind of come 2 rails towards the 6 like that. Try and get close to it to where you can knock it away with some control. And he just about got where he could play it offensively, but he's going to play the safety, just a soft draw into the 8. Doesn't want to make this ball, though. Looks like it's going to hang. Didn't want that to happen either. Now any contact on the green 6 looks like it's going to be a made ball up in the corner.
Alex Pagalayan has won his match on the loser's side against West Ham Hammam, 8-2. So he's now through to losers qualification. Play Noyuki Yoi or Bezar Spahiu.
Wow, what a shot. Not only to hit it, but to come off that top rail and get somewhat of a shot on the brown 7. I think he's got to stay offensive here.
Yeah, for about a quarter of a second there, I thought that green 6 was going to defy the laws of physics and somehow stay on the table. I really don't think that was possible, though. You said any contact at all would knock it in.
Yeah, and it looks like to me the safety is very difficult here. He could just kind of passively knock the 7 up table. Not going to get a snooker, though, most likely anyways. Surprised he's really not taking this 7 on. Nice effort. You got to figure Tuan's going to try and use the 9 ball for some type of safety. Missed his mark by some piece there, Michael. And I don't think Josh is going to go offensive. I really don't, considering he didn't take on that last 7 ball in a crucial moment here. Looks like he's just going to play the 7 to the top rail coming down near the 8 with the cue ball. Much better effort there from Wynn. Difficult jump shot.
Gary Wilson making a contest of it over on the other main table. Now trails 6-3 against Lucius Yap. A big moment in this match here.
And this ball's going to run a little bit, but definitely a shot. An opportunity. It looks like he's got a cannon into the black 8 a little bit to hold the cue ball in some type of position on the 8, but both these being lefties, he can reach it easily. It didn't really go into the 8, so he's going to get a little thin here. Cue ball's going to have some speed, and he's got to figure out the direction of the cue ball as well. I guess he's going to slow roll this, not taking much time. So often we see those misses. I think when the player doesn't really address where the cue ball's going, you really don't complete the shot prior to getting down, and seems like when they lose accuracy, and that's the case.
Well, this developed the feel of being a really huge rack when Antoine had his chance to be first to the hill, but passed it up, and Joshua Filler still had a little bit to do, but he's done it, and he now leads 8-7. He'll be breaking for the match in a moment. This has been pretty fast-paced throughout. Complete opposite on table 12. On the loser's side, all Romanian match between Babken Melkonian and Ion Ladany. It started at 10 o'clock, so it's been going for almost 3 hours now, and it's still going on. Melkonian on the hill there at 7-6. Now on the winner's side, it's 5-all between Carlo Biado and Dimitri Yungo. Max Lechner reasserting himself now, leading 6-3 against Britain's Luke Rollison. Duong Kwa Kwang was well behind against Torsten Homan, but he now trails by just 1 at 7-6. Dimitris Lukatos has really turned it around after a difficult start against Mario He, and is now closing in on victory at 7-5. World runner-up Mohamed Sufi, level with Karol Skowerski at 5-all. Alexa Peixelge was a quarter-finalist here last year. He's on the hill at 8-4 against Janiuski. Well, how has this one turned out, JJ?
Yeah, a little fortunate to still be on the surface, it seems. The tight pockets will save you occasionally. And definitely a full snooker here on the blue 2, so a push-out situation, and trailing 8-7. Wynn is going to get to make the first decision, really.
Just one more score to give you from this round. Shane Van Boning has now won 7 of the last 8 racks and needs just 2 more to go through to single elimination. He's now 7-4 up against To Lian Han.
Yeah, Josh trying to move the purple 5 a bit. I'll tell you, I don't know if the long rail banked by the pink 4 if the 2-ball plays there, but could bank the 2 right down to the middle of the bottom rail here and kind of send the cue ball at the 3. Not a bad shot. Just requires a little pace. You want to go down trying to, make the safety here if you can. All costs, you don't want to pass this back, but if you really, really don't like it, then maybe the play here. And I think he's going to shoot the shot I was talking about. Just bank the 2 right down the middle of the table. Bring the cue ball towards the 3. Trying to use the 6 most likely as the snooker ball. He's got to go a little bit. This may offer some type of kiss shot on the 9. And I'll tell you, he may play the kiss shot on the 9 because he can play the blue 2 up by the pink, possibly behind the pink. Looks like Aloysius Yap pretty much putting on a clinic on table 2. Wilson has tried to get back in the match, but when Yap gets control, he rarely ever gives it up.
Yeah, Yap leading 7-3 there.
Well, Josh, pretty fortunate not to give up much more of a shot than what he has here.
Three players already through to the last 64. Mieszko Fortunski, Kopinyi, Moritz Neuhausen. And you can add now Alexa Peichel. She's just won the 13th rack to beat Janiuski 9-4.
And Bazil's quietly going about his business, and another youngster I think that we're going to have to pay attention to, not only now but for years to come. Moritz Neuhausen, who will partner up with Josh Filler in the upcoming World Cup of Pool. It looks like the cross corner bank does play on the blue 2. It's not easy. Safety's pretty difficult as well. Could maybe cut the 2 into the 8, try and run the cue ball back and forth underneath the red 3 maybe. It's just a difficult little situation. Yeah, caught a double kiss there. Again, a little fortunate not to give up more of a shot. Wind doesn't take much time and cueing low on the cue ball. I can't tell the tip position exactly. Maybe going behind the pink 4. Wow, he was trying to cut that in, so.
Just to let you know, that epic match on the loser side, the all-Romanian clash on table 12, is finally over after 3 hours. Babken Melkonyan has beaten Jon Ladanyi 8-6, but he'll be exhausted after that. In fact, he might need to book a rest. And Joshua Filler is looking to book his place in the last 64.
And again, you know, since we've changed the rules, gone to a little tighter pockets, Josh really hasn't had the events that he likes to have, and that's in the winner's circle. So trying to prove something here again this week, even though he is our defending champion.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, World Championship didn't go his way out in the last 64. Think back to the European Open when he was looking to win on home soil, beaten in the quarterfinals by Mario He. Absolutely hammered in the last 16 of the US Open. Back in October by Eklund Kachi. He wants to be there at the finish of one of these big field events, which he has graced in the past. It's been a wonderful match, this. When Antoine got off to a flyer, it looked like he was going to lead 3-0, and then missed a 4-ball. By the time he got back to the table, he was 5-2 down. And then he won the next 4 racks to lead 6-5. He led again at 7-6. And had his chance to be first to the hill at 8-7. But Filler won that rack. And he's taken his chance to win this one as well. And with it, the match. An absolutely wonderful contest. Joshua Filler, the defending champion, is through to the single elimination stage. He has won by 9 racks to 7. And the action continues on day 3 of the UK Open in a few minutes' time.
Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
"256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game. End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds. 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
We are back, everyone. Welcome to match 3 of day 3 of the 2023 UK Open. Well, we've got quite an act to follow, haven't we? Because Joshua Filler's match, I thought, was a mini classic. He'll be very relieved to get through, not least because had he lost, he would have played in losers qualification a certain Albin Aushin. That would have been a potential final, playing for a place in the last 64. Anyway, Filler has survived, and we're on now to one of the pick of the bunch matches in this round. It is Fedor Gorsht against James Aranas. Two monsters, two beasts of the game, and I think it's going to be very difficult, Jeremy Jones, to forecast a winner.
Yeah, I agree, especially Fedor Gorsht. We talked about trying to make, some noise in a matchroom event, a big matchroom event, and James Aranas, I think, knowing the guy pretty well, is walking with a lot of confidence after an incredible run at the Whirlpool Masters.
Just saw there, table 2 is ongoing, the second match of the day. Gary Wilson has won a couple of really good racks to get back in it against his tough opponent, Aloysius Yap. Wilson is predominantly a snooker player. He entered this tournament last year and he was very green. Much better this year with that little bit of extra experience. But of course, against Yap, it's a formidable task. And the good thing for Wilson, being in the winners' qualification round, if he does lose, which seems likely, he does have a second bite of the cherry a little later on.
Yeah, and really showing a lot of fight in this match. Trailed 5-1. He's gotten back in it now. He's going to most likely go down 8-5, but within striking distance, that's for sure.
I must say, from a pool perspective, given the quality of the player he is and the fact he is a winning machine, it really is good to see Fedor Gorsht involved again.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, had to miss out on that Whirlpool Masters with some visa issues, and couldn't participate in a lot of things last year. You can certainly figure out why, but back on the main stage where he should be, and one of the very best in the world.
Week in, week out, you click on the pool websites and he's won a tournament somewhere. He's been all over the United States, and he's a victory production has been simply eye-popping.
Yeah, no one on the planet has won more matches in tournament pool the last year and a half, and while some of them weren't always the biggest events, he was playing everything he could, and there's always quality in the events in America. They're not always, of course, like the UK Open and the US Open and whatnot, but still you have to play fantastic pool to put so many titles behind him in such a short span.
I'll tell you what, he's been doing a passable impression of Clint Eastwood. He's got a fistful of dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. Talked to him a little bit this morning. He said he really didn't rest that well last night. And we'll see, of course, very young still at, I think, 23 years old. Just had a birthday.
But of course, winning, and this is a sporting cliche, but it's true, winning is a habit.
Yeah, absolutely. I expressed it to so many other players. Now, that maybe not a Federer's stature, but great players that you can't replace those smaller regional events in America. You get a ton of match time, you get a ton of adversity one way or another, whether it be the equipment but just again, replacing those matches, you can't do it, and I think it's helped Federer overall.
Well, you said he's just had a birthday. It was yesterday. 23 years now, Fedor. The world at his feet.
Now, if you look at the pluses and minuses for both players in regards to each other, I think the break shot is one that James is not behind in. That's a category I think he's done real well with this new break rule, and like I said, as far as confidence on a matchroom stage, you got to believe he's in a good spot. And Federer, again, looking for some big results in the bigger stages. So should be a great match. Rolling out to the kick shot here.
Another aspect of his travels around the USA, he's used to all kinds of conditions, all kinds of environments. Nothing phases him.
No, absolutely not. A lot of Americans call him a machine, and of course not a ton of emotion at the table, but he's constantly working. That's why. Another thing that you get, like you said, those different conditions, but it's just the most vast game on earth, and when you put more time in, no matter where the matches are, you just learn a little bit more about yourself and the game. A little thin there on the one, going to surrender some type of shot, almost fluking the 9 in the corner.
I also love some of the titles he's won, the names of the tournaments, very evocative of a certain scene. The Rack and Grill 9-ball shootout, Racks on the Rocks, 1 pocket and 10-ball, River City Open, the Mini Derb Open as well, Skinny Bob's 9-ball classic.
Yeah, Skinny Bob's is a really prevalent pool room in America, there in the Austin area. Has actually the longest running tournament in the world, I believe, the Texas State 9-ball Championships, held there at Skinny Bob's. Always a quality event.
That, though, was very uncharacteristic. That was a Rack 1 shot, if ever there was one.
Yeah, and I saw him warming up. He actually missed a few balls you didn't expect, so probably going to sit in the chair for the remainder of Rack number 1 with a nice opener here from Aranis. An easy shot. Caught the one a little thick to the pocket, though, and cost him a good 6-7 inches on the cue ball. You could see the overcut on the one. Maybe a little bit too much concern on the cue ball, trying to avoid that green 6 and coming up for position on the 3. Now, James has gotten a little thin here on this 3 ball, so he's going to have to run the cue ball most likely to the backside of the pink 4. Another great match about to start. David Alcadio, I think, has struggled here of late at times. Plays very young and upcoming Robbie Capito of Hong Kong. Looks like trying to kill the cue ball here, addressing the tip position a little low. And he's going to be glad that shot's over with, and he's gotten a little flat, so probably a combination on the 9 here to finish game number 1, or an attempt on the 9 anyways.
Nicely done. Now, when you overcut a 1 ball like that, you can expect in the Heist company to be sitting in your chair and to be losing the rack, and that's precisely what happened. The fate that befell Fedor Gorst. So James Aranas off to an agreeable start. Both of these two have played 2 matches before and won them both. Fedor Gorst coming through against Anthony Ginn and Abdullah Al-Shamari. James Aranas overcame first Pier Francesco Garcia and then Luong Duc Tian. We saw him play in the recent World Pool Masters, didn't we? And I thought at times he looked very useful.
No, absolutely. And Made a nice run at that event. Another player that the more confidence he gets, we know the skills are there. Been playing a lot of pool in the Philippines. So much going on over there as well. And again, James is very capable on this end of the table, the breaking end. Could certainly put some racks together if given some shots after an early mistake from Federer. It looks like he's going to get snookered off the break, so another push-out situation for young James Aranas. Eagle Eye Jason Shaw, Great Britain's biggest hope at this UK Open. About to tee it off against Francesco Candela of Italy.
Yeah, massive tournament for sure. If he were to make it a Scottish Open, UK Open double, and the first leg is in the bag, of course, it would be hard to see Jason not making the Mosconi Cup team again.
Yeah, well, it's hard to figure him not to make it no matter what the situation is, right? But he kind of can control his own destiny, which is where he wants to be. I don't know. He may have given up a little piece of this 2-ball. He's trying to make the 3-4, the red 3 and the pink 4, a little more difficult, but the combination is there to play for sure. So,
as a Mosconi Cup captain yourself, Jeremy, you'll know this. If your top guys can get in the automatic spots, though, it does make the captain's life easier in terms of the wildcard picks further on down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. But then at the same time, you know, maybe it's different for America, but if there's someone that sneaks in ahead of those rankings, you got to feel good about the way they're playing to do so. So there's some pros and cons, but definitely you would want, you know, if you're American captain, you'd want Skyler and Shane to make it in there off points. But you want it close. You want the other guys competitive. Federer taking a lot of time on this push-out situation, and he's going to edge the 2, try and just use the 9 most likely to run the cue ball and couple rails and get the snooker. Yeah, I think he's left the bottom of the 2 here. Got a little bit of a kick, it looked like, on the 2-ball. Now James can edge the 2 and really have a lot better position to run to, maybe behind the green 6 with the cue ball off some 2 to 3 rails. Kind of go at the pink with the cue ball. Robert Pito takes game number 1 against David Alcady. Well, now Federer has to make a decision, and probably an easy one. Not kicking at this 2-ball. Maybe trying to congest the pink 4 onto the red 3 somehow, something like that. Could try to put the pink 4 onto the green 6 possibly as well, but with the red 3 near. Can he get to the left side of the pink 4 to where he can maybe play that underneath the green 6 kind of subtly? I mean, that's a touchy shot. And all he's doing in here is he's conceding ball in hand, just trying to make the rack more difficult. I think that's a pretty good shot. I think the combo maybe is playable, but not easy. Looks like James is going to stitch the cue ball up on the purple 5 as he knocks the blue 2 into the 3-4, trying to open that congestion a little bit. Won't do it too hard. You wouldn't think anyways. Oh, he didn't get there with the. Luckily, the 2 escaped and got very covered up by the 3 as well. So a bit of a roll there. You can see didn't quite tuck the cue all like he wanted. Again, the 2 ball kissing off the red 3 and the green 6. And the 3 sitting on top of the 2. So could get the second foul here. Now Federer's going to try and bend this ball a little bit. Kicking off the right long rail to the bottom rail. And watch the cue ball try to arc back at the blue 2 from underneath. A little high left spin here on the cue ball. He's put the 9 over the pocket. Now James has a decision here. Does he play the blue 2 and set up for a 3-9 combo? Just set up for the run out. I mean, I would consider the 3-9 combo. I'd at least look at it from behind. Once the 2's removed, how difficult is that combination? Because if it's easier than getting from the 5 to the 6, you may have to play that.
The age-old thing, isn't it? Playing the percentages.
Yeah, and, you know, we stay away from combinations as a whole, especially ball in hand. You usually figure to plan the run out, you know, at a high percentage, but sometimes it does make sense to play it. All right, he stayed underneath that so he could come 2 rails kind of aggressively at the purple 5 with the cue ball. Very important to get either kind of straight or carried a little angle to get easily back on the green 6. That'll be a shot from now, but again, James is such a good player. He's just got to not overthink it. Trying to fall straight. That way he could use the draw stroke to get back on the 6. That looks pretty good. Looks like Shaw and Candela to start now on table 2. Check that out at the Matchroom YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's because Aloysius Yap, after the mid-match revival of Gary Wilson, got the job done. Yap winning 9-5. So Wilson, he goes to the 1-loss side.
Yeah, and he's gotten a little flat here. Could have had some speed to get above the 7, but looks like he may just play from underneath. Key here is don't fall too far behind it. That looks like it's going to be really nice.
He showed us an awful lot at the World Masters. Displayed his potential. He got a little bit edgy towards the end, I thought, of his semi-final against Copigny, the eventual champion. But overall, it was a good outing. And that will stand him in good stead here. (2-0) to James Aranas. Let me give you some other winners' qualification scores. We know that Phil's through. Carlo Biardo on the hill against Dimitri Ungo at 8-6. Exactly the same score for Carl Naderberg over Badr Alawadi. Loho Sum and Chang Junlin 4-4. Marcel Price from Wales 6-3 up on Hubert Lapotko from Poland, who surprisingly beat Alexander Kazakis earlier in the week. The 14-year-old from Sweden, Walter Lekra, he is 2-1 down to Woo Kun Lin, semi-finalist in this year's World Nineball Championship. Max Lechner, despite problems with his eyes apparently, he's on the hill against Luke Rollison at 8-5. And it's Hill, Phone Myint Kiao of Myanmar and Liu Ri Teng. I'll give you the other winners' qualification scores and all the latest news at the end of this rack, but I must tell you right now, Shane Van Boning is through. 9-4 over To Lian Han.
And for a third consecutive break here, a ball down, but no look at the lowest valued ball on the table. So push out coming. You may have to push out to a little bit of a tester here. It looks like the jump shot. And tell you, Federer won't pass at this, and most consider Federer the best in the world with the short cue, and I'm surprised he's passing this. He can play a two-rail shot on the two ball, not trying to pocket it in the upper right corner, kind of bang it around the table and use the pink 4 and the brown 7 as a lot of cover. So surprising and quickly Federer passing on this jump. And again, I don't think he'll try to make this. Yeah, you see that, and he's going to catch the 3 with the 2 ball. Gonna leave nothing easy. Definitely a shot, but some distance on this one.
Yeah, the one he missed in the opening rack was more straightforward than this test. Is it me, or does Gorsht seem a little hesitant at the start of this contest?
No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, realize there's no shot clock, but really taking a lot of time, and he's had, you know, a pretty easy mistake on a 1 ball earlier, but doesn't seem so confident early. Got a little rub on the red 3. I don't think it slides by the pink 4. Wheel cut in the middle.
One thing that's really impressive about Gorsht, and there are plenty of them, at the tender age of 23, and he turned 23 yesterday, he's so versatile, isn't he? He's superb at one pocket. Even on the small bar box tables, he can make the balls talk there. All disciplines of pool he seems to have control of.
Yeah, well, he's got a great mind for the game, and you know, one of the best bankers in the game, and people don't realize, or I think they're starting to realize now with his Derby wins, but just really has it all. Forget a World Nineball champion as well. Really pressing here, though. I think you hit the nail right on the head, Phil. Really pressing here early. Looks like he's trying to get to the top rail here with the cue ball, trying to come to 2 rails, and caught the knuckle a little bit, slowed the cue ball down.
Yes, he caught the 3 slightly too thick, and that was why the cue ball went much closer to the top right than he imagined. Yeah, you mentioned that World Nineball Championship win, Jeremy, and what was remarkable about that, it was in 2019, he beat Chang Junlin in the final 13-11. It was only 2 years earlier that he'd won the World Nineball Junior Championship. So the progression was rapid.
Yeah, played in some of the Atlantic Cups as well as a junior, and didn't take long before he got some impressive. Is this going to spin open? Now that was a dicey shot, just because you could see not easy position, very small window to get on the purple 5, and maybe a little fortunate to get the snooker.
Really, we should give him his full name, Fedor Alexeyevich Gorsht.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard that name, Alexeyevich.
Yeah, that's his middle name.
All right, playing the jump shot. 8's quite some distance away from the cue ball, so not easy. He's going to love this. He may even get a nice little bump. I don't know if the combination is playable. I think it is, though. It's like a pretty delicate combination. He's got to cut it back. Probably can't put a ton of speed on it. Not the most comfortable shot in the world, but he's got to shoot it. I'm surprised he's elevating here. Maybe trying to get a little more speed, I guess. I mean, he was trying to get a little safe with the cue ball. That's why he elevated, trying to stun the cue ball down table. Hard to blame him there.
Out of kilter so far. The winning machine is sputtering.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the tight pockets, they can get really kind of in any player's head, that's for sure. And, you know, as smart as we all know Federer is, I mean, just shows that to you on the table. And if you ever get to talk to him, he'll show you in that regard as well. But he's certainly still human, and, you know, maybe, like I said, pressing a little bit coming into this event. Didn't get to that World Pool Masters and want some results on the biggest stage. Now, on the other hand, James, of course, I know James pretty well and been around him a lot, and really love the guy. Super nice kid, and I kind of know he kind of plays nervous a little bit to begin, but looks to me he's settling in a bit. And, You know, in golf, they talk about players around the greens. They have soft hands, right? That's what I always feel like with James. Was really good stroke, gets a lot of easy power, and really no weakness when it comes fundamentally.
$3-0 it is for the man who got to the semi-finals of the World Pool Masters. He beat Victor Zielinski in the quarters and then was 9-7 up on Copigny late on in the semi-finals. Couldn't quite fall over the line, but he showed enough there to demonstrate he's a contender on any stage. And here, Fedor Gorst in a spot of early trouble. Not early, much later trouble for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. On table 20, he's 6-3 down to Fitim Haradinaj of Germany. 6-3 adrift. FSR. Of course, it's a race to 9 on the winner's side, so there is room for recovery. Kyle Amorotto 1-0 up on Chiachin from Chinese Taipei. Branislav Babica also winning the first rack against Oliver Szolnocki.
Yeah, now a shot after the break. We've seen 3 push-outs from James to start this match, and no matter the level, but especially the level, if you're at the pro level, that when you're pushing out, you're taking away the worst of it. Happened to win all 3 of those games, so if he has that look at the 2, I think the 3 does squeeze by the pink 4. May have to shoot it from a little distance, but not the worst thing in the world.
Jeremy's right, there is a channel there. It's tight, but it does exist.
Yeah, and the key to this shot is don't baby it too much. A little bit of speed makes the ball slide down the rail. Kind of makes for a little bit bigger opening when they're tight. You can see the pink 4 near, so all about getting this ball down, and most likely leads to a 4-0 lead. Pretty friendly bump on the 8 there. Overcut the 5 to the pocket. Almost lost the line on the cue ball. Should be okay though. And again, you know, James settling in more and more and kind of working his way through those first 3 games after having to push out. Now a chance for a break and run. This could get really out of hand quickly for Fedor Gorst.
And a profitable day, not just for one Filipino, but another. Carlo Biardo has defeated Dimitri Ungo 9-6, so he will be involved in the last 64 tomorrow.
And James just has impeccable timing, really, with the stroke, and I think really sets up for the tighter table. Really sharp player with the cue ball and keeps angles on the shots, makes things easy.
And 4-0, you cannot get better than that. Fedor Gorsht yet to get going, yet to get off the mark. Carl Naderberg from Estonia in the last 64 with a 9-7 win over Bada Alawadi. Chang Junlin in a hard-fought contest against Loho Sum leads 5-4. Marcel Price from Wales 6-4 up on Hubert Lepotko. Wu Kun Lin 5-1 up on the 14-year-old Swede Walter Lekra. We know about Mieska Fortunski. He was the first player to emerge from winners qualification with a 9-4 win over Petri Makinen. Max Lechner, despite a few problems with irritation of the eyes, he's 9-6 up on, or he's beaten Luke Rollison 9-6. Dimitris Lukatos has overcome Mario He 9-7. Former world 9-ball champion Torsten Homan defeated, sent to the one-loss side by Duong Kwa Kwang. In a really tight affair, Liu Ri Teng beat Fon Min Kiao, RT Ko he's known as. Hill 9-8, and Mohamed Sufi, who was the story of the World 9-Ball Championship in Poland this year, even though he ended up as the beaten finalist. He's just about edged out Karol Skaversky 9-8. Kopin Yi 9-2 over Nikos Economopoulos, and Alexa Pashelsh 9-4 over Yanni Uski. I'll give you the other scores at the end of this rack.
Yeah, and another shot after the break. Big shot here on the 2, putting a little power here going forward. 2 rails towards the 3 with the cue ball. Really nice.
Don't know whether you watch the Star Wars spin-off series, The Mandalorian. It's excellent. And basically, in the world of Mandalore, their saying is, this is the way. And the way in pool is that if you start off and you're hesitant and you miss a few, and the other guy has a better time of it, they boost in confidence and start looking really good. And that's exactly how this match is going.
Yeah, and I don't think it's really a conscious thing like, oh, it's meant to be for me in this match. This is my match. It's just the nature of sports, really, and it shows a lot in the game of 9-ball. Again, James, I think once he settles in, he doesn't overthink things as much, just kind of goes with his gut a little more, which is a really good gut as well. And we all want to play perfect, but really, like I said, playing the game, I think, and when the tension's high is the most important. Okay, looks like he's falling straight here. He's going to have to use the draw stroke. Maybe he can cheat the pocket with a little high inside, a little high left spin. Looks like he's going to draw it. He's just got to be careful not to fall on the rail. Well, he decided to really come back with the cue ball. He's going to get that little bounce off the end rail as well, so should be able to handle this, no problem. Looked like kind of a last-minute decision to really let the stroke out, but maybe felt a little funny. The problem here is, does the 7 pass the 8? You know, if the 7 passes the 8, that makes the play on the 6 a little easier with some choices on the brown 7.
After we commentated on match 1, Jeremy and I went to a little food hall just down the road from the venue, and in there was James Arenas. Gave us a fist bump, and he seemed really relaxed and up for this. with every justification, as it's turning out.
Well, I think he feels good about his game, and looks like he's pulling his 3 rails around the 9. He's going to bump the 6, it appears. Just ever so slightly. Still holding a decent little angle and very close to his work. So he's going to have to play from a little thinner on the black 8 than maybe desired, and certainly can't take his eye off this brown 7 here. So he's got forced to shoot this with some inside spin, a little bit of a stretch. Key to this one is don't try to hold it too much. You can handle coming up almost to the middle of the table. Could go with a high ball, trying to come some 3 rails and come near that left side pocket to take the cut on the 8. I kind of like the inside myself. Could go with outside, it looks like, too. Is he trying to get a piece of the 8 here? He didn't get it. No. Again, that looked like a very last second decision, and really wanted to avoid having to cue the ball with a touch of inside there or a bunch of inside at a soft speed. So he's going to edge the right side of the 8 here and run the cue ball, trying to use the 9. Probably going to get to see that banking skills of Fedor Gorst here in a moment.
Yeah, to be master of the table at the Derby City Classic, you have to do well in one pocket, Banks pool and 9-ball. It's a real specialist skill, isn't it, Banks? And as you say, Jeremy, Fedor is right up there.
Yeah, it's really the prettiest, some of the prettiest part of the game, and it's the least lucky game in our sport, really. You have to call everything, no kisses, no double banks, unless you call it, of course. Oh, that's just straight shooting as well.
The man who puts plenty of dollars in the bank has pulled off one there. Very nice indeed. At just the right time. That's an easier shot to play when you're 4-0 up than when you're 4-0 behind.
Yeah, especially to shoot it with so much resolve, really understanding that kind of not putting too much speed really opened, you know, the door to have a better chance to make that black 8 on the long rail bank.
Arenas indecisive when it came to position on the 8. It didn't work out. And in the end, Fedor Gorst with that length of table bank and a 9-ball that was missable gets off the mark. It is 4-1 to Arenas. Some results for you. Moritz Neuhausen, who will partner Joshua Filler at the World Cup of Pool later this month. He's beaten Talal Al-Blushi 9-6. Georgiev, a 9-5 winner over the conqueror of Albin Aushin earlier in the tournament, Philip Wildman. We know about Shane Van Boning coming through against Tolian Han, 9-4. Tobias Bongers, he's 2-1 up on Eklund Kachi. Shane Walford going well against Ko Ping Chung, 5-4 ahead, the American. Jason Shaw, 4-1 up on Francesco Candela. Victor Zielinski, 2-1 up on Damien Massey after losing the first rack. Robbie Capito leads David Al-Qaidi 3-0. Oliver Sholnocki and Radoslav Babica 1-1. In goes the 1, but the 2 doing Gorst no favours. Before we get into this rack, I must tell you, Fatim Haradinaj, he was 6-3 up on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. It's now 6-5. Is history repeating itself? Because early in last year's UK Open, in his second match actually, FSR came back from 6-0 down in the contest and went on to reach the final.
Yeah, you can't count him out, and he's won from all types of ways, mainly from the A side here the last 12 months or so, and looks like Federer's sizing up maybe another long rail bank. The 2 does look like it goes between the 5-7, the purple 5 and the brown 7, and could slide by the 8 in that lower right corner. Bit of a two-way shot as well. Jason Shaw had 4-1, but Candela has spent a lot of time at the table, just couldn't close the door on a few of those early games.
We've seen him twice on the main match table, so I think it's worth telling you that in the losers round 3, Jack Lazowski fighting hard against Adam Stankovic. Lazowski leading 4-3.
No, that's way light with the speed and not the best effort from Federer.
That's the beauty of this tournament. Here we are in the winners' qualification round, fighting to get to the last 64. And we're watching a contest that, without exaggeration, could be a final. Maybe not with shots like that, but based on their stature within the game, these two. Arenas doesn't want to lose his way here. Gorst, when he's on a roll, can be frightening.
Yeah, and I still kind of agree with what you talked about earlier, that Gorst, whether it be just a little unsettled, like I said, talked to him a little bit this morning, didn't sleep his best last night.
Did you mention, Jeremy, he was down in New Orleans playing a one-pocket event?
Yeah, the biggest one on the planet. Didn't have his best showing there. Of course, a very tough field, and maybe one of the few events he didn't cash in the last, well, maybe his entire life, really. But it seems like just taking a lot of time on every shot. Like, that's the thing to me that can get any of these players when you really just start stressing over every ball. Now, he's a worker. So he's one that does work through the racks and wants to work through the rack, and that looked a little unfortunate, getting no shot here on the red 3, it seems anyways.
Having covered Q Sports over half my life, I can tell you this one thing I have discovered, and I'm absolutely convinced I'm right on. When you slow down, rarely do you become more effective. Not saying you should race. No, it's not a matter of haste. It's just a matter of rhythm.
Yeah, he's a guy I talk about a lot, whether it be commentary or teaching, that he really trusts his process, going through his, pre-shot routine, and no matter how difficult the shot is, he really trusts everything he does and gets down and pulls the trigger, and we just hadn't seen that yet here early in this match. Really dissecting every shot, it seems.
Another thing, if you're taking your time, it doesn't scream to your opponent that you're full of confidence.
No, he's going to catch the point here and It's not going to leave an easy shot, that's for sure, because he's got to draw some position on the pink 4, but probably a little more of an opportunity than he expected. If the red 3 gets past that side, he's probably snookered behind the brown 7 and the black 8. So one of the prettier shots in pool. We'll see if he's going to elevate. Could just roll this in, which isn't easy either, and take a little longer, thinner cut on the 4. If he did that, it's not really the worst play in the world. Because, I mean, you would like to get a little better position on the pink 4, but you're really sacrificing a lot, you know, kind of jacking up the back end of the cue, trying to draw the cue ball here. Now, one thing he could do here is don't try to draw it, just mainly stop the cue ball, make the shot a little easier on the 3. Really nice.
I'll tell you what, I don't know whether these two peruse the draw, but whoever loses will have a really tough task in losers qualification. The loser of this will play either Elliot Sanderson, who's represented GB in the World Cup of Pool, or former World Pool Masters champion and Kremlin Cup winner Alexander Kazakis. Sanderson leads 2-0 for what it's worth.
Yeah, well, this third round winners qualification, and of course the losers qualification, always give us some really quality matches and a lot of stories entering the single elimination, which will start tomorrow. And James definitely looks more comfortable between the two. Of course, the scoreline could tell you maybe that's why, but it's looked that way from the start, in my opinion anyways.
Yes, could not agree more, Jeremy. It's a sizable lead, and it's a deserved lead. James Aranas 5, Fedor Gorst 1. Jason Shaw, no doubt bolstered by his triumph on home soil. He leads Francesco Candela 6-1 now. Victor Zielinski, who Shaw beat in the final of the Scottish Open, 4-1 up on Damien Massey. That's 4 racks in succession for the young Pole. Robbie Capito 4-0 up on David Al-Kaidi. The court jester, Naoki Oi, he's blasted through his first 2 matches, hardly lost a rack. He's 1-0 up on Besar Spahiu. Michael Schneider from Switzerland 1-0 up on Anthony Brabin, who sprang that upset yesterday by beating Niels Fine impressively. Bratislav Babica 2-1 up on Oliver Sholnoki. 2-1 for Kyle Amoroto of the Philippines against Chia Chin of Chinese Taipei. 1-1 the transatlantic battle between Ralph Suke and Billy Thorpe. And how about this for a scoreline? 4 racks on the trot, under the gun from Francisco Sanchez Ruiz to lead Fitim Haradinaj of Germany 7-6. He's not out of the woods yet, but he'll be feeling a whole lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get through that qualification without a loss. very much unlike last year's.
Shaw's rattling off racks so quickly. He's now 7-1 ahead of Francesco Candela. Shane Walford 6-5 down to Ko Ping Chung. Chris Melling and Dennis Grabber about to get underway. Eklund Kachi and Tobias Bongers 2 racks each. And because there's been a timeout, perfectly allowable on table 1, we're just going to dip into table 2 and take a look at the romp that is Jason Shaw's match against Candela.
Yeah, and it seems like Shane Wolford and Ko Ping Chung draw each other every big event. Played each other several times now since the in and out of the show. Jason Shaw getting on with it again.
Exactly rocket science, but I thought when he won the Scottish Open, I had a feeling he'd come here full of beans.
Well, you know, it's had his international win, but besides that, it hadn't been a ton of them, and to win that inaugural event right there in his homeland, I think that had to be pretty special to Jason. Wasn't the U.S. Open title, wasn't the U.K. Open title, but definitely something sweet in his regard.
Yeah, a really big crowd up there as well. And of course, Mosconi Cup points and Nineball ranking points on offer.
Yeah, and Candela, you know, in this kind of spot, really had to have a good start. And he had time at the table early in this match. Just a few shots got away from him. And Eagle Eye, of course, can separate himself as good as anyone. So.
I think it's fair to say it's going to be 8-1 for Shaw. We'll let you know for sure in just a few seconds' time. Now back to table 1 and back to James Arenas, breaking, looking to continue his good work.
Yeah, really unloaded on the rack there. He's going to get a nice shot on the 1, and at first glance, making 2 balls on the break. Not a lot of congestion here. Always, you can't take your eye off any shot with the tough pockets, and of course the big moment of the UK Open. But you gotta like his chances to extend the lead here. Not much of a shot here on the 1, as far as not a whole lot he can do to improve his position on the 2. Just kind of got to hold the ball there, you would figure anyways, and take a little bit of a cut on the 2 ball. Oh, he can move to the rail. This is the type of shot that's a little missable because he wants to come back off the side rail to get nice and heavy on the purple 5 in the right middle. So anytime you're hitting that light stun, it's easy to hit it into that right knuckle in this ball hang. Yeah, his timing is so good with his motion, though. Really not only allows a little bit of a miss hit on the cue ball, but also kind of lends to where you don't miss hit the cue ball very often either. You can see Alex Pagulayan sweating his countrymen, even though Alex plays for Canada. Filipino heritage. Now is he going to come 1 rail here or 2 rails at the 7 with the cue ball? And James is showing you exactly what I talked about all week. Is it looks like he's out there playing the game instead of really working it and stressing so much.
Exactly right, and he's playing better in this match than at any point in the Whirlpool Masters, even though he got to the semi-finals. He seems totally at ease, and there, obviously it was his first time and maybe a little overawed. He was somewhat nervy. No sign of that in this match.
No, and you know, he got in there from some issues some other players had, probably put a lot of pressure on himself. Hey, this is my chance to shine on the Matchroom stage, and of course the Whirlpool Masters didn't get a whole lot bigger than that, and now you can see maybe a breath of fresh air after that event.
When Fedor Gorst is playing, quite often you see a 6-1 scoreline, but normally in his favour, not against him. James Arenas 2/3 of the way to playing pool here on Friday. You won't be surprised to know when we left table 2, Jason Shaw had that routine 8 and 9 to go 8-1 up, and of course they went in, so he's on the hill. Shane Walford and Ko Ping Chung 6-6. Chris Melling has taken the first rack from Dennis Grabber.
And I'll tell you, I think Federer's pocketed 3 balls in this match. He made a 3-ball. It was really nice early. Didn't get position. And I believe he made an 8 and 9 on a long rail bank on the 8 and then the 9. And may have pocketed 1 other ball, but I guarantee you he doesn't have over 5 made in this set.
And the signs of potential issues were there almost immediately when he overcut the 1 in the opening rack.
And now James looks like he has a little gap to get at this 2, but what does he really have and what can he do with it? Place it behind the 3 maybe off the long rail bank? I'll tell you, he's going to leave a little gap, and I think anyways. But nothing easy, not any kind of natural position. That's got to be manufactured. First things first, he's got to get a ball down. Now, whoever goes on to win this match will have the rest of the day off, really prepare for our single elimination starting tomorrow. Wow, that's light on the... we got a little more speed than I thought. Pretty good shot.
Francesco Candela has got a 9-ball he should knock in to keep his match alive against Jason Shaw. And it does go in. So on table 2, Shaw's lead cut to 8-2.
Boy, James really doing it all in this match. He may leave a gap, but hit that 2-rail kick exactly how he wanted. Kind of bleeding the cue ball over behind the 9 and the 3. He's got the 7 and the 6 there as well.
Do you remember I said that FSR might not be out of the woods yet? He isn't. Fitim Haradinaj has just drawn level. It's 7-7.
Well, you know, last year in Fulda, how impressed were we with so many Germans that we didn't know or had heard of before, and really there were wins all over the arena, you know, in those situations where they were taking down name players, and I was very, very impressed, and I think we're going to see a ton more of it come August there for the European Open.
Yeah, we're back in Fulda, looking forward to that week. It is a real pleasure to be there. But an hour's train journey out of Frankfurt.
Yeah, and I think the burger capital of Europe, but I'm not sure. Seemed like every place we stepped into, that was the specialty, and they're all a little different.
Marcel Price on the hill against Hubert Lepotko. The Welshman leads 8-5. Wu Kun Lin dashing the dreams of 14-year-old Walter Lakra. Wu 7-2 up.
Yeah, I wouldn't get too involved in a two-way shot here. I'd place the 2 on the bottom rail and bring the cue ball towards the 8. Wow, how good was that? Did he get snookered? It's close. I think he does have a pocket. How nice is he playing? Really just getting better with every stroke.
So impressed. Sometimes you can be well ahead in a match because the other guy's struggling. And of course, you have to say Gorst isn't playing his best pool. That's self-evident. But Aranas, he's looking really good. We know what will be match 4 on this main table. It's been confirmed. Next up on what will be the losers qualification, it is Karol Skawerski against Niels Fine. Poland against the Netherlands.
Well, he went forward there. Makes me think he's going to come 2 rails. Could draw 1 rail over, but this looks a little flat for that. James doesn't mind adding a little tip position here. Coming 2 rails at the 8. Now we saw the same shot from Ko in the last match where he didn't get enough grab on the cue ball. I don't think James will have any problem here. Narrowly getting past the side, but not really too much of a sweat.
The beat goes on. The winning machine, well, it's maybe a little rusty. 7-1, Aranas leads Gorst. 2 racks away from victory. 1 player already over the line. Well done to Marcel Price, a 9-5 winner over Hubert Lepotko. So Wales will be represented in the last 64. Imran Majid, another Brit. He's 1-0 up on John Morrow. Eklund Kachi 4-3 up on Tobias Bongers. Love saying that name. Tobias Bongers. Chris Melling and Dennis Grabber 1-1. Ko Ping Chung on the hill against Shane Walford 8-6. Francesco Candela has pulled another rack back against Jason Shaw. It was 8-1, now it's 8-3 to Shaw. Victor Zielinski 4-2 up on Damian Massey. Robbie Capito 4-1 up on David Al-Qaidi. Bessar Spahiu made a good start against Naoki Oi. Lost the first rack but won the next 2. Michael Schneider and Anthony Brabin 2-2. Radislav Babica 3-2 up on Oliver Sholnoki.
And I'll tell you, James is becoming a much more dangerous player every rack. At least in my opinion, he's always been a player, when you looked at him, the upside, very huge. Really, you know, you find some Filipinos occasionally, or any players that, you know, have some type of weakness that you feel like may hold them back, and that's not really the case with James. So this confident bruise, and gets even greater, I think his chances in these types of events does so as well. You know, and he's won some big tournaments before. Maybe not this size, of course, but the way he's won them has just got better and better every match, and that's what we're seeing here. Wants to shoot at this, I think. Does have a window. There's a cross corner bank, I think, that goes as well. Now, difficult out though, so you got to be sure the pink 4 and 5's really kind of messed up. Trying to guide this behind the 8. Oh, a mistake we didn't expect there.
Indeed, at this level, that was a pretty rudimentary safety, wasn't it? The kind of safety that you expect a Filipino to pull off with no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, and that was the one that was straightforward. I think he kind of looked offensive for a minute and then decided to play the more obvious safety. A lot of times when balls are near, though, if you take your time, there's usually a pretty easy route and usually one that's pretty devastating as well. Oh, he's having problems. Fedor Gorsh is having some issues.
When you've been on a golden run like him, a match like this comes as a shock to the system.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about that one pocket event he played in. You know, that's a very demanding game itself, and that event in particular is very demanding. See a little yawn, and nice shot there, showing a little of that Filipino prowess with the kiss shot and spin for position. He may play for the cross side bank. Looks like the smart shot on the pink. And here, as good as he's playing, don't try to do anything extra. Just get that cross side bank. You become a big favorite to win the game.
Yeah, one pocket, because of the length of the matches, physically demanding and also mentally demanding.
Yeah, the most dynamic game on earth, in my opinion. And when I played a lot, I could play 3 or 4 matches of 9-ball, no problem, really, and be a little tired when the day's done, but play 2 races to 4 or races to 5 in one pocket, you feel like Ali had you with a little rope-a-dope, you know, there on back in his heyday.
But maybe Gorsh has some form of hope here, because that was a missed 8 ball that we didn't see coming at all.
Yeah, now Fedor not taking much time. We saw him really pressing over every shot early. Gonna go with the safety. Really nice.
Thing is, Jeremy, at elite level, basically you know what to do, don't you? You sit at the table, you pretty much know what to do. So taking extra time, I think, can be self-defeating.
Yeah, and you know, they all have their own routine. But sometimes, you know, I mean, oh, hello. How they going? Probably a little deserving. He's played so well, but I always thought, you know, I always looked at pool a little different, like a real sport, because you know, some days I feel like I'm supposed to, I sit at a shot and I say, well, the safety's there, and then some days I'll have the same situation and I'll tell myself, now's the time to make a bank, you know, to get back in the match. I really think it does differ. You know, a lot of teachers and a lot of players say, no, it's cut and dry. This shot you play safe, and that shot you do this, and I've never felt that way, really.
It's a game of immense skill, but those who deny that luck doesn't play a big part are definitely going down the wrong path. We saw it there. Gorsh tied up his opponent, and what's he got for it? Another spell sitting down. Arenas about to go onto the hill.
always say it, Phil. Every other sport, they have one round object. We have 10 or 15, depending on what you're playing, and you never know how they're going to roll.
And the rolls are with James Arenas, who has been by far the better player in the match. One has to say that also. Hence the scoreline. It is very one-sided. The Philippines will be delighted to see him 8-1 up on Fedor Gorst. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz on the hill against Fitim Haradinaj of Germany. 8-7. What a battle it's been, though. Ralph Suke, one of my personal favourites. 3-2 up on Billy Thorpe. Shea Chia Chen, 3-2 up on Kyle Amoroto, youngster from the Philippines, trying to follow a national pool heritage. And I can tell you Jason Shaw has won. 9-3 against Francesco Candela.
And I'll tell you, Federer, of course, like all these players, no give up, but he could do himself some favors, probably looking forward towards a loser qualification match with this score deficit he's in now. But, you know, to get some balls down, right? Get a little confidence going. He's not a player that couldn't use that. We all could, so.
And with the winner breaks format, there is a facility for comebacks. We saw it in the Scottish Open final, didn't we, at the weekend? We've talked a lot about Jason Shaw winning narrowly 10-9. At his worst in that final against Victor Zielinski, he was 8-2 down.
Yeah, and a huge mistake here on the push out, just rolling the cue ball behind the three. So I thought he'd go into the three there. I'm not so sure why he was just trying to creep just barely by it. Now I like his chances hitting this ball, even though there's some traffic. The line getting to that second rail's there. And he hit it with a high ball. I thought he had hit it more of a center ball there.
Got a confession. When he played that push yet, I was looking down at some notes of mine, and when I looked up, I thought, no, there must be something else. He can't have pushed out to there. What a blunder.
Yeah, well, here's that opportunity for Federer to get the arm going, and again, you never know. It's been comebacks. They always haven't seemed to give us wins, but FSR with that 6-0 comeback last year, facing elimination, and again getting to the final before losing to Joshua Filler. SVB with the comeback of the year last year against Mika Immonen. I believe that was that the round of 64 or round of 32, maybe it was, and again winning his first World Nineball Championship. So you never know.
Let's not paint too rosy a picture. If he came back from 8-1 down to win this, it would be miraculous. But you never know.
Now this looks a little odd, getting by the 6, but also really not getting too steep on the purple 4. Oh, he killed it with inside. That's how awkward it was. It's a shot you're not going to shoot very, very often. Drawing the ball off of an angle just to kill it off that second rail.
There you go, 1 down, 7 to go for Fedor Gorst. It was all about the push out, or should we say the push Ouch.
No, for sure. And again, I know it's a little delicate, but you wouldn't figure. Usually you want a reference or something you can feel on the push out. You roll into the rail, you roll into another ball. Normally don't depend on your speed control, just kind of rolling the ball, again, without some type of reference there.
Another result on table 12, Wu Kun Lin of Chinese Taipei has beaten Walter Lakery, the 14-year-old Swede, 9-3.
Yeah, I don't think Wu Kun Lin really minds not being talked about that much during the early parts of the events, but sure does seem to make some noise a lot of times.
Yeah, he's always under the radar, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's what happens with the, the quieter types here and there, so more introverts in the game, I think, at times. Okay, he definitely doesn't want to roll out or anything like that. Wants to pick out some type of solid shot here on the blue 2.
Just told you about a win for one player from Chinese Taipei. There's been a second because Ko Ping Chung has defeated Shane Walford 9-6.
Yeah, he's gotten the best of Shane. Shane did beat him once, I believe, but they faced each other quite a few times. I think it was the U.S. Open 2 years ago. Not the worst shot in the world here to take a little chance coming across the right side of the blue 2 and try to coast the cue ball up behind the green 6. The 2's going to come out a bit, maybe even to where the pink 4's got him covered up. I think I'd take a chance at this safety here. Oh, he was going for the bank. And you don't see it very often, but I think that was really an 8-2 deficit kind of decision there from Fedor Gorst. I think he knew it laid pretty tough to get that bank to spread enough. Now, really great effort, but this should do it. And we're going to see Fedor Gorst most likely later on, which it will be later on, but most likely I'm saying James should get out here. And I've said it, I kind of thought David Alcate's been struggling a little bit, and I haven't seen him at the table a lot against Robbie Capito.
That's why he's 6-1 down.
Yeah. I still look back at the Mosconi last year. I know he didn't get the MVP, but you could have certainly given it to him, in my opinion, for the comebacks he made after playing some very, very rough doubles matches and coming back with 2 of the biggest singles wins, I thought, of the entire event.
Yeah, and of course, beforehand, people were saying he'll be useful in the doubles because he's such a nice guy and he gels well. And it was the other way around. It was as an individual, he prospered.
Yeah, and the funny thing is he struggled at the beginning of both those singles matches, and then something just clicked, whether it been a little mistake from his opponent, whatever it was, and he just really turned the match around, and I think, kind of kept the cup in hand for Europe.
Everything has been in hand for James Arenas in this match. And what a one-sided outcome against one of the finest players on the planet. Fedor Gorst didn't sleep a lot last night, and a result like that will give him sleepless nights as well. James Arenas winning by 9 racks to 2. Of course, Gorst still has a second chance on the loser's side, but what a statement by the Filipino. And just before I go, let me tell you, on table 20, Fatim Haradinaj and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz are hill in a deciding rack. Is the world 9-ball champion going to be defeated there? As for our next match, it's coming up shortly, and it will feature Poland against Holland. Karol Skawersky against Niels Feyen. Michael McMullen and Carl Boys will be guiding you through that one.
Diamond Paragon pool table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
"256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game. End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds. The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Thursday afternoon in London at the UK Open. And we've just seen James Aranas pull off a really remarkable win with such a big margin over Fedor Gorst. And a much closer match going on out on table 20, getting a lot of attention at the moment. Fitim Haradinaj has taken world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz all the way. We'll have a result for you there any minute now. Here's what's happened so far today on the main table. Alban Ocean was sent early to the loser side. He's still going in it. Beat Ko Ping Han 8-5. Joshua Filler in one of the best matches of the whole tournament so far. Beat Win An Tuan 9-7. And then that remarkable win for Aranas over Fedor Gorst just a few minutes ago. Next up, it's a clash of two very experienced players, Niels Fyen and Karol Skaversky. Before we get to that, an update on events over on table 2. Long Duc Tien of Vietnam getting through against Abdullah Al-Shamari of Saudi Arabia by 8 racks to 6. Gary Wilson of snooker fame put up a good show against Lucius Yap, eventually went down 9-5. And so our attention turns back to the main table, and Niels Fyen and Karol Skaversky. There the two of them are. Two of the older players on the scene. Niels Fyen, 46 years of age now, and Skaversky turned 39 last month. Now let's look at some other scores in this UK Open, the winners' qualification round. Eklund Kachi did so well at the World Masters, got to the final, 5-4 up on Tobias Bongers. Dennis Graba has a 4-2 lead over Chris Melling. Victor Zielinski, runner-up in Scotland, leading Damien Massey 7-3. David O'Cady 7-2 down to Robbie Capito, who's developed a real liking for this venue. Whitewashed Alban Ocean here last year. Ralph Souquet, the veteran, 4-3 up on former American Moscone Cup player Billy Thorpe. So they're all in winners' qualification. The match we're about to watch here is in losers' qualification. And in that round, it's 1-1 between Sanyan Pelovanovic and Yanni Uski. Mario He has taken the opener against Hunter Lombardo. Wen An Tuan has got a 3-0 lead over Alban Ocean. And of course, Wen had that great match earlier against Joshua Filler. So still some places to be filled in that losers' qualification round. Number of matches going on in the round prior to it. Abdullah Al Yusuf, former World Championship semi-finalist, among them. 6-4 lead over Nicholas Chatoupis of Greece. And Alexander Kazakis is also involved there, leading 6-2 against Elliot Sanderson. Tyler Steyer, American Moscone Cup player, has a 3-2 lead over David DeSantis of Italy. And Jack Lazowski, well-known snooker player, is in a hill finish with Adam Stankovic of Poland on table 7. So all of those players looking to get through to losers qualification. So matches going on in various different stages of the event at the moment. We'll do our best to keep you up to date on them as much as we can. And Fitim Haradinaj has pulled off a real upset against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He's won that deciding rack, and the German has won 9-8. Well, Carl, we've seen a few upsets, but that's among the biggest so far. Fitim Haradinaj defeating FSR.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the beauty of the 256 double elimination format. You can enter these tournaments and play against the best.
And in this case, beat them. So FSR now will have to go to the loser's side. And we'll be playing Sullivan Clark. And that'll be coming up later this afternoon. So FSR found himself going on a massive trawl through the loser side of the draw last year when it was a different format. Did end up in the final. This time he's just got to win one match. And that's not a position he would have expected to be in. What a result for Fitim Haradinaj of Germany, beating Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world champion and runaway world number 1, by 9 racks to 8. So we will now turn our thoughts to Niels Fyen and Karol Skaversky. Two players with a wealth of experience, Carl.
Yeah, I'm sure these two have played each other over the years many times. That is the beauty of getting through to the winners qualification round. So Sanchez found himself there, he's lost, but he goes straight into the losers qualification match. So if you can get to that final round of the winners, you basically get 2 bites at the cherry. You'd rather win, of course, but he's still in. Fine to break. Makes the 1 ball. But he's got a bit of work to do here on the 2. Doesn't look like it banked past the 9 either. If he can bank this below the 9 and send it off 3 to 4 rails and leave the cue ball there, that's the shot Niels will play. It does look like that shot is on. This type of shot comes up, I'm not going to say regular, but we see this where they play a little stun run through on the cue ball, it just rolls through. It's a very touchy-feely shot though. When it's the first shot of the match, you might not quite be there with the feel. Let's have a look. Yeah, he moved the 8 ball out, and there you see, so he's got the hook. So it's a fascinating day, isn't it, Michael? Day 3 of these events, because we see, you know, a lot closer matchups. We start to see players playing other good players, and you know, these winners qualifications, and then straight into losers qualification round. It's good viewing.
Yeah, Karol Skaversky won his first couple of matches very easily, 9-0 against Iiro Rompainen of Finland, and then beat Christos Papageorgiou of Greece 9-2. He was just a rack away from avoiding being on the loser's side at all, but lost out in a hill-hill finish to Mohamed Soufi in the winners qualifying round earlier today. So that's why he now finds himself switching to this side and having to win 1 match to be in that single elimination stage, the last 64, which begins here tomorrow morning.
Needs to be a bit careful here, because he's going off 2 rails, maybe 3. If the cue ball it's the 3rd rail and then it's the 2, he may scratch.
Niels Fine having a decent year so far, and that's why he's currently at number 10 in the world rankings.
Didn't fancy the combo onto the green 6, so he's decided to play safe. Jump shot is available because of the gap in between cue ball and purple ball.
Karol Skaversky is down at number 74 in the rankings.
Yeah, he's looking at this left side rail. If he's going to go that way, playing this fairly soft, good things can happen, because that 2 ball could end up being stuck to the 8 ball. I'm not sure if you said the scoreline, Michael, but I know Jack Lazowski was out there playing.
Yeah, I was mentioning it there. He's gone hill-hill with Adam Stankovic on table 7. Can you see it from our vantage point there? You're very good at picking these things out.
Yeah, I don't know if it's finished or if the referee is racking the balls. I was over just watching before. I didn't watch loads of the match, but no, it was close. Obviously, loser's side of the draw is a race to 8, not a 9.
Yeah, and that match is over now, and Jack Lazowski's first foray into the world of 9-ball pool is over. He's lost that one to Adam Stankovic, 8-7. What do you think he'll make of it overall? At times he played all right, other times he was clearly struggling with the specialist parts of the game, like the jump shot.
Yeah, I think very much like Judd, really. They both won 2 matches and lost 2 matches in their debut on the World Nineball Tour. I think, you know, listen, the Q Sport professionals, it's a different cue, a different ball. But, you know, they're not stupid. They know it's a different game. They know the skills. I believe Judd had said to Jack, you'll do well to beat any of them top players. You know, it's a different level. Now, if he was to go away and, you know, get a pool cue and obviously put a lot of effort in, who knows? Because obviously he's a very good cueist, but, you know, he's a professional snooker player, so he's not going to do that. But you're not just going to walk in and you might win a couple of matches against certain players, but as soon as you come up against one of the top players, you're done. I mean, Adam Stankovic, is it, who beat him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's not like one of the top players, is he? So that's sort of where you're at with it. But he seemed to have enjoyed his time. Is this a foul? Oh, it is a foul. No contact with the rail after contact with a ball. What a gap he's found there.
I think the reason some of these snooker players perhaps found it attractive to start dabbling in pool was because, well, pretty much entirely because of COVID, the snooker calendar has taken a bit of a hit. A lot of the events in China disappearing and 1 or 2 others falling off the calendar as well. But things are changing and the snooker calendar is going to be getting a bit busier again over the next year or 2. So I guess there'll be less time to experiment with it, but if he's enjoyed it, I'm sure we'll see him again somewhere along the way.
Yeah, and also the fact that the layout of a pool event compared to snooker is so different. You know, with the pool players dress a lot more relaxed. You know, you can wear trainers and your own style of design shirt. You know, there's no waistcoats or dicky bows and shirts or anything like that. This is the style of pool player. A little bit like golfers, that type of look, really. So I'm sure he's enjoyed that. Well, it's a lot more relaxed, and the fact that there's music playing in the venue. I don't think you have that at snooker events, do you, Michael?
Not while play's going on, anyway. I think as well this event is really well scheduled because most of the players on the snooker tour, if they're planning to go off on holiday, they'll book it for straight after the World Championship in Sheffield. So they'll maybe be coming back from those holidays by now, and plenty of time before the snooker season gets going again, and a bit of time on their hands. Why not come here and play in this event? Elliot Sanderson has gone as well. Been beaten 8-2 on the loser's side by Alexander Kazakis.
Once his 2 balls are slowed down, that will just make the kick a lot easier. This rack has been going on some time, hasn't it? We've been having a chin wagon. Look what's going on. Still on the 2 ball.
I think that filler match earlier was at about 5-all after this amount of time. Now here's a thing. Do you know who Kazakis plays in losers qualification?
With you saying that, I'm going to say Nikos Economopoulos.
No, it's even more appealing than that. He's playing Fedor Gorst.
Wow, what a matchup we have in store there. Yep. So Kazakis versus Gorst in losers qualification. Winner gets their name into the hat of the final 64. Loser goes home. One of the big name players will depart. I'm sure it will be more than just the one. Kawaskawerski just keeps hitting the ball. Niels can't get ball in hand, but now at least he can pot this 2 ball. So this is a real chance to take the opening rack.
Niels Fine started with a 9-1 win over Harriet Haynes. He was then beaten, surprisingly, by Anthony Braben, representing Cyprus, in the next round, 9-8. So has had to win 2 matches already on the loser's side, and has done so with very little difficulty. 8-1 against Rivo Memre of Estonia, and then 8-2 against Tayfun Tabor part of the sizable German contingent. Just looking at that draw we were talking about in losers qualification, we saw Fedor Gorst on this table earlier. He could end up playing on it twice in the same day, because the match against Kazakis, I think, will be quite an attraction in that regard. Just to clarify, by the way, it's been race to 8 on the loser's side up until now, but in the final round on the loser's side, it is race to 9. So what you see on the graphic there is correct.
He's overrun position, so there's going to be more action left in this first rack. Yeah, this is very tricky, this, because he wants to play off the edge, but he can't get a good cue ball, so he's going airborne, trying to pop the fort. That was close. Hit the jaws of the pocket.
I know you're a big figure on the UK Open social scene, Carl, but I hope you've not made any plans to go and meet anyone anytime soon. On the basis of this, we're going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, it's just purely down to the fact that Niels has been playing some good safety shots, and every time Carroll's hit it and not left Niels in. Niels had a chance here. He's had a couple of chances, not got the cue ball where he would like. And now it's Karol Skwarski's chance for this rack. Obviously with no shot clock at the moment as well, so players do take a little bit longer when they're walking round and probably talk themselves off a lot of shots as well. Usually there's only 1, 2 or 3 options when you're playing, like here. You'd like to roll it in, but if that means you've got to hit the cue ball a little soft, it's a bit scary, so he may play it off the top rail like so, but he's made a mess of this one, so now he's going to have to play safe unless he goes for the bank in the left centre pocket.
Walter Lakra, the 14-year-old from Sweden who's made such a splash here this week, beaten by Wu Kunlin earlier, so he's on the loser's side and currently in action against Skylar Woodward, 2-time Mosconi Cup MVP. And the young Scandinavian has won the opening rack there. You can watch that on Matchroom Multisport YouTube if you wish. And if not, we'll keep you posted on it here.
Yeah, he beat Tyler Steyer, didn't he, in the opening round, but Tyler's still going, he's still going strong. His name is still in the draw. I think he's playing right now.
Yeah, he is. He's level at 3-all with David DeSantis of Italy. They're playing for the right to get into losers qualification.
Obviously, Michael, you come from snooker background, so I'm used to double elimination, and when I explain it to my friends, they don't seem to understand what I'm on about. It's not the most difficult thing to understand, but what's your views on it all? Because I kind of like it. I like the fact that if you're a pool player, you come here, you know, you've got that little life. You want to go through undefeated, of course, because you just want to get through to the 64, but the fact that there's all these little storylines popping up.
You know, I think as well, you've got to remember, a lot of these guys are not full-time players, so it's a big commitment for them to basically pay the cost of coming to play in a big open event like this, and it's much more attractive to them if they know they're not just going to go there, draw a really good player and go out having hardly hit a shot. So yeah, it's not something that we've ever had in snooker that I can recall, but I think it works really well here. You get great stories like what FSR did last year, and I mean, if there was no double elimination in last year's UK Open, the world of pool could have been a very different place, because FSR would never have got to that final. Might not have kicked on from there to do everything he's done in the intervening 12 months.
This opening rack, I would hazard a guess, is probably the longest rack we've seen on our feature table. I know there was another one that was quite long yesterday, but this is definitely up there. But this is the beauty of Nineball. You're seeing all the little safety shots, the kick shots. Like even here, there's no way he's going to pot a ball, so he's got to try and find a good cue ball.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's one of the longest we've seen on the main table, and more than half the balls are still on the table.
Yeah, look, he knew the 5 ball was safe, and look at the cue ball. That is a very good safety shot there from Carroll. Now the balls are really all open. You would think as soon as somebody gets a good look at the lowest ball on the table, we might actually find out who's going to take a 1-0 lead. Neil's fine. Always seems to be in this type of match, doesn't he? You know, this battle, this grind.
Well, it suits him well. He looks after himself so much in terms of his fitness. He comes prepared mentally and physically for the long struggle.
That's gone wrong. He was trying to find the centre of the top rail. Yeah, he's actually just told us where he wanted it.
Well, he's done plenty of stints in the commentary box over the years and still helping us out from afar. With a little guide to what his intentions were there. Karol Skowerski was born in 1984, Carl, and I'll tell you why that's significant. So obviously he's from Poland, and at the time, Poland's big claim to fame on the world stage was Pope John Paul II, who was born with the name Karol. So there was a whole generation of boys in Poland born in that time, many of whom were given the name Karol. I bet you didn't know that, Carl.
That's why we've got you here, Michael.
Well, your own name's pretty close to Karol. Your parents Catholic?
Nope.
This isn't a road I thought would be going down today.
Centre of the table. Yeah, anywhere in the middle, that gives him the angle.
Just update you on former world semi-finalist Abdullah Al Yusuf. He's beaten Nicolas Chatoupis 8-5 to get through to losers qualification. And he'll play the loser of the match which is going on at the moment between John Morra and Imran Majid, who did so well here last year. They're level at 3-all. As I said, Karol Skawersky was born 39 years ago. Probably feels like he spent a sizable chunk of that time playing this opening rack. But what matters is he's won it, and he leads Niels Feijen, eventually 1-0. Viktor Zielinski is through to single elimination, a 9-4 winner over Damien Massey. And David O'Cady has been sent to the one-loss side because Robbie Capito has beaten him by 9 racks to 2. Not the first time Capito has beaten a current Mosconi Cup player by a big score here. 9-0 he beat Albin Ocean in this tournament 12 months ago. So Capito is through. O'Cady will now have to win a match on the loser's side. And it will be against Christos Papageorgiou of Greece. On the loser's side, trying to get through to this round, Tyler Steyer has edged ahead at 4-3 against David DeSantis.
Missed the one ball in the side. Niels can cut this ball in, but its natural path looks like it's coming towards the 8 and 9 ball, that type of direction, more the 8 ball. So how do you hold position for the blue 2? Just caught a glimpse of Gary Wilson in the background there.
Yeah, he's playing JJ Fall in losers qualification in a little while. And just to correct something I said, it's actually Ashik Nathwani who'll be the opponent for David O'Cady. And Nathwani, you may remember in this tournament last year, was up against another Spanish star, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, and led him 6-0 before losing 9-8.
Niels took a gamble there. He just potted the one and hoped it was his day. He got a very nice kiss on the pink. Long 2 ball, needs to draw back. Didn't really get through the cue ball, did he? Very hard to see if he can see the right edge of the 3 ball. Well, he's going for the jump cue. Now I wonder if he's going to try and play the pot, or I wonder if he's going to play into the red ball 4 and bank it towards the green in the 7. Maybe try and make something happen. There's a couple of options here. Could try and play the pot in the top left. Could bank it into the green and the brown ball. And he could even try and play safe off this jump shot. Just creating some distance, send the 3 back down the table, because he's got the 9, the 8 and the 4 as blockers. Keep the cue ball up towards the right side of the table. So there's a lot going on here on this shot. Well, you just get down and fire it in. Nice jump shot. Don't see many of them these days on the smaller pocket, but have another look at this one.
Karol Skawersky's been around for some time. He was World Masters champion back in 2012 in Kielce, where we were just a few months ago for the World Championship. He beat Mateusz Sniagotsky in the final of that. having teamed up with them just a few weeks earlier in Manila to get to the final of the World Cup of Pool. They were only narrowly beaten by the Finnish pair of Mika Immonen and Petri Mäkinen, 10-8. They also got to the last 16 of the World Championship in that golden year of 2012.
Yeah, Carroll's the type of player where if he gets a few racks under his belt, the game comes a little easier. Very much a confidence player. Boy, he's going to need a good pot here. Jacked up over the 6 into the corner. You feel like he's got to take it on. It does go in the right hand side pocket, but there's a possible scratch with the cue ball. Obviously, when you've got 26 tables in play, it's hard to put a shot clock on every table at the minute. Sometime in the future, that may become available because slow play is just not. Again, Michael, you work on the snooker. I've seen, obviously, I've watched a bit of the snooker over here. Sometimes they're stood there for 2 or 3 minutes. It's like he's obviously got to take the pot on. Yeah, he could have done that a minute ago. He's almost like he knows it's a tough shot, so he's decided to stand there for a minute and just build up to it. Just get down and have a go, don't you?
Well, you say sometimes in the snooker they're standing there for a couple of minutes. Mark Selby famously took 6 minutes over one shot a couple of years ago. And I remember being in the Crucible Arena one night, the World Championship final, the last session, Neil Robertson standing over a shot for more than 4 minutes and then just decided to get his opponent to play again.
Yeah, that's bizarre. I'm not really sure how that's possible. Obviously the greatest ever snooker player, Ronnie O'Sullivan, I mean, he just gets on with it, doesn't he? It's just, I don't know, maybe just something happens in the brain and he just can't make the mind up. But that is a prime example where he was just forced into playing the pot in the corner. If you get it, you win the rack. If you miss it, you're probably going to lose.
The issue, I guess, with having a shot clock on every table is that the noise is going to drift across, so you're not going to know when you hear the beeps going if it's coming from your table or the next one. So that's a problem. That I'm not saying there's no solution to that. Mohamed Soufi there, world finalist in the background, along with Abdullah Al Yusuf, who got to the semis the year before and acted actually as Mohamed's interpreter for some of his interviews over the final weekend in Kielce back in February.
Got to be careful here because the 7 may move. Yeah, where does it end up? Well, it's going to end up not in a good spot for Niels. This looks like it's going to be one of them games. The balls are just coming out awkward. The landing a little bit funny. Mistakes are being made. Obviously, these guys know the loser of this match is out. Niels is fighting for Mosconi Cup positions as well. Let's not forget all this going on. There's a lot riding on these matches, not just this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's got quite a few points on the board already in his quest to get back in the Mosconi Cup team. He played in the back-to-back defeats, which have been a rarity in recent times for Europe, in 2018 and 19, but hasn't been on the Mosconi team since. I think if you were picking it today, you'd probably put him in your 5.
I know he's left Carroll a shot, but I think overall, if you sat in your chair and your kneels, you would take where them balls have finished. It could have been a lot easier for Carroll here. He's got to knock a good ball in. We've not seen a lot of balls this week fall in the pocket when they shouldn't, so he could probably still afford to catch the rail, but he can't catch it too high up, so big shot coming up. And I say it's a big shot, I feel like it's a big shot for his own game. Yeah, just grazed the rail, and the cue ball again, Michael. It's just everything's landing a little bit awkward at the moment.
Yeah, everything's almost going where they want it to go. As a world-class player yourself over the years, Carl, presumably this is as tight as the pockets can be now. It can't go any tighter than this.
No, because you change the whole dynamic of what 9-ball pool is. It's not supposed to be played on a snooker pocket or a Chinese 8-ball pocket. That's not what the game's about, because this is a flair game. You want to see fancy shots. The reason why we've made them 4 inches is just so cue ball position has to be a little bit better. Cueing and potting the ball has to be a little bit better. That's all. So I believe 4 inch. Jeremy Jones, listen, he's more of a historian than me when it comes to 9-ball. He's been around a lot longer than me, and I actually had a chat with JJ at the last event in the Masters. I says, what's your thoughts on all this? You've been around the block longer than me. He said, oh yeah, for sure. They've always needed tightening up. Anyway, rack 2 is going to go the way to Poland's Karol Skwarski.
Yeah, I would say you'd struggled to find any leading player who's had to battle so hard to win consecutive racks as Karol Skwarski has to win those 2. So he leads Niels Fyen 2-0, but you get the feeling we're in the very, very early stages of this one, time-wise. So let's look at some scores then. In the winners' qualification round, lots of interesting matches going on. 4-all between Canada's John Morra and Imran Majid of the home contingent. World Masters runner-up Eklund Kachi is level at 6-all with Tobias Bongers. Chris Melling, another British player, also level at 6-all against Dennis Graba of Estonia. Naoyuki Oi needs a couple more racks. 7-4 up on Bazar Spahiu. Anthony Braben of Cyprus, could he continue his excellent run here? He's 7-6 up on Michael Schneider. Former world semi-finalist Oliver Sholnocki leading Radoslav Babika 6-4. Ralph Suke still going after all these years and leading 7-4 against former Mosconi Cup player Billy Thorpe. And Si Cha Chen is on the hill at 8-6 against Kyle Amoroso. Braben's just gone to the hill as well. He now leads Schneider 8-6. So Skwarski dry for the second rack in a row.
Yeah, when you're not quite cueing your best and you feel a little bit edgy, this break, you will get caught out because you've got to aim pretty much the same place every time. The players work on this break shot. You know, we see players putting the cue ball in various different locations in the box. You can break very hard, you can break a bit softer with more spin. There's a lot of variations to the break, so I think that's why we're seeing Karol struggling on the break. That's good news for Niels though. Needs this ball bouncing. Yeah, that's okay, he's going to have an angle.
Niels Fyen was world champion all the way back in 2014, beat a very young Alban Ocean in the final of that. He's also been twice runner-up in the World 8-ball, one of which was against you, Carl.
A lifetime ago. Trying to drop in the gap here. Yeah, he's done pretty good there, hasn't he? That's not bad. Cue ball is running away from Niels a little bit, sort of up towards that 8-ball direction. If it's going to run just to the right hand side of it, that's going to be okay. Judgment Day here on day 3 here at the Copper Box Arena. By the end of today's play, we will know our last 64 players.
been around so long, Niels Fine. As a very young man, he travelled to America to improve his game and play against the best players he could find. Back in 2001, he got to the final of a big event in Japan. Played no less a figure than Efren Reyes in the final of it. Reyes won and collected a first prize of 100 million yen. It's about $160,000. Fine finishing runner-up in that tournament to one of the all-time greats, some say the greatest there's ever been, out of a field of 700. Something that will have given him a lot of belief and confidence early on in his career, and he's gone on to become so successful for so many years now. Career prize money of over $1.25 million. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but this is looking like a much more straightforward rack than the two which preceded it. You might just have noticed David O'Cady and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Yeah, there they are. Both of them beaten this afternoon, and both of them now heading for losers qualification. Massive fortnight coming up for both of them in a few weeks' time. The inaugural Spanish Open. And then defending their World Cup title at the same venue in Lugo the following week. Niels Fine off and running then. He's won the third rack. Karol Skaversky's lead trimmed to 2-1. Tyler Steyer is involved in a real slog in round 3 on the loser's side, and he's just fallen behind in it 5-4 against David De Santis of Italy. They're playing to get into this round, which is losers qualification, and I can tell you that Albin Ocean in that round is in real danger of going out of this UK Open because he's 7-3 down against Wen Antoine, who of course played so well against Joshua Filler earlier today.
Yeah, that scoreline does not shock me one bit. I thought Wen Antoine was very good, looked very good on the cue. Albin seems to be struggling with his game to me. I've only seen snippets of his matches, but it just doesn't quite look himself.
Well, put it this way, if you were to base your forecast for that match on how we saw the two of them play in their respective matches earlier today, you would go for the man from Vietnam every single time. And it looks as though he's on the brink of delivering. Walter Lakra, the young Swedish player, was 2-1 up against Skylar Woodwards, but the American has won 3 in a row, so he now leads that 4-2. Another youngster, Riku Rompainen, faring better, 5-3 up on Luke Rollison. These all in losers qualifying. And Mario He, of course, has partnered Ocean to so much World Cup success, is leading 6-3 over Hunter Lombardo. Also in that round, two-time world champion Torsten Homan, leading 4 racks to 1 against Britain's Arfan Dad. And Sanjin Pelovanovic in danger of going out here, trailing 6-2 to the steadily improving Finn, Jani Uski. Back to this one.
Got to avoid balls here, isn't he? Yeah, he'll be happy with that. It's a good shot there from Niels. Yeah, he can just get the cue ball round. And that just shows you the angle of the cue ball come off straight through that gap. traditional 9-ball pool players have always struggled with this implement, the bridge or the rest.
I always think it looks like a moose. Those horns at the top of it.
Yeah, Jack, we was doing off the rail last night, and in his last match he'd said, oh, I had to use the rest. I pulled it out, I didn't know what it was. It's a right funny gadget. It's basically got all different heights on there. You can even turn it on its side, so when you're sort of bridging over a ball, it takes a bit of getting used to.
I think it's better than the one that Jack would be used to actually in snooker, because that's just basically a set size and you've got to put other implements on it and use it creatively sometimes. This one gives you different options. Something seems to be disturbing Niels just off stage.
Yeah, I think somebody was sort of walking off and then Niels was waiting for him, and the guy didn't understand it. It was almost like he didn't realise he could sit there, but you are allowed to sit there. Niels is all business though, isn't it? This is just what he's done for, well, forever and a day really. Nothing gets in his way. This building could start falling down and he'd still be walking around looking at the angle of the shot.
I doubt he'd even notice. Yeah, he just puts so much into it. As I said, he really looks after himself. And just loves being part of the scene, and just one of these people who wants to enjoy every minute of his life, whatever it is that he's doing.
Yeah, a lot of the younger players could learn a lot from just the way he goes about his business on the table. Forget all the rest of it, because most players do, you know, work hard at the game and eat okay, but he doesn't let little things get to him. You know, when he's at the table, that's all he's concerned about. Doesn't matter what happened at the rack before, or if someone's had a bit of fortune or run a 3 or 4 pack. He's just all business when he's at the table, and that's why he's about to tie the match up.
Yeah, I think you're right in what you say. A lot of the players are eating better nowadays, but he does a load of running as well. He goes in these epic runs to keep himself in good shape, and he's in increasingly good shape in this match. A couple of good racks there for Niels Fine, and from 2-0 down, he's levelled at 2-all. Anthony Braben has continued his great run. He, of course, is representing Cyprus and has beaten Michael Schneider 9-6 to go through. He was the player who sent Niels Fine to the one-loss side. Nuyuki Oy has won as well in the last few moments, beating Bezar Spahiu of Albania by 9 racks to 4. And also in that winners qualification round, John Morrow now 5-4 up on Imran Majid. Another Albanian, Eklund Kaci, 7-6 ahead of Tobias Bongers, and Chris Melling also leading 7-6 against Dennis Grabber. It's gone hill-hill between Si Cha Chen and Kyle Amoroto, and Ralph Suke is on the hill at 8-4 against Billy Thorpe, as Fine's momentum perhaps comes to an end here with the scratch.
Yeah, it was a good break, just unfortunate. The cue ball clattered into the balls.
He had that great year, Carl, as I was saying, 2012, won the World Masters and got to the World Cup final and was doing well around that time. So what happened after that in the years which followed for Skaversky? Why do you think it is that he didn't build on that and have more big success?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not really sure what happened. Was it his week? It's a bit like Kazakis when he won the Masters, didn't he? Yeah, he's been there or thereabouts, but he's not really set the world alight since, has he? But there's obviously so many good players around these days. You know, are they quite at the level of a filler? You know, even like Denis Orkolo and Fedorko, are they at that level? There'd be an argument for suggesting not quite. So was it just a purple patch in that week? Could be personal things, maybe not playing as much. Yeah, it's a difficult one, really.
The thing about it is, it wasn't entirely isolated, because obviously he got an invite into the World Masters in the first place. He had a good World Championship the same year. He had the good run at the World Cup, but not really much to follow until over the last year or so. He's started to show some form again.
Be disappointed with that effort, though. He's left this 4-ball over the pocket, and from 2 up, has to be said, he's had chances. Is this where Niels Feijen takes a grip of this match? Yeah, he hit that into the rail, didn't he? And at speed, it just kind of rattles and stays there.
An absolute marathon slog going on table 14 between American Tyler Steyer and Italy's David De Santis. They've still only made it as far as 5-all in that one. Very slow going. And that is to get into this round, so both of those players still have a lot of work to do to get through to tomorrow's last 64. So Feijen potted the one in the side, but scratched. Skaversky, though, couldn't take advantage. He had a bad miss. Feijen got in, and as a result, he's won 3 in a row and leads for the first time in the match at 3-2. Let's look at the winners' qualification round. A lot of close matches going on there. John Morra leading Imran Majid 5-4. Tobias Bongers and Eklund Kachi are level at 7 each. Chris Melling a couple of racks away from getting through to single elimination on home ground. He's 7-6 up against Estonia's Dennis Graber. Oliver Sholnoki of Hungary. He's shown some good form recently, and he leads Radoslav Babika 7-4. As I was saying, hill finish between Si Cha-chen and Kyle Amoroto. Still no result on that one. And Ralph Suke still looking for that one more to see off Billy Thorpe. It's 8-4 to the veteran German. 3-2 here to Feijen.
Dry break. Let's have a look where the 1 goes. Yep, just caught that middle point, didn't it? Nearly went in the top pocket. The 9 actually nearly went in. The red 3 ball is the ball I'm looking at. It does combo onto the purple 5. If Carroll can get to that and take care of that, these balls are all sat there for the taking. You can get on, yeah, I mean, this is not difficult, to be honest, because the 2 balls over the side, which means he can land on this combo how he wants. You want to be straight, you want to be fairly close. The pink 4 is down the bottom, so after he pots the red 3, yeah, this is a nice rack.
So a lot of good runs from Polish players in big events during 2022. Skaversky's big moment came here when he was 1 rack away from the quarterfinals. Beaten 11-10 by Alexa Pechelj in the last 16. He also got to the single elimination stage of the European Open in Fulda, albeit that there were 64 players at that stage of that tournament as opposed to 16 in this event last year. He was beaten by Wojciech Szewczyk in that last 64 stage in Germany. Is that FSR? It's hard to tell when he's looking down in the dark.
Yep, that is the world number 1. The man who got beat here last year in the final. Lost his opening round, as I'm sure you already know and have heard us talk about. Well, he just got beat, and he finds himself in losers qualification round, the final match. What's Karol Skawersky done here, by the way? Why is he not stunned the cue ball?
I think he's wondering that himself at the moment, judging from his body language. Yeah, it was Fithim Haradinaj of Germany who pulled off that big surprise over Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz. 9-8, just about an hour ago or thereabouts. And so, Sanchez-Ruiz will now have to see off Sullivan Clark if he's to get through.
Things are looking bleak for Albin Ocean. He trails 8-4 in LQ final round.
Yeah, that's against Wenan Tuan, and as we were saying earlier, he played so well against Joshua Filler that I don't really think you can call that a surprise on the basis of form going into the match. If he wins it, it'll still be a huge result for him.
If I was a coach or a caddy, if that was a thing in the game of 9-ball and Skorowski took a timeout, I think I'd just tell him to speed up a bit. Just so you know how to play the game. You've won a big major, you won the Masters over 10 years ago. You know how to play this game. Don't look for the mistakes. Just try and play instinct on autopilot. He's throwing racks away here. I believe Ralph Suke has just beat Billy Thorpe. I can see them unscrewing the cues.
Yeah, can confirm that. Ralph Suke has beaten Billy Thorpe by 9 racks to 4. Suke, by the end of this year, will be closer to 60 than 50. And here he is, preparing to line up tomorrow in the single elimination phase of one of the biggest tournaments in the game.
Yeah, that was winner's side, right, Michael?
Yes, that was winner's qualification.
Yeah, so America's Billy Thorpe is still in the event. He goes into the final match of the losers. Or the left side sounds prettier, doesn't it? The left side of the draw.
And there he will play Britain's Adam Smith. You know, you're looking at some of those results. You saw Tyler Steyer losing to a 14-year-old. You've got Billy Thorpe. OK, he's not been in the Moscone team the last couple of years, but he has been there in the past. He's losing to Ralph Suke, who's 54, and doesn't bode well for the American game, does it? They're losing to Europe's aging veterans and the youngsters coming through. Anyway, Niels Fyan is a veteran, but I think it's fair to say he's not really aging all that much. Still looks great at the age of 46. And he leads Karol Skawersky 4-2. Another result for you from the winner's side. Kyle Amoroto has beaten Si Cha Chen. So the player from the Philippines is also through. Elsewhere in winners' qualification, still 7-all between Tobias Bongers and Eklund Kachi. Chris Melling's on the hill at 8-6 against Dennis Grabber. John Morra going well with a 6-4 lead over Imran Majid. And Oliver Sholnocki 7-4 ahead of Radoslav Babika. So that's what's going on in the remaining few matches still to be completed in winners' qualification. Back here, 4-2 to Fyan.
Probably the best break of the match. Got a shot at the 2. It's going to need queuing nicely though because it's long.
We had that race to 8 earlier between the two Romanian players that went on for 3 hours. Well, I don't know exactly when Tyler Steyer's match against David DeSantis began, but it's been going on a really, really long time. And there's still a bit to go. Steyer has just edged in front at 6-5. That's a race to 8. They're looking to get through to this round that we're watching here, which is losers qualification. And there's also one more match going on in the round prior to this, still to be concluded. British player Dave Snell on the hill at 7-5 against Jeremy Sosai, an American player who, our own Jeremy Jones, was really bigging up yesterday.
he's hit that ball nice. That will please Niels. Yeah, he may have landed dead straight on this, but he can pull the cue ball back and maybe play a carom off the 4 ball into the green 6. He can certainly do something.
Just trying to keep you on top of everything that's going on here. 3 different rounds in progress here, all at the same time. So in losers qualification, Albin Ocean is now a rack away from going out of the UK Open because he's 8-5 down to Wen Antoine. And Skylar Woodward also in that round is starting to build a bit of momentum. Perhaps he now leads the young Swede Walter Lakra by 5 racks to 3.
Yeah, I'm watching that table, Michael. I know that's very naughty of me because we've got a match to commentate on, but I can see the table. Wen Antoine is at the table. He's on the 6 ball, so we could be moments away from losing double world champ Albin Ocean. Yeah, I think Niels can just get the cue ball off the pink, knock the green ball in and stay on the pink 4. Looks okay. And it's confirmed. Wen Antoine has knocked Albin Ocean out of this year's UK Open. We have lost a big name here on day 3. Okay, decide to play the bank. That's all good.
You add it all up, it really hasn't been a good year so far for Albin Ocean. Okay, he made a bit of progress at the World Championship, but still went out earlier than he would have been anticipating. It was Sufi that knocked him out there and lost his first match at the World Masters to Eklund Kachi. He was dismal in the Premier League. And now he hasn't even made the final 64 here.
Yeah, I think, like I said, the little bits and bats I've watched of him this week, he just doesn't look like he's enjoying himself to me. Doesn't look like he's got that fight in him to, you know, you were watching Niels now and he was 2 down in this match. He's giving it everything. Albin just looks like he's just lost his way a little bit, which can happen. It's not easy. Keep showing up and playing great pool and fighting. You have these little dips, these little ups and downs.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you're saying about how he doesn't look to be enjoying it at all. It's pretty intense a lot of the time, but even more so of late. We'll see him again in a few weeks at the Spanish Open and then playing alongside Mario He for Austria at the World Cup, where they've had so much success together over the years.
Yeah, and I mean, it can sound absolutely madness this, but maybe this defeat's a good thing for someone like Albin. He can go get himself off home. You know, he's got a daughter and a wife, so he can, you know, go home, spend time with them, regroup, get in the gym, and because he's another player that looks after himself, isn't he, Michael? So maybe it's a good thing, get himself ready for them 2 big tournaments coming up.
Well, as I was saying, Robbie Capito beaten 9-0 here last year, and it looks as though he did go back and regroup, because not long after that we were in Fulda and he won the European Open. So there may very well be something in what you're saying there. So Niels Feijen was 2-0 down in this match against Karol Skaversky, but he's starting to play pretty well now and leads 5-2. Right, let's get some more scores. The losers qualification side, Dimitri Yongo just needs a couple more racks. 7-2 up against British player Craig Brown. Chang Young-Lin is level at 2-all with the Romanian Babken Melkonyan. Hubert Lepocco, who's made such an impact here this week, 3-1 up against Long Duc Tien. Walter Lakra, the young Swede, has won rack 9 to close to 5-4 down against Skylar Woodward. And Mario He on the hill at 8-3 against Hunter Lombardo.
Yep, he's definitely breaking a lot better than his opponent. No shot on the 2, couple of options for safe. He's got a green 6 ball in a nice spot. There's 4 balls in the centre of the table. They can act as blockers. The purple 5 is a big ball for the cue ball to land behind, so we'll see which shot Niels fancies.
Eklund Kachi and Chris Melling, both former Mosconi Cup players for Europe, are both on the hill. in their matches in winners qualification, so we may have results from those very shortly.
Yeah, Melling playing Dennis Grabe. Dennis Graves recently seems to be getting the beating of Melling, so that's a little tussle going on over there. Yeah, Neil's tried to get the cue ball up behind that 5, but what he did do well is he made sure he got the 2 ball in a place where other balls would help, so that ball being the pink 4 and the brown 7. Carroll's been in a few hook snookers in this match. The first rack, I think he kicked about 5 or 6 shots. The difference is in rack 1, he was hitting out of the snookers. This match has turned, hasn't it, Michael? It all looked... Cast your mind back in the opening 2 racks here. Neil's looked a little bit flustered, a little bit edgy. The game seemed to be in Carroll's hands, and he's just sort of throwing it back to his opponent.
Well, he had to work so hard, didn't he, to win those first 2 racks. But yeah, what you were saying earlier, seems to be spending too much time over the shot and getting inside his own head.
Yeah, I think it was a poor positional play on the pink 4 where he left himself jacked up, missed that 5 in the corner. Since then he's been going downhill, and Niels has been going the opposite way. And Niels Fine, there's no better pool player in the world who's going to capitalise and really turn the screw. He will give you nothing.
2-time winner of the World Masters 2013, beat Darren Appleton in the final, then beat Shane Van Boning to win the title again 5 years later. And another 5 years on, he might well have fancied his chances of a 3rd World Masters title just last month, after he beat the defending champion Joshua Filler, then Max Lechner, and followed that by going 6-0 up in the semi-final against Declan Catchy. Incredibly, Catchy won 10 of the next 11 racks to get to the hill. Fine then won 3 on the bounce to level, but broke dry in the decider and didn't get back to the table. But even getting to the semis continued a very positive 2023 so far for Niels Fine, who won the Bosnia and Herzegovina Open in March, beat Sanjin Pelovanovic of the host nation in the final, and was very close to getting to the semi-finals of the World Championship back in February. 9-6 up against Mario He, then lost the next 5 racks, and that was that. But all very encouraging signs for him so far, and that's why we're talking in such terms about the prospect of a return to the Mosconi Cup team this year for the first time in 4 years.
Yeah, I think that Catchy Fine semi-final at the Masters for me is the match of the season so far.
Oh yeah, I don't even think there's a contest. It was just wonderful. So many close finishes over those last few days. In Brentwood a few weeks back, Ko Pin Yi walking off with the title.
So table 1 is turning into a runaway match for Niels. Table 2 is a little closer. Skylar Woodward is currently 6-4 up on Walter Laker, but Walter is at the table. He's on the 9-ball to make it 6-5 down.
He's absolutely incredible, Laker. He's only 14 years of age. As we watch 46-year-old Niels Fine go 6-2 in this one. But Laker, he reminds me of, well, I mean, you think of people like Stephen Hendry, Tiger Woods, who were so good at such a young age, but behaved like adults really in their demeanour and looked totally at home with absolutely everything that was going on. He's very similar, and he's only one behind there now against Skylar Woodward. He'll have some stories to tell when he goes back to his mates in Sweden. Tyler Steyer, who was beaten, of course, by Lakra, sending him to the loser's side. is on the hill now at last against David DeSantis at 7-5. That's to get through to this losers qualification round that we're watching here. And maybe just a window of opportunity off that break-off shot for Skwersky.
Well, these, you couldn't put these better with your hand. If you put 9 balls on the pool table and said knock them in, you won't be far off putting them here. Just look at the split he's got here. There's no clusters. The 8 ball, if you look where the 8 and the 9 is, that is the perfect 8 ball just to stun it in and get on the 9. There's hardly any work to do. The only way this could go wrong is a miscue or just a real poor positional shot. This is the key shot for the rack. If he pots this and gets on the 3, it should be over. Two ball didn't go in the centre of the pocket, which meant he didn't cue it too clever, which then meant he didn't get the cue ball back far enough for the 3, which now means he's got to rip it in off 2 rails. But it's still okay, it's still achievable. This is what I was saying about the split. This was a very kind split for Carroll.
The difference between Eklund Kachi's best and worst is so vast that you never really know from one tournament to the next what you're going to get from him. And after reaching the final of the World Masters in Brentwood a few weeks ago, he'll have come here looking to build on that. Well, he's through to single elimination and is 6 matches away from winning that trophy. He's beaten Tobias Bongers 9-7. Chris Melling, another player of Mosconi's past, has won by the same score against Estonia's Dennis Graba, who will now go to losers qualification. In which he will play Tyler Steyer, who has just closed out that match against David DeSantis at 8-5.
Kachi causing a little bit of controversy here this week. Did you see that, Michael?
I think I missed that. What was that all about?
He played a match on table 2 on day 1. I think it was against one of the Scottish players, and he was winning big, very big in the match. And he had ball in hand. I think there was 3 or 4 balls on the table, and he put the cue ball right behind another ball. So snookered himself with ball in hand and sent the cue ball off about 7 rails and tried to pot it over the pocket.
I did say you never know what you're going to get from him next. I don't think anyone would have seen that coming. Okay, so Karol Skwersky really needed this. He led 2-0 in this match. He then lost half a dozen racks in a row, but he's won this one and still has a chance here. He's back to 6-3 down. So just one match still going on in the round prior to this on the loser's side. Dave Snell of Britain on the hill against American Jeremy Sosai, but it's still up for grabs there. Only 7-6 to Snell. In winners qualification, the match is still going on. John Morra and Imran Majid level at 6-all. Radoslav Babika hanging on against Oliver Szolnocki. He's just won rack 12 to get back to 7-5.
Yeah, David Snell, he was the player from Britain who I'm not familiar with at all, and he took Max Lechner close yesterday.
Is Karol Skwersky going to take this close against Niels Fine? His chances are looking up a bit after winning his first rack in 7.
Not breaking good, is he? He's not hitting the one where he wants. He's not making it in the side. He's losing the cue ball to the back rail. Here's another look. He's lacking power as well. Yeah, he's not timing the break good, and that's always going to be difficult to win matches. No shot on the 3. push out will be played. Not the easiest of push outs as well. Oh, he's got to bear in mind that you might get the shot back wherever he rolls the cue ball to now. Just pay attention, because Niels can give you the shot back.
On table 2, Walter Lakera has a fairly straightforward 9-ball to make it 6-all against Skylar Woodward. I know it's half-term holidays here in England at the moment. I don't know if they've anything similar in Sweden, and maybe that's why he's here. But when he goes back, people are saying, well, what did you do during your half-term? He might be going back saying, well, just beat a couple of American Mosconi Cup players at the UK Open. He's already beaten Tyler Steyer. He's got a great chance of beating Skylar Woodward. You can watch that on Matchroom Multisport YouTube if you want to see what's heading for a close finish there.
Yeah, Carroll rolled out, tried to make the 4-8 a bit more tricky. Niels is having none of it, puts Carroll straight back to the table. So let's see what he's got planned for us. Billy Thorpe's just warming up. He just lost not that long ago actually against Ralph Souquet, so he's back playing. He's playing Britain's Adam Smith. Michael, I've just watched the young 14-year-old break. He has got a tidy break on him. Got a lot of power on the break, the young man.
You know, sometimes you see young players who show any sort of ability for the game at all in different sports, and people get a bit carried away about them, but I don't think it's the case with this man at all. Seems to have every department, and his composure is absolutely astonishing for someone so young. I've seen him doing interviews this week. He looks like he's been doing it for 20 years. He hasn't even been alive that long, or anywhere near it.
Yeah, 14 years of age. Tomorrow, the Jason Shaw Junior Open starts here alongside the main event. 64 juniors will enter the building. That's always fun to watch. I believe Jason's nephew is competing, so we'll see what he's about.
Meanwhile, back here, early stages of rack 10. Niels Fine looking to reassert himself after his run of 6 racks in a row was brought to an end. One result I'm not sure we actually gave you in losers qualification. Nikos Economopoulos has gone through. He's beaten So Shaw 9-0. I think the Greek player was expecting a close one there, but now he's not so sure.
I'm not even going to comment on that. That is shocking, Michael. Oh my word.
I've not left you anywhere to go with that one, Carl. Anyway, news of another winner, Mario He. And this is a good win against Hunter Lombardo, the American, 9-4. So Mario He has been doing well in a number of big events over the last 12 months or so. And will be in the single elimination stage here.
Looks like he's gone for the short stick. Yeah, he has. He's going airborne. Short stick is what we call the jump cue, because it's a lot shorter than your playing cue and your break cue. And the tip's very hard on a jump cue. It's not like a regular pool tip. That helps get the pop on the cue ball. Well, Walter Laker is back at the table. That match is at 6-6 with Woodward. He has a chance to take the lead. Niels also has a chance here. He can just get into the cue ball with a bit of low right English. Centre of the table with the cue ball will be nice. Oh, he's done well there. He's got real close to his work. Now he can pot this. This is a good chance now for Niels.
That one remaining match in losers round 3 has gone all the way. Dave Snell and Jeremy Sosai. 7-all. Race to 8.
What table's that on, Michael? Does it say?
Table 17.
I can see Chang Jun Lin out there playing. He's gone under the radar just because we've not seen him on the feature table yet, which is unbelievable, actually.
Yeah, he's level at 2-all against Babken Melkonyan. That's in losers qualification. We've taken our focus a little bit off this match, but it's just because there's so much going on around the venue.
Yeah, we may have to take our focus off a little bit, but Niels Fine certainly hasn't, as he's got this 9-ball to open up a 4-rack lead.
Fire now leading 7-3. He's won 7 of the last 8 racks. So 2 matches still to be decided in the winners qualification round. Imran Majid, who got to the last 16 here last year, the only home player to do so, 7-6 in front against Canada's John Morra. Majid in his 50s now. That would be a great win for him if he can finish the job. And a much younger player, Oliver Shalnocki, looking to come back in to some form after a lean year or so, leading Radoslav Babika 8-5. So in the losers qualification round, Phil Wildman, who sent Alban Ocean to that loser side from which he's now been eliminated, is leading 4-3 in the all-British clash with Chris Alexander. And either Sanyan Pelovanovic or Jani Uski is going to miss out. They're level at 7-all in their encounter. Torsten Homan on the hill, 8-4 against Arfan Dad. And Hubert Lepotko, is he going to continue a really good week? 5-2 up on Long Duc Tien.
Walter Laker has took the lead in that match. He leads Skylar Woodward 7-6 now. Niels with a good break.
Amazing thing about Laker is, you know, you could be the most talented player there's ever been, but how have you even played enough pool in your life by that age to become that good? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm fortunate enough to have the table right in front of me, so I'm watching this match closely. He's a very good cueist, you know, stands so compact and still. That's always going to bode any player well at any cue sport if you've got them attributes. And he's composed as well, you know, Michael. Breaks very good. He's a serious talent, this young man.
I think we always make comparisons, don't we, with snooker, which is the other major cue sport around the world, and one of the big issues at the moment is a lack of really good young players coming through to challenge the established order. It could not be more different in this game. So Riku Rompainen last year, Walter Lakra this year in the same event, and that's just at that age level. You go a bit higher than that. There's so much talent emerging, and it's coming from every corner of the world as well.
Yeah, this is another situation where Skorski's only really got 3 options. It's the jump shot, It's come off the side rail where he stood into the 3. Or he may be able to go 2 rails in behind the 8, but he's not going to go that route because there's no real safety aspects to come from that. Yeah, so it's just above centre pocket. May need a tray to spin into the 3, try and pot it in the side, try and fluke something. No, it's gone wrong, and it's gone wrong at the wrong time, because if Niels wins this rack, he's on the hill, and well, you would feel even though he's not won the match, it won't take him too long, because Carroll's not giving us any vibe of a major comeback, is he? See Gary Wilson over in the other side of the arena. Is it the table? What's the score there, Michael?
Yeah, they're in the first rack. He's playing South African JJ Fall. Mentioned Riku Rompainen there, who made such an impact here last year, and he's still going this time round as well. He's through to the final 64, beat Luke Rollison 9-3 a short time ago. We've been talking about Niels Fine possibly playing his way back into the Mosconi Cup team. He's played in it 14 times. Only Ralph Suke and Mika Immonen have played more Mosconis for Europe. His debut was all the way back in 2001. And he actually partnered Mika Immonen in the opening match. They beat Nick Varner and Johnny Archer. But it was the only match Europe won in the whole tournament. The Americans won 12-1.
Yeah, that 3 ball there, he didn't hit that clean, did he? The pace helped that going. We've seen a lot of balls hang up this week.
That 2001 appearance was the start of a glorious Mosconi Cup career. He's been MVP 4 times, the only player to do it. There's Fedor Gorst. He's going to be playing Alexander Kazakis in this winners qualifying round.
Yeah, you would think that's going to be one of our stream tables. We don't 100% know, I don't believe, but I'll be shocked if it's not, Michael.
And I think we'd be even more shocked if Karol Skawersky won this match now, because Niels Fine, who remember was 2-0 down after a very long time really to complete those first couple of racks, is now in total command. Skawersky looking a bit out of sorts, not really with it. Niels Fine gets to the hill at 8-3. Radoslav Babika is still clinging on in the winners qualifying round. He's got another one back against Oliver Shelnocki. It's 8-6 in that one now. And Imran Majid has just got to the hill at 8-6 up on John Morra. So they're on the winner's side. Still no result between Dave Snell and Jeremy Sosai, and that hill finish in losers round 3. Meanwhile, in losers qualification, Walter Laker at the table looking to get to the hill. He leads Skylar Woodward 7-6. Yanni Uski has edged ahead of Sanjin Pelovanovic at 8-7. Torsten Homan is also on the hill, looking to join his fellow veteran German Ralph Suke in the next round. He's 8-5 up on Arfan Dad. What about the veteran Dutchman, Niels Fine? He needs one more, 8-3.
Is this going to be the best break of the match for Niels? Well, it's going to be okay. Okay, because he's got a shot at the lowest ball, which is the 2 ball. Purple 5 is tied up. That's going to be the issue. So this rack, this match for Karol Skawersky is all going to depend on what Niels decides to do with the purple 5.
Well, here comes the least surprising bit of news of the week. Kazakis versus Gorst has now been confirmed as the next match on the main table. We are referring to it as the main table because this is where we're focusing our coverage over the first 4 days of the tournament, but there is a central arena between these two main tables, and that's where the focus will be once we get to the last 16 stage.
Well, I was going to say he's been unlucky there, but as he holds his hand up, that tells you everything you need to know. The purple 5 has sat absolutely perfect for the combination. I don't think Karol Skawerski will be too bothered. I think he'll know he's not really shown up for this match. He'll be disappointed with his performance, as it looks like he's going to bow out of this year's UK Open.
Niels Feijen was one of many experienced, established players who went down to an unexpected defeat early on in this tournament, beaten by Anthony Braben of Cyprus. And that left him needing to win 3 matches on the loser's side to make it to the single elimination phase. And if he pots these 3 remaining balls, he'll have done so for the loss of only 4 racks. Sorry, I'll correct that. The loss of 6 racks over those 3 matches. Beat Rivo Memre of Estonia 8-1 in an 8-2 win against Typhon Tabor of Germany. So it's got progressively a little closer in each round. But ultimately, nobody has been able to touch Feijen or get close to him during his march through the one-loss side. Clenched fist to show how important that is to him. He's won this match by 9 racks to 3, and he will go through to the single elimination phase. You can just see there on the side of the picture, Alexander Kazakis and Fedor Gorst clearly itching to get on with it. They're on their way into the arena now, and we'll be back to bring you coverage of that mouth-watering clash here at this UK Open in a few minutes' time.
Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
object. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament. The majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, everyone. Match 5 on day 3 of this 2023 UK Open is about to begin. Let me just cross the T's and dot the I's for you. The third qualification round for the losers. Well, that's ended now. Dave Snell has beaten Jeremy Sosi 8-7. So the action comprises winners qualification and losers qualification. I can tell you, actually, the winners qualification round is now over also. So we're concentrating on the match to get people into the last 64 surviving from the losers side of the draw. And what a match coming up. It is Fedor Gorst trying to bounce back from his heavy defeat by James Arenas against Alexander Kazakis. Now there you can see what's happened on table 1 so far today. Albin Auschen made quite a few mistakes but beat Ko Ping Han anyway, 8-5. That was on the loser's side. Joshua Filler in qualification, 9-7 over a Vietnamese opponent. That was a tough match for Filler. As for table 2, well, it's all on Matchroom Multisport. Abdullah Al Yusuf of Kuwait coming up against John Morrow or Imran Majid over there. We've just seen Skylar Woodward defeat Walter Lakra, the 14-year-old Swede, 9-7. Tell you what, Woodward was given a real workout to come through that particular contest against the schoolboy. Here it is Gorst against Kazakis. And Kazakis has been one of the busiest players in the tournament so far. This his 5th match. Gorst is playing his 4th. So far in the event, Gorst has beaten Anthony Ginn and Abdullah Al-Shamari 9-4, 9-2 respectively. But then that shock to the system, his 9-2 defeat by James Arenas. As for Alexander Kazakis, he started off with a whitewash, beating Mohamed Daydat from South Africa 9-0. Then, though, losing 9-8 to Hubert Lopotko from Poland. Since then, wins over Harriet Haynes and, much more recently, over Elliot Sanderson 8-2. So, given what he's achieved in recent years, Gorst will be favourite. But I'll tell you what, Jeremy Jones, he will need to improve on his performance against Arenas.
Yeah, absolutely. And really just kind of out of sorts in that match right from the start. Took an exceptional amount of time. You know, I wouldn't say on easy situations because there wasn't many that arose for Federer in that match. James Arenas, of course, you got to give a lot of credit there. He played a great match. 2 guys here fighting for their tournament life, looking around, and so many great players fighting for their tournament life. It's really pretty awesome to watch in the sense that the rest of the players are evolving, and give credit to the better players for the rest of the players getting so much better.
Kazakis has had bundles of experience at the game's top level. Been involved in Mosconi Cups, he's won the World Masters, that kind of stuff. And so, it is entirely possible that Fedor Gorst could join Albin Auschen as a very big name in failing to reach the last 64.
Yeah, and, you know, Albin, of course, we saw the Vietnamese player play a real tough match against Filler, and then, you know, after losing a close match, didn't slow down at all on that one-loss side. Probably played even better against Albin. Kazakis, who really is the leader of probably, you know, a surprising 16 or 17 players that came from Greece to play this week, and this is the man from Greece, that's for sure. Fellow in between here, it looks like if he follows, he could get a little on top of the purple 5. may just stun into the area over in between the 6 and 7 with the cue ball, just to make sure you don't make any mistakes. Could go past the purple 5 to the top rail and then back up. Yeah, that's what he's decided to do. Good choice. Is it enough? It's going to end up a little thinner on the 5 than he wanted. Good thing the 6, the green 6, is real handy over the side. Well, very, very doable out there, but a very solid run as well from Kazakis to get started after a dry break from Gorst.
Yeah, dry break, mistakes in his previous match. Fedor Gorst, okay, let's not over-exaggerate, it's just one rack, but he is wobbling a little, no doubt. Not the only big name, you could say, is struggling. As I said before, we know that Albin Auschen out of the event. Also involved in this win or bust round is Francisco Sanchez Ruiz up against Sullivan Clark from New Zealand. It's 1-1 there. I can tell you Billy Thorpe, he's 4-2 up on Adam Smith. And Alex Paguline 5-1 up on Besar Spahiu. So just this losers qualification round being played now. Nothing else.
Well, pretty decent break off there, and not quite as much speed as we've seen from most of the players. You can see just kind of like the 6 getting up table and with the brown 7, but does have a play on the blue 2. Can go up and down the table. That looks a little dicey to me. I think I pull this ball 2 rails into the 8, try and slow the cue ball down, or maybe even look at the safety. I really like to go offensive here. I know it's a little bit of a risk. You know, it's a little thin on the 2, but it looks like to me very natural to pull the cue ball into the 8, 2 cushions. Now he's, I think, looking at the safety, and of course tournament pool, but I still like to stay aggressive in this spot. Should be a good safety, drawing the cue ball up underneath the black 8. It's going to bank the 2 away. So much traffic out there, right? Early in the rack. That's when the players seem to kick out of these safeties so often, and it does make sense with more balls on the table, more congestion to cause problems, maybe get a snooker or tie a ball up. Now, has he got the jump cue out from here? Wow. Now, I did talk about it in the earlier match that most consider Federer the best in the world with a jump cue. In my opinion, he's got the best jump cue to do it with as well. I wonder how he's going to play this. This is why he's so good, because not only being so close to the 8, not so much worry getting over it, but can still really have a lot of accuracy doing things with the object ball and the cue ball. And that was definitely intended. Maybe not, you know, he was trying to get the 2 down table and the cue ball up on the end rail. Didn't catch enough of the 2 ball. Now a shot in the side for Kazakis.
Yeah, but don't be under the illusion, even though the 2 is close to the centre, that this is an easy pot. Has to be accurate. We've seen that with the middles throughout the tournament, throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. We see it on the break shot so often. The 1 wobbles, and this needs a little speed. That facing wants to make the ball wobble. Looks like it's on a good angle, though, to follow towards maybe the pink or the black 8. I think he's got to gamble a little bit. Really can't try to do too much with the cue ball with, like Phil said, a very missable ball, even though close to the side pocket. He probably got more out of that than he expected.
I think he was a little concerned that the cue ball was going to run on too much. He's okay, though. Now, the 2 ball to that same middle pocket was the crucial ball potted by Jason Shaw in the semi-final of the Scottish Open in Glasgow at the weekend against Ralph Souquet. Souquet played a safety that didn't really work out, but it was still a cracking 2 to the side from Shaw, from which he dished.
Yeah, I saw him on the walk back over a few minutes ago. Looks like he's in good spirits. Had a nice win today.
Yeah, he's 3-0, isn't he? Jason Shaw beating Francesco Candela comfortably today to make the last 64 draw, which will take place this evening.
Yeah, nice short side position here on the pink 4. It's going to open up the rest of the rack. Just got to make sure he avoids the black 8 when queuing for the purple 5. That's what he's sizing up at the moment. Another great match here on table 2. Going to start, and we're going to lose one of these great players. Abdullah Al Yusuf and John Mora about to tee it off.
Thought that was in when he struck it. Then it maybe just went out slightly.
Yeah, and that one had quite a bit of pace, right? So I always thought it was in as well. I think it just kind of was hit there and held its line. Just a little more concerning as it got towards that tight upper corner pocket.
Yeah, Kazakis was convinced and then not convinced. But he's looking good here. About to double his advantage, you would think.
Yeah, and what I like is really confident looking around the table as well. Sometimes you can see it with Kazakis, the stressful sport. So let's not overlook that, but sometimes you can overdo it. And of course, a Whirlpool Masters champion, but certainly a player that's still bidding for a big multi-table title.
(2-0) it is. And so, in terms of being on the main table here, Fedor Gorst has played 13 racks and won 2 of them today. Coming off that 9-2 defeat by James Arenas, he finds himself in more early trouble against Alex Kazakis. Let me tell you about the remaining matches still in play in this losers qualification round, which of course, even though it's on the losers side, is a race to 9. Phil Wildman on the hill against Chris Alexander at 8-4. It is 7-7. Tom Staveley against Talal Al-Blushi. RT Ko from Myanmar, 5-4 up on Farhad Zayed from Saudi Arabia. That's over on table 7 at the moment. Petri Makinen on the hill against Benji Buckley at 8-4. Hubert Lopotko, who sent Alex Kazakis to the one-loss side of the draw. He's 7-6 up on Luong Duc Tien. And I'll give you the other scores at the end of this rack.
This one ball is going to get nasty near the corner. Usually a good thing when you make one, but when you're snookered, and that's what it appears, it does cause a ton of headaches in the push-out position. Now, it does have a little cover. What I mean by that, a very difficult 3 ball near the side pocket with the purple 5 kind of covering it up. I like rolling out to the kick here versus the jump to get Federer started.
The annoying thing about that for Kazakis, at one point it looked as though the one might sit pretty. In the end, it turned out to be ugly.
Yeah, and like I said, he's recognizing now he's got options with, like I said, a difficult 3 ball. Of course, you don't want to just surrender easy control, but you know, you could roll out. You could take on the shot now if you wanted, and kick, come across the 1. Kind of trying to put the 1 back underneath the brown 7 and let the cue ball run down table. You could argue either way here to take this shot or not take it. He's going to pass it quickly. I would have thought about that one. I think there is a possibility with a high ball coming across about a half ball hit on the 1. A high right, you can get down below the 8 with the cue ball. Not going to have a total control of the 1, but like I said, with a very difficult 3 ball, I don't mind playing this shot. Pretty surprising pass on the push with Kazakis making the cut on the 1 look so easy.
Precisely my thought. He was a little worried that the cue ball might drop awkwardly over the top of the 7, but it made the journey past the 7. Yeah, just everything about Fedor Gorsh today suggests he's not exactly confident.
Yeah, just not himself maybe. And I'll tell you, the cross-side bank on the red 3, not that difficult if he can shoot the 2 in and get a little past the pink with the cue ball, maybe sit the cue ball between the 9 and the pink 4. I wouldn't get too crazy with this one, trying to get real tidy position up there for the cut shot on the 3. And if Kazakis gets out here, man, what a turn of events. That's not going to happen. You see where he tried to get position on that 3, though? I think I would have settled, for the bank on the 3. The 2 was difficult enough, and you hate to shoot that shot on the 2 and end up getting it partially snookered on that red 3. Looks like he's going to try and come into the 3 with the cue ball.
Interested spectator and a man already through to the last 64 tomorrow. Shane Van Boening with a perfect 3-0 record.
Yeah, Shane, of course, likes watching the Americans, and there's certain other players he certainly likes watching, and Federer's one of them. Wouldn't doubt Kazakis as well.
Also a real student of the break, and I think it's entirely feasible that we'll see Shane Van Boening on the main table tomorrow. That's why he's seeing how it's reacting.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, when Shane starts to feel better, he wants to be in the arena more, even if he's not practicing, which is, I wouldn't doubt that's where he's going now. Maybe to watch another American or get on an open table.
Well. I tell you what, he did not deserve that. That was another poor shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it just kind of was thinking when he was down on the ball, you know, when's the last time he shot a real tough shot? I mean, he got defeated pretty handily, didn't pocket a lot of balls in that match against Aranis, and that was a difficult shot. I mean, it wasn't super hard, but these are tough tables. And a very good roll. Kind of keeping Kazakis off something offensive.
Yeah, normally when you miss a bad ball like that, you can rely on the balls to really put the boot in.
I wouldn't get too cute with this. It looks like he goes behind the 7 with the cue ball, maybe. Leaves a long shot if it does peek out. Oh, this is going to be light. He was really concentrating on controlling the object ball, that being the pink 4. That way it got kind of doubled up. You can see the 8s covering up the corner. So it should be a push through on the pink 4 here, trying to get behind the 8 with the cue ball.
Can't tell you, Phil Wildman, who started Albin Aushen's woes, he is into the last 64 with a 9-4 win over fellow Brit Chris Alexander. Good name for a Q Sports exponent, Wildman. A gentleman called Mark Wildman was a really good snooker player for many a year. Also a billiards champion, and he was chairman of the WPBSA, the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association, for a while. An absolutely diamond bloke.
Yeah, well, I know Phil Wildman a bit. He's a real nice guy as well. Obviously pretty dangerous on the pool table. It looks like he's going to maybe try to slow roll this ball. Boy, I hate that. And we've seen a few times today that it didn't work out for a player, that being Albin mainly. But I think I got to run the cue ball off the right side here, trying to come behind the 8 using the purple 5 as well. You hate to go down rolling your ball here from 9 feet away. Yeah, that's just... To me, you're just not giving yourself the best chance. And again, if you look at what Federer's done so far, you know, you play that shot to run the cue ball. Even if you let him see it, he's got to come with a long shot. And that wasn't the case. Federer, ooh, he rubbed the rail pretty decently with that pink 4.
Seems to me he needs an easy run out. And it's been pretty much handed to him. For all of his hiccups today, can't imagine he's going to miss this. Indeed not. A poor safety from Kazakis means that Fedor Gorst breaks his duck in the match. He trails 2-1. Now those other scores. Babkin Melkonyan, who started the day with that marathon victory over his fellow Romanian Ion Ledani. Well, Melkonyan is 5-3 up on Chang Junlin of Chinese Taipei. Sullivan Clark 2. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 3. Tied there. Not so Billy Thorpe. 6-2 up on Adam Smith. Billy the banker going nicely. Sharik Saeed of Singapore 1-1 with Che Chia Chen. Radislav Babica 1-0 up on George Antonakis. Christos Papageorgiou 4-0, or shall I say 8-4 down to Michael Schneider of Switzerland. Alex Pagulayan 6-3 up on Besar Spahiu. David Al-Kaidi 4-2 up on Ashik Nathwani. And Damien Massey 7-1 up on Andrew Finnegan. Also of interest for viewers across the Atlantic, Shane Walford 5-3 up on Adam Stankovic, who ended Jack Lazowski's adventure in this pool tournament. And Tyler Steyer 4-0 up on the outstanding Estonian Dennis Grabber.
Yeah, Dennis has been quietly going through the tournament, but now he's got to turn it on to get back in that match. Shane Wolford, who lost what seemed like a good solid match from both players earlier against Ko Ping Chung. Ko Ping Yi advanced, which he wasn't able to make that final 64 last year in the inaugural UK Open. And a lot of congestion around that blue 2, and always makes for, again, a difficult push-out situation. Is he going to try and tie up maybe the pink 4 and the purple 5 somehow? No, it doesn't appear so. Beauty of a shot there. Not sure what Kazakis was really thinking passing on that shot. Maybe thought there was a double kiss there on the cue ball. And now he's got to come with a nice hit. We're hitting probably right before the side. Little bend on the cue ball to get at that blue 2. I don't think he can really play, you know, some type of calculating kick shot here. He's got to get the contact on the blue 2 first. That's the most important. And there is a path. Shouldn't be a problem. But love that effort.
On this kind of table, if you get that kind of separation between cue ball and object ball, good things can happen. In that case, very good things.
Yeah, and I think the speed he played it told you he recognized how much congestion was on the bottom half of the table, and he wanted to keep the blue 2 and the cue ball down on this end and take his chances of getting a snooker, and it's come out real nice. Looks like he's going to the air for a little piece of the 2 ball between the black 8 and 9. So he's going to try and jump this, get between what looks like a very narrow path between the 8 and 9, clip the 2 ball, bring it up near the pink, maybe past the pink a little bit, and drop the cue ball down here on the bottom rail. Abdullah Al Yusuf doing a lot of shooting over there on table 2. Man, that had to run at quite a few nice events there last year and a little bit prior. And it's funny, ever since Al Yusuf has lost all that weight, right? It's like he hasn't gotten used to that, or right, or something, because he hasn't quite had the performances as he had before.
Leads 3-0 against John Morrow, though, on table 2. A match you can see on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. He was resigned to losing the second rack. He played a very poor safety shot that resulted in a direct in off, but with ball in hand, Morrow couldn't take advantage. So Abdullah Al Yusuf 3-0 up on the Canadian.
Yeah, and I think a big shot here in game 4. Kazaka seems to be breaking the balls pretty well. So could not only get a 2-game separation, but maybe even more. And one thing I think about Alex sometimes is, you know, as the match goes, it seems like he plays a little slower without the shot clock as the match goes. Maybe kind of sometimes puts a little extra pressure on himself behind that. Now this is a missable ball no matter who's shooting it. Just a difficult table. Man, he's way off his mark. That was simple. I mean, to miss your mark with the cue ball when you're so close to the 2 and really not applying any side spin, that was just straight up and down vertically on the cue ball. Now snookered on the red 3. You could see a little shake of the head, like the cobwebs are still there.
When you think what he's done stateside for the last 2 years, his performance today has been entirely uncharacteristic. He's still got time to make amends, of course. If he wins this match, he can come back tomorrow after a good night's sleep and be a different player. Right now, though, he's not the Fedor Gorst that people in pool know and admire.
Yeah, he's going to be okay with this. He's going to leave a doable kick shot off the bottom cushion, but yeah, the timing of it You know, when you're not feeling right, the timing of the swing gets off a little bit, and it just doesn't take much to lose the path of the cue ball, the speed, and certainly miss balls.
Another result, another player into the last 64 single elimination is Michael Schneider from Switzerland, who's beaten Christos Papageorgiou 9-4.
Yeah, Michael, a very talented player. His brother Daniel, also a very good player. He's about to get back in the mix, start playing a lot more pool again. Tell you, if he gets very involved in trying to hit this ball a particular way with the 8-9 there, the 4 and the brown 7, he may not get a cushion. May surrender ball in hand. Yeah, this is a ball in hand. Now he may make it, but just imagine if that 3 hits any of those balls, it's not getting to the cushion. So I understand the attempt, but maybe a little risky.
Well, much like the third rack in the fourth, Gorst has the chance to enjoy some quality table time, knocking in balls, getting some freedom in that cue arm, and getting a feel for the table. Earlier this year, they had a prelim tournament before the Derby City Classic. It was called the Mini Derb Open. Gorst won, and the Banks ring game there. Now that's a feat of stamina, let alone pool. Then he went to the Derby City Classic itself. He won the Banks, he won the Nineball, and of course he won the Master of the Table. It was 2 weeks of extraordinary efficiency.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of banners there at that event, and it's going to be a name talked about in those hallways for a long time, but that's beside him right now. He's trying to get his wit about him, get back into doing what he does, which is make very few mistakes. Got a little awkward here. Can he easily run the cue ball 3 rails? I don't think so. May have to draw to the bottom rail, and no, it looks like he's going to be able to run the cue ball 3 rails up above the 8. Very nice.
This is more like it. Two. I was just looking, you know, I reckon if you include the Master of the Table at the Derby City Classic as a tournament win, because obviously it's an accumulation of points in the other tournaments, but if you include that as a tournament win, he's won 13 titles already in 2023, and we're not halfway through the year. Over on table 25, you might have heard some applause. Well, that was for Tom Staveley defeating Talal Al-Balushi from the United Arab Emirates 9-8. Artiko from Myanmar, he's doing okay. He's 7-5 up at the moment in his match to make the last 64. He's taking on Farhad Ziad from Saudi Arabia.
Something you don't see much anymore. John Moore shooting a shot right-handed there on the 9-ball. Just because of the stretch, he gets on the board, and the break-off that Fedor Gorst has been looking for all day.
That's one of the best break-offs we've seen over the 3 days from anyone.
Yeah, the 1 ball really shot in the side. Got a lot of movement on the rack, a few kisses, but a dressed up 2 ball now. He's got a little work with the 3, it looks like, but Looks like he can get to the backside of the three, maybe play it in the left middle. Does go in the upper right corner as well. It's a little tight, that position, but it is playable. And that's something you'll overlook a lot of times, is understanding I can come a simple 2 rails into that position on the three for the upper right. It's a little covered up, but very much enough room to play that position. Does recognize it. He's made the purple 5 a bit tougher, bumping that 8, kind of covering up the lower right-hand corner pocket for later in the rack.
Elite players, though, and of course, Gorst is very much an elite player. They only need to find some spark, find something to get themselves going, and even a run of bad form can be very swiftly transformed.
Yeah, and you know, I don't really try to make excuses for players or myself too often, but you know, I've seen it a couple times where Federer has been fatigued and struggled. So I'm, you know, traveling abroad, coming from a very big event there in America, that again, one pocket's something that really weighs on the mind.
Yes, travelling from New Orleans and Louisiana, you're overcoming a 6-hour time difference, aren't you? Even worse than if you're coming from the East Coast, which is 5 hours.
Yeah, and you know, Federer, who likes all kinds of pool, he probably was up quite a bit during that tournament, consuming it all. Is he going to get there? Probably is going to be hard for him to pass on this safety. Even though it looks like he could kind of cross the purple over, go into the 8 and use the 6, the green 6 and 9 in a safety manner, but no, he's just going to chip the purple to the side rail, put it on the bottom rail. He didn't get the snooker though. That's close. I watch Federer's game so much. I mean, it's one of the players I really have always paid attention to. Even, you know, when he was probably 17 or 16, his first time he come into the Derby. But seems like he's pulling the trigger a couple times quickly when he's down on the ball. He's got a very, very concrete kind of process up off the ball and then again down on it. And maybe at times, again, just pulling the trigger a little quick. Now Kazakis, you can see easily he can get at the purple 5, coming kind of just to the bottom rail, but doesn't seem much for results that way. Now he could kind of move the purple towards the 8, coming off the bottom cushion. Here he feels like he can kick 2 cushions below it, kind of stick the cue ball, hoping to get the purple out in the middle of the table. It's a little light, I think, but this is kind of what he was trying to do. Caught it coming in and out, so a little fortunate there, but definitely intended. And I'm not sure the score with FSR, but I think he's got a match on his hands over there.
Yeah, he's taking on Sullivan Clark on table 3, and it is 4-2 to Sanchez Ruiz. Billy Thorpe, by the way, on the hill against Adam Smith at 8-3.
this jump shot he's taken on.
The 5 just kept running and running and running, much to Ghost's relief.
Yeah, Kazakis should bring the 5 on the left side rail, kind of bleed the cue ball over near the 8. Every now and again, you get it right underneath that 8 ball. May have left the top side of the purple between the 6 and 9. Don't think so, but I think he has actually.
The match, indeed, this rack, a real battle.
Boy, he must really be confident in this shot here. And he must be able to see more of it than what I can imagine. Another one of those shots. Not looking to go down with this shot, but if it is there, you kind of got to take it on. But nothing easy. Oh, what a nice hit. Really good there from Kazakis.
Billy Thorpe is through 9-3 over Adam Smith. So at one point today, it wasn't looking all that clever for the American contingent in general. Now prospects are much brighter.
Yeah, that's why you just got to play the game and see how the chips fall a little bit, right? I mean, Americans, just like anything else, you just got to keep at it and just look to improve. And again, not here to just participate. Of course, you have to be in it to win it, but Billy Thorpe's put in a lot of time. Shane, again, has gotten some results here of late. Shane Wolford and improving, and Skyler maybe with a few too many close ones here early, but that doesn't necessarily mean the worst of things, really. I mean, he's been battle tested early.
Well, Walford, you mentioned, 2 racks away from victory. 7-4 up on Adam Stankovic.
Looking to make this one, maybe. Bring the cue ball 2 rails up the table, or 2 rails off the 5. Yeah, looking to make that one. Get some separation.
Like I said at the last tournament, Jeremy, I'm not worthy. What a call.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of a one-pocket shot. Federer has been putting in the time playing that game. And these are the ones that we're used to him knocking in that really we haven't seen much of today. Now it's been limited. James Aranis really put the handcuffs on Federer for the most part.
I'll tell you what, there's not a great amount to choose from, but I would say that's his best part of the entire day.
I agree. I agree. He had a nice 3-ball, I think it was, against Aranis earlier, but yeah, that 6-ball there, and it was hit with authority, and you could hear it hit the center of the pocket. Can't take your eye off these, though, especially when you need to get into the cue ball a little bit.
Didn't try and do too much. Content to leave the cue ball close to the side cushion. So there is an element of doubt surrounding this 9.
Yeah, you got to like the way he shot it, though. A lot of players just trying to get that one down, and he really let the arm out there, knocked it in with a lot of confidence.
He was 2-0 down for Dorgorst. Now, though, he leads 3-2 against Alexander Kazakis. Still plenty of losers qualifying matches going on.
I think that's Federer's first lead of the day. I believe so, anyways.
And that's an uncharacteristic situation for him. On table 7, RT Ko from Myanmar on the hill against Farhad Ziad at 8-5. It is Hill, Hubert Lepotko and Luong Doc Tien of Vietnam, 8 each. Babken Melkonyan 6-4 up on Chang Junlin. That would be a surprise, it really would. Sullivan Clark, Jeremy was saying he was giving Francisco Sanchez Ruiz all he could handle. Well, Clark has won rack 7 to trail only 4-3. Sharik Saeed of Singapore leads Chia Chen 3-1. George Antonakis 2-1 upon Radoslav Babica. Alex Pagulayan 7-5 over Besar Spahiu. David Al-Kadi showing his true colours, 7-2 upon Ashik Nathwani. Damien Massey on the hill against Andrew Finnegan at 8-3. Francesco Candela 4-1 ahead against Dave Snell in the last losers qualifying round match to start. Shane Walford 7-5 over Adam Stankovic. Tyler Steyer slow going against Dennis Grabber, but Steyer leads 4-2. Antonios Kakaris, he's 3-2 down to Tobias Bongers. 3-3 Abdullah Al Yusuf and John Morra, that after Morra trailed 3-0. Kostas Kukiadakis 4-3 upon Tolian Han. And a scoreline I'm very proud of, vicariously. One of my snooker pals, Gary Wilson, 8-4. Make that 8-5 as I speak up on JJ Fall. Wilson did lead 8-3, so he's on the hill still, needing one more rack to go into the last 64. That would be quite some achievement because his experience of 9-ball is very limited.
Yeah, but you can tell he's eager about it, even though it will probably be, you know, just here and there, of course, for Gary. And love to see, though, when the great Q Sports players get involved in the game of pool and really get into it. I think we saw that by all the snooker players that played this week.
I'm old enough to remember when the likes of Jim Rempe and Steve Miserak came over and played in the World Snooker Championship.
Yeah, Rempe actually, I think, had an English 8-ball title or two as well. And a big miss on an easy safety there. And that's a fairly routine shot.
Many years ago, snooker was nowhere near as cosmopolitan as pool is now, or as snooker is now. And they had a tournament called the World Cup. And to field the requisite amount of teams, they had a rest of the world side. And Rempe played in that.
Yeah, Rempe, Hall of Famer, and of course, an all-around great. From Pennsylvania, Scranton, I believe. It's been a few years since I've seen Jim. It was a Hall of Fame, one of the Hall of Fame banquets that he attended. Lots of juniors arriving today. The Jason Shaw Junior event that's going to be starting tomorrow. Where's he going with the cue ball here? Oh, he went for the bank. Good effort. Had a lot of cover with the 6 and the 9 there. Not so much position on the 3, though.
Of course, in modern times, Kazakis was on the receiving end of the most famous length of table bank in 9-ball pool when David Al-Qaedi knocked in the 9 to beat him at Hill Hill in that World Pool Masters final in Gibraltar. Brought the house down.
Yeah, and it really sat heavy on Kazakis because he had a chance to attack a bank himself, cross corner, elected to play safe, and can't really argue that. Like I talked about earlier, sometimes you want to go for it, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, what made it worse for Kazakis, he led 8-5 in that match, lost 9-8.
Now things will change come the weekend. We'll have a shot clock, 30-second shot clock for the final 16. Definitely see a little different 9-ball than we've seen the last few days, but
as soon as the 2-ball avoided the 9, Gorsht was happy. Kazakis was unhappy.
yeah, it was an odd kick. I mean, he certainly hit it how he wanted, but he had to kind of measure a little bit, do some calculations. You know, the kick and stick is something very common from that angle, though, and the ball that far up, not so common. Shane Wolford just missed a big 8-ball, it looked like, to go on the hill. I believe he's up 7-3 or 4.
7-5 actually, so it's even tighter.
Yeah, 7-6 now then. His opponent did make that 9-ball. Amazing to me how that happens so often. You got some 7 other balls on the table besides the 2. The 2-ball gets banged around some 5 rails and doesn't touch another ball.
You were just mentioning the shot clock being introduced on Saturday, Jeremy, and I have to say, the whole fabric of these matches, of these racks, really does change when the shot clock's introduced. We've seen 5 lengthy racks so far in this match, and rack 6 is shaping up to be exactly the same.
Yeah, now that's some other reasons behind that. You know, not any offensive shots right after the break. Of course, these players kicking very well and jumping out of situations, safeties and whatnot, but definitely the complexion definitely changes come the weekend. And really, if you had to look around, there's plenty of players we could talk about this, but I mean, who looks the most confident to you? Who looks the most settled so far, right? And then within themselves. I wouldn't say it's Josh Filler. I mean, he's had some ups and downs so early. Shane Van Boning's had a few little odd shots here and there. Skyler's had some situations that weren't so comfortable. Albin Ocean, of course, is out of the event. These two are fighting for their life. Maybe James Aranis has looked as good as anyone.
Now, does that look good to Kazakis? The two close to a pocket. Even if Gorst can't get through to it, he can jump over the corner of the 6.
Yeah, pretty big favorite to make this. And where he differs is, like, he can dig on the cue ball very accurately from here and kind of pull the cue ball like a normal shot around the 3, where a lot of players, they're not going to totally turn it loose. See how he dug on that? Got a little much into it, but that way the cue ball doesn't get away. He shoots most of those jumps like normal shots.
Blow for blow here. Same thing on table 2. Abdullah Al Yusuf and John Morrett locked together now at 4-4.
Okay, a draw stroke. You can see the tip around the middle of the cue ball, and then he drops it low on the last swing. A little more old school style. What he'll do here is trying to get a stop shot on the purple 5. Stop the ball, play the 6, and come across for the 7 in the lower left. So I think he wants to fall pretty straight on this 5 ball.
Hubert Lopotko, who sent Alexander Kazakis to the 1-loss side of the draw. He's out of the tournament. Lost a heartbreaker 9-8 to Luong Duc Tian of Vietnam.
Okay, he decided to draw over. Thought he could just stop and maybe shoot that and go the rail with a hair of check inside, come across. Felt good about the speed control on the draw to get a natural angle to fall over on the 7. And a little let off there on the stroke and fell a little behind the brown 7. Now this got a little awkward from nowhere.
Yeah, as Jeremy said, just surrendered control of the cue ball slightly. Again, not customary. But the positive there, Jeremy, after the mistake, the retrieval.
Yeah, and like you said, trying to find a few things in some of those situations that get you a little out of line, the recovery can do wonders for you. And that was about as good a stroke as far as the timing as we've seen from Federer here on day 3.
Four racks on the bounce for Fedor Gorst as the Russian tries to bounce back from his heavy defeat by James Arenas in his previous match. Gorst leads 4-2. Now Shane Walford, you said that he made a mistake on the 8 in rack 13. Well, he made amends in the 14th, winning it to reach the hill at 8-6. Francesco Candela 5-1 up on Dave Snell. Damien Massey on the hill against Andrew Finnegan 8-3. Same thing, exactly the same score. David Al-Kaidi over Ashik Nathwani. George Antonakis, they're lagging behind on table 17. He's 3-1 up on Radislav Babica. Sharik Sahid and Shea Chia Chen are 3-3. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 5-3 up now on Sullivan Clark. After the break, I'll tell you one other scoreline, which is of real interest. Oh, cue ball just staying on the table. Before we concentrate on this, Gary Wilson told you 8-3 up on JJ Fall. It's now 8-7.
Well, most of the guys from South Africa, they cue pretty well and can get going on you, and we've seen them pull off some big upsets before. And I don't know how big of an upset that would be, but to come back from a huge deficit, that would mean something.
Well, there's a backstory. Gary, not being all that experienced, he's been playing on the one-loss side. He thought it was a race to 8, and at 8-3, he shook his opponent's hand.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't know about the shaking of the hand part of things, but we've all kind of done that whenever the races are different, right?
I did it in a snooker pro-am many years ago near where I live against a player who ended up playing at the Crucible. Thought I'd beaten him, and it was best of 5, not best of 3. Ouch. Of course I lost.
Yeah, so not alone. Gary Wilson. And I'm kind of sweating Shane Wolford over there. He's in a battle there in that game to try and win the match. He's not going to get it. And he may have been fortunate here not to surrender a pocket. Maybe the one plays up in the left corner, but that's awfully thin. Very difficult shot to shoot at.
Not quite shaking a hand prematurely. The great Steve Davis once made a big clearance in a frame. Thought he'd won it and he misread the scoreboard. It can happen to anyone.
Yeah, you play a lot of games, a lot of matches, a lot of tournaments. You're going to see it all. It looks like Shane Wolford has a pretty routine 9-ball to advance. Good signs for the Americans. Did Hunter Lombardo advance, or does he still have one more to go?
Let me check that one out for you.
I know Tyler Steyer's in action. And I don't understand sometimes. I understand he was trying to bank that away, but He's got to know that's got to be hit like just perfectly, really, not to surrender a shot. So many balls on the table, very doable kick a couple different ways. Really surprised he went to the air there. I think the players really lean on the jump cue at times a bit too much. Now it is a great asset, and of course I wish I could jump the ball as well, or even close to these guys, but kicking at the ball percentage wise I think sets up a bit more than these guys give credit.
Bad news on Hunter Lombardo, beaten 9-4 by Mario He.
Yeah, I did see that he had to play Mario. Mario took a loss in a match didn't expect in that winner's qualification round.
But Shane Walford is through. The American strength in the last 64 increasing all the time. Now can Tyler Steyer come good as well, although Dennis Grabber is back in the match at 4-4.
Oh my. And that's the one that I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you noticed the pause at the cue ball, but it was super light before he took the backswing. And I mean, maybe a little fatigued there, but that one was sitting right in front of him. That's a chip shot for Fedor Gorst.
That was one of the two most glaring misses I think we've witnessed. The other one was an 8-ball from Chris Melling. Just goes to demonstrate anything can be missed.
Yeah, but to open the door here, and it looked like a little frustration setting in for Kazakis after surrendering that shot on the one. You know, the big turning point in this match, possibly.
RTK from Myanmar is through, beating Farhad Ziad 9-6 on table 7.
He's got a little funny here. Kind of natural to draw the cue ball to the side rail and back out for the gap between the 8-9 for the purple 5. He could follow to try and get a little closer. Not my favorite way to shoot this ball, but that's what I mean about taking more time. It seems like as the match goes, Kazakis seems to get even slower, and I think really puts more pressure on himself. I know it doesn't have to be that, but that's just the feeling I get.
And that wasn't a ball that jingled and jangled in the jaws. That was a bad miss, wasn't it? By the way, Gary Wilson is one rack away from shaking hands again, but it might be as a loser because JJ Fall has made it hill-hill.
Yeah, you can see frustration there from Kazakis. Super thin hit here on the pink 4. Trying to run the cue ball up using the 7-9, and the speed looks pretty good. People don't realize how hard a shot that is to not only control the containment of the pink 4, but the speed on the cue ball as well. Lots going on there. And the 2-rail kick is a little funny. The left side pocket's kind of in the way of the natural path, it looks like. And now he's gone to the air again. Or at least I thought he was.
To 2-0, Kazakis had reason to be encouraged, but you can see his self-belief, his mojo in general, just draining away. And as he gets weaker, Gorsht, without playing his best, grows stronger.
Yeah, without a doubt, Phil. And I think, you know, Gorsht is taking a little more time just because of the struggle he's feeling at the moment, really grinding his way through here. And I like him playing for the heavier angle here on the 5. A lot of people would not recognize that. Much easier to play from the 5 to the 6 if you come 2 rails to the left of the 6, gaining a little more easy angle on the 5 and easy cue ball movement behind it. And Kazakis really with his head down. I'm watching him from abroad here, a ways away, but and I don't know, just as a player, I never really got in that position too often. I just never felt like it was going to be good. Got to stay positive.
Even when he achieved his greatest title, though, the World Masters, there was a point in that tournament where he was very down on himself after his semi-final win over Eklund Kachi, where the standard was poor. Well, at least Kazakis can come back to the table. Yes, in Jib when he won the World Masters, the semi-final against Kachi was poor, and he was in the players' room really unhappy with his form. And Kelly Fisher, actually, who was out there, gave him a pep talk, let's put it that way, some tough love, and it worked. Worked the oracle, because he went out in the final and beat Shane Van Boning 9-0. Astoundingly.
Yeah, it's hard to beat Shane. It doesn't matter how you do it, but to put the whitewash on SVB, not only to win the title, but got to be something special to remember. Talk about how great Shane is as well. All those titles, but how many runner-ups as well. This looks a little wide if he's hitting it high with a high ball. Yeah, it looks like he's going to catch the top rail before the 5 to me, unless he adds a lot of speed. Oh, nice hit. 5's going to creep a little past the side. It is cuttable, but certainly a little more difficult than the 5 we just saw Federer miss. way he's cueing this makes me think he might be banking this cross corner.
Sweet. Just sweet. A shot as good as the call.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's revving up here, but he's definitely improving on what we saw against Arenas and what we saw early in this match.
Yeah, definitely a little more pep in the step, and I think still grinding it. trying to grind this win out, though. Knows he's not 100%. Looks like he's going to take on the thin cut in the side. Wow. I wonder how he's going to play the cue ball. You wouldn't want to play a lot of inside spin here. And maybe the camera is kind of fooling me here. Maybe he can hold the ball with a little right English and come to the backside of the 7. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like he may be adding some speed. And it's got to go. It's got to go a bit. It's going to get a little funny, but he does have a shot. Looks like with a high ball, he can kind of push through the 9, get it to the rail and back out, fall nicely on the black 8 for the lower right corner.
Starting to resemble the Fedor Gorsht, who wins tournaments for fun. 5-2 up on Alex Kazakis, 5 racks in succession for him. Other results for you: David Al-Kaidi through 9-4 over Ashik Nathwani. Damien Massey into the next round. He's defeated a fellow Brit, Andrew Finnegan, 9-4. Alex Pagulayan, he's beaten Besar Spahiu, the Albanian number 2, 9-5. And Gary Wilson, the most relieved man in the UK capital, arguably, because he's avoided the embarrassment of defeat after shaking hands with JJ Fall when leading 8-3. JJ Fall came back to Hill, but Wilson got the verdict in the decider. Nothing against JJ, but well done to Gary Wilson. Snooker will be represented in the last 64 tomorrow.
Golden break or a possibility. We're going to see him attack here, I believe anyways, unless this cross-side bank is sitting a little different than I suspect. Now, he could play a pretty easy safety behind the 3-8, but you got to figure he's going to attack here, probably run the cue ball a couple rails between the 3-9 back out to the center for a combination maybe. May get at the billiard on the 9 right here.
There you go. Jeremy Jones again calling it absolutely on the nose. It is 6-2 to Fedor Gorsht, and you have to fear for Alexander Kazakis the way things are developing. The bank on the 2, that was intentional. So was chipping in the 9 as the extra, the bonus. Chang Junlin, 7-6 up on Babkin Malkonyan. Now that's the second time that Kazakis has spoken to the referee between racks. I don't know what the issue is. Is he complaining about slow play?
I don't think Alex is complaining. I think the referee is maybe giving them some type of warning. And really the players got to realize that, you know, usually the referees have been pretty just here with the World Nineball Tour, and maybe just kind of listen to the referees and go on with it.
Pardon my ignorance, but would the warning, if there was one issued by the referee, or the reminder, would it be issued to both players or just one?
Well, that's a gray area. Usually both players get some type of warning, but if it's obvious, they will issue a warning to just one player. And dry break at a very crucial time for Kazakis. But you could see probably the frustration is what gave him, you know, the reply to the referee, right? Kazakis not one that very confrontational at all, and maybe just a little frustration from how the match has gone after leading 2-0.
Yes, because he was talking to the referee after rack 7 as well. Gorged, of course, entirely silent.
All right, going left. He's going to stab at it, so watch out for the scratch. 2 rails in the upper corner, upper right. Should be okay, lefty, but you generally overhit the ball a lot because you don't feel as much easy power. He's going to love this, though. Maybe a little fortunate with the path, not the path you would normally take, but should do. It's got a lot of work, though. The pink 4 is really ugly next to the brown 7.
With all of your decades of experience, Jeremy, would you say that this match has been slow?
Yeah, I would. Absolutely, I would, actually. I don't think it's done Kazakis any favors. I think it's an abnormal slow for Federer. I think he's feeling a little out of sorts and really trying to grind this one out. But when the shot clock's not on, I see this a lot from Kazakis, so I don't think that's too abnormal.
I'm really glad you said that, because my opinion is exactly the same as yours. And I'm not just jumping on a bandwagon. I really do think that the average shot times are much higher than normal.
Yeah, absolutely, actually. In the little in-between games, I had a little talk with Carl about it. And, of course, Carl and I are trying to help the sport in any way possible. Nice shot there from Kazakis. But definitely addressing, you know, some type of slow play. And now, of course, these players get involved in the match, and we're not saying anything's intentional, but it's definitely recognizable.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was instantly perceptible, but as the racks went on, that's what went through my mind. Definitely.
You know, when you take so much time in surveying every shot, you know, like the kick shots, he looked at every type of kick shot with each snooker maybe jumping at the ball, and wow, he's really going to hate this. I don't understand that play at all, really, just not trying to produce any movement on the cue ball. But what happens is you start to lose your gut instinct, and there's definitely a gut instinct in this sport, just like the others. I think FSR does have a lead, but that match is still going on. Maybe 8-5, something like that.
6-4.
Oh, 6-4, okay. Well, tactically, Sullivan's looked very good to me.
It's only the 9th rack. It's a race to 9, but you get the feeling this could be the shot that keeps Kazakis in it, or it could be the beginning of the end. It is vital for him to knock this in.
Great view there. We'll know right off contact. And the 6 here is over the pocket, so this is more about your comfortable way to knock this ball in.
Without being harsh, the way the match has gone, I would not have had a penny on that ball going in.
Yeah, I think it would have been a bad bet, to be honest with you. But even there, it kind of tells you the same thing I talked about a moment ago. How many times he got up off that ball, really. No trust, it seems. And like I said, no gut instinct to just get down and trust what you see and make the best swing you got. Got to believe Federer's going to attack here.
Can tell you, Chang Jun Lin is on the hill against Babkin Melkonyan. 8-6. Of course, Melkonyan played a marathon match earlier on today. Took over 3 hours. For a race to 8, not 9.
Again, Alex has got to attack and hopefully just go with the gut. Wow, he didn't even shoot at that. And I understand, but that was a pocketable ball and really a pretty shallow angle. Makes that tight pocket not quite so tight. And you're going to see Federer attack here even on a tough shot. And with an easy 6 ball, even if he had to go rail first, that being Kazakis, I think he's supposed to shoot there. And really, you know, look at the position of the 6, 7, 8, 9. What's the chances of getting a snooker crossing the 5 ball there? Very slim. You're going to get the 5 in a good position up table, but again, you're not going to get the snooker. So leaving it in the hands Federer Gorst. And I would bet on him making this.
Caught that one so badly. This isn't some hopeful, some novice. This is Fedor Gorst. Very poor.
Yeah, it's almost like right there looking. And if you saw Kazakis' face, it's almost like he's trying to figure out what bad can happen from here. And look at these balls: the 5 over the corner, the 6 over the other corner. Like really pressing every shot. And now he's going to play it the right way. 2 rails in between the 7, 8. He was going to draw the ball up underneath the 7, which is the only way a mistake could happen. So much open center of the table there, and a good decision.
The 6-rack surge of Fedor Gorst looks like being punctuated. Indeed it is. Alexander Kazakis desperately needed that rack, and it falls to him in the end. Gorsh leads 6-3. Told you a short time ago, Chang Junlin 8-6 up on Babkan Melkonyan, so on the hill. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has got a little more daylight against Sullivan Clark. FSR leading 7-4. The least developed match in this round, George Antonakis 4-3 up on Radislav Babica. Francesco Candela coming off his defeat by Jason Shaw, recovering to lead 8-2 against Dave Snell on the hill, as the referee again has a word with Kazakis for the third rack in succession. There's definitely angst, no doubt about it. Tyler Steyer 6-4 up on Dennis Grabber. Antonius Kakaris and Tobias Bongas 5-5. John Morra 7-5 up on Abdul Al Yusuf. That's on table 2 if you want to see that match. It is available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We know that Gary Wilson, having led JJ Fall 8-3, stumbled home 9-8. And Kostas Kukiadakis on the hill against Tolian Han at 8-4. Now is the room past the pink 4. I think the 1 is poking its nose out.
Yeah, he definitely has a look at the 1. This is where you got to get back to what wins tournaments, and that's knocking balls in. A little concerned with the cue ball speed, a little thin on the 1, but should be okay. On the other side comes some 4 rails, a really nice shot. Let the stroke out for once.
Well, if that doesn't make him feel better, it should do. Well done.
Yeah, and you know, the 4-rail path for the cue ball was there, but in a sense, turning the cue ball loose a bit, and you just got to do that sometimes in this game. You can't always just expect everything to be real safe and no worry at all. Just not that type of game.
Of course, this happened earlier on today, but it still applies now. Every match from here on in, lose and you go home. No double elimination safety net. Defeat means exit. Kazakis, fellow countryman Kostas Kukiadakis is through. He's beaten Tolian Han 9-4.
Nice clean stroke there, and shouldn't be too unhappy. I mean, could have got a little less angle on the 6, but very natural to come across, and maybe the tight pocket a little still on the brain for Kazakis. Pretty routine shot here for these guys. The way you missed this one is a little let up on the stroke, maybe.
The shoulder went into it. Of that there was no doubt, but the ball went into the pocket. Don't know whether it's subliminally, but he is playing a little faster, I think, since the discussions with the ref.
Yeah, and what we've seen, no matter what situation it is, when the ref gets involved in those types of things, it seems to help the players. Whether it be the break shot, you get a warning for borderline soft break or slow play, seems to help.
Another one pulled back. You know, today nothing has come easy for Fedor Gorst. If you're just joining us, he was sent to the one-loss side by James Arenas, defeated 9-2. When he went 6-2 up in this match, after being 2-0 down, you thought, well, maybe he will breeze through. Not the case. Kazakis fighting back, just a couple adrift. No real change in the scores on table 24. Chang Junlin still on the hill against Babkin Melkonyan at 8-6. Table 3, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz battling to overcome Sullivan Clark. It is 7-4. 4-4, George Antonakis and Radislav Babica. Table 18, Francesco Candela 8-3 upon Dave Snell. Tyler Steyer 6-4 now over Dennis Grabber.
Now watch out, cue ball. It's going to get lost. I would say a reasonable 1-9 combination kind of sitting there, but this overhead will tell us a lot about that combination, and I don't see Federer shooting it with ball in hand.
And with the balls so nicely spread. Not as though there's a cluster out there to trip him up. Everything in the open.
Yeah, the 3's the really only limited pocket with ball in hand on the 1 to get to the 2. You can see easy position there.
Yes, and because the 4 is in close proximity to the 3, didn't really matter that he left the cue ball a little close to the side cushion. That pose from Kazakis again in his chair. Looks like that statue, the thinker. Plenty to think about.
Looks pretty straight here on the purple 5, so probably doesn't bring the cue ball back much. Oh, he's off angle a little bit, so he's got to work the rock. All right, got a lot out of that. He wanted to put a little extra, making sure he didn't end up straight on the green sticks. Should still be fine.
when that Whitey went into the pocket and the balls were everywhere. Alexander Kazakis must have realised the scratch on the break was costly, and so it proved. 7-4 now to Fedor Gorsht, just a couple of racks away from making single elimination here on what should be a fabulous Friday. Only 8 matches left today out there on the tables. It's been a really busy day. I can tell you Babkan Melkonyan is not going down without a fight. He's just won rack 15 to trail Chang Junlin only 8-7. Still 7-4 Francisco Sanchez Ruiz over Sullivan Clark. Not FSR's most fluent or dominant performance by any means. Radislav Babica 5-4 up on George Antonakis. Still Francesco Candela on the hill at 8-3 against Dave Snell. 6-5 now for Tyler Steyer over Dennis Grabber. And John Morra on the hill against Abdullah Al Yusuf. 8-5 on table 2.
Well, it looks like the 8's gotten in the way of possibly a 2-9 combo. It looks a little aimed towards the bottom rail, but players can throw the ball, manipulate it. I'll tell you, that's definitely a makeable combination if the 8 wasn't there. I wonder how the 2 off the 9 in this lower left corner, that's what he's looking at now, and I think that's a possibility. Check the tangent line between those 2 balls. John Moore really put together a heck of a match here so far. Was down 3-0 before winning 8 out of 10.
Of course, at the World Cup, Jeremy, John Morra will be representing his nation alongside Alex Pagulayan. Canada, they've got a pretty good team.
Yeah, and you know, I think John's playing some of his best pool right now that we've seen, and Alex getting back into form more and more every day, and we've seen that team before and expect some results from them. Of course, it's a very difficult event and it doesn't take much to get beat, but I think he's going for that 2 in the lower left corner. Kiss shot off the 9. I think he got the cut on the 3. Always nice to see those kiss shots.
Yeah, I always found those well executed, but also well conceived. I thought for a moment he might have put himself in trouble, but as Jeremy said, there is a path through to the 3. It is wafer thin, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And those kiss shots, they always have to be somewhat close, if not dead, but then you have to also understand them and realize how to keep them in line or maybe manipulate them a little bit. Those 2 shots right there, of course, some work left, but the rest of it after this pink 4 and purple 5 on the bottom end of the table and should get Fedor Gorsht to the hill. Sullivan's done to FSR over there, but I've seen FSR miss quite a few balls, and I know it's a tough table, but maybe the tactical side of the game, the grinding that we've seen from Sullivan, maybe wearing on FSR a touch.
And I think it's an extension of the conversation we had earlier in the match. Many of the game's big guns are nowhere near their peak level. Or certainly below their peak level. That's indisputable.
Yeah, and you know, how fantastic they are, maybe we take for granted at times. And of course, getting to see a treat from both Fedor Gorst and FSR the last year, you know, different sides of the planet at times, but something special from both players.
Of course, you don't want to peak on day 3. That should be a reserve for the weekend, but you want to play well enough to survive.
Yeah, it's a game that's really won between the ears, you would think. And playing solid matches, putting you in a position to play your best on the weekend. You know, and to be fair, I mean, the break rule the way it is, the table's becoming tougher. You know, we talked about, or I discussed playing one pocket and how much fatigue that is. Well, there's a lot more thought that goes into the game of Nineball now, like it should be. And that wears on you as well.
It is 8-4 for Fedor Gorst, who used not just his cue action and his experience, but also his shot-making imagination to win that rack. One more required. I'm afraid for Alexander Kazakis, a possible 5 racks left. He has to win them all. John Mora also close against Abdullah Al-Yusuf at 8-5. And Tonios Kakaris and Tobias Bongers 5 each. Tyler Steyer now 2 in front again. 7-5 over Dennis Grabber. George Antonakis 5-4 down to Radoslav Babica. Remains 7-4 FSR over Sullivan Clark. And Chang Junlin 8-7 over Babkin Melkonyan. Nail biters across the arena.
Yeah, Abdullah Al-Yusuf just put another one on the board, hanging, surviving. Now trailing 8-6, but on the breaking end. And his last break of this match of day 3 for Fedor Gorst. He's got the 1 down. The 2's going to dress up over the side with a real natural angle to get to the 3. So good signs for Fedor. He's got a lot of work, though. He's got to work the cue ball up and down the table a few times here to get out, but a good starter anyways.
There's a truly great cricket commentator in the UK called David Lloyd. Bumble was his nickname. Absolute magician behind the microphone. And when a match was coming to an end, he used to say, "Stop the car." And I think that's the case here, although I don't think a car will be involved for Kazakis. It's a lengthy drive back to Athens.
Yeah, well, I didn't keep up with all of his countrymen, and there's so many, of course, that came, but I know a few qualified, that's for sure. So he's going nowhere, win or lose. Okay, doesn't want to get queuing over the 7. That could slow him down. Now, where does he go from here? Does he come all the way down the table? Does he just get near the right middle pocket? That's kind of the angle I like.
FSR on the hill against Sullivan Clark at 8-4, but Babkin Melkonyan has made it hill against Chang Jung-Lin.
Yeah, there was a scoreline earlier when Chang lost, and of course they all get beat, but just doesn't lose very often. And during pandemic, he kind of changed his technique to go to Chinese 8-ball, of course, being there, not being able to travel and whatnot. And I saw it did have an effect on him in Vegas a couple years ago, but Seen him play pretty good pool since. And this really the shot, you would figure. It's going to come in a little tight on the purple 5. Good thing the speed is good. Surprised he came 2 rails into that ball there, just because he's going to get a little flat. I guess he doesn't mind drawing the cue ball off of the 6 maybe. You wouldn't think it's a high inside spin here, coming 2 rails with the 8-9 there. Thought he was a little flat maybe to go with a high outside, so it's going to be the draw stroke, and well, maybe he's going with the inside. I think this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Whew. Tell you, that was narrowly by the black 8, Phil.
Not been a day he will remember with any great fondness, but it looks like finishing on a positive note. And as we've said before, that old chestnut, you've got to be in it to win it. And Gorst is 2 pots away from being in the single elimination last 64. And I can tell you what, when the draw is made, no one will want to be coupled with him.
No, and the greats, they usually have a big rebound after a day like today, and looks like just hung the 7 ball. FSR at the table and on the hill.
Taking his time, one last pot. In it goes, and out of the tournament goes a former World Masters champion, Alexander Kazakis. Defeated 9-4 after leading 2-0 by Fedor Gorst, who did bounce back from that heavy 9-2 defeat by James Arenas in his previous match. Always good to see Gorst involved in the latter stages of a tournament, and now we've got the pleasure of his company in single elimination tomorrow on what should be a fabulous Friday. So then, it's been a packed day here at the Copper Box Arena, but I'm afraid that's your lot, because all of the matches that are supposed to be on are now out on the tables. There's nothing else to put onto the main centre stage, so we will have a relatively early night. But Fedor Gorst can feel quite satisfied with that. It's hard to come back from a heavy defeat, and he did so with a certain degree of aplomb, even though the match was, in terms of average shot times, I thought quite lengthy. Most of the big names are through, although Albin Auschen is the most notable example of being eliminated before the last 64, and Chang Jun Lin could also be in danger of the same fate, considering he's 8 racks each with Babkin Melkonyan at the moment on table 24, and Melkonyan broke off in the deciding rack. So what's been occurring here? Well, we've had 5 matches on table 2, 5 matches on table 1 today. This is what happened centre stage. Albin Auschen defeated Ko Ping Han 8-5, but there were signs in that match of the problems to come, because he did make quite a few mistakes. Joshua Filler wasn't at his supreme best either, but he did come through, and he's 3-0 in the defence of his title. There's the 9-2 defeat by Fedor Gorst. James Arenas responsible for that, but Gorst, as we know, bounced back. And in the 4th match, Niels Feijen, a 9-3 win over former World Masters champion Karol Skaversky. As for table 2, a Vietnamese player, Long Duc Tien started out with an 8-6 win over Abdullah Al-Shamari. Gary Wilson beaten by Aloysius Shap of Singapore, but Wilson pulled it back on the one-loss side, and he's in the last 64 tomorrow after that nail-biting 9-8 win over JJ Fall. Jason Shaw had no real problems against Francesco Candela. He led 8-1, eventually crossed the line at 9-3. Skylar Woodward pleased to come through 9-7 against the youthful prodigy from Sweden, the 14-year-old Walter Lakra. And as I speak, John Morra on the hill against Abdullah Al-Yusuf, former World Nineball Championship semi-finalist. And in fact, Morra is just about to pop the winning 9-ball. In it goes. So that's very good timing from the Canadian. He wins by 9 racks to 6. Abdullah Al-Yusuf from Kuwait, I'm afraid, departs. Morra continues to dream about winning the $30,000 first prize in this UK Open of 2023. Well, in terms of our coverage, we're halfway through. But rest assured, we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, bright and early, for day 4 of the UK Open of 2023 here at the Copper Box Arena in London. Hope to have your company then.